Perfect. It's a massive welcome from the Mother City. Yes, indeed. We're here for round one of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport 2026. The national championships have made their way down to the Mother City, and fantastic to have them on board as our association sponsor today with Killarney International Raceway and Smile FM, and all this action courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Planet Margate. Fantastic to have you guys here with us. That is the program. We're kicking things off with the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. They're making them out to the circuit as we speak. Volkswagen Rookie Cup will follow them, along with the Gazoo Racing SA Cup. Then we go into two-wheeled action with the Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup, Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 1, and then it's South African Touring Cars and the SATC Super Cup. Extreme Supercars have got 3 heats today, so their second heat will be at about 12:30 this afternoon, just ahead of the first of the Indescom MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents combined. There's about a half an hour circuit break where we have a fan walk and a grid walk with the fans getting a chance to get up close and personal with the cars on the main straight and on the Joubert straight here at Killarney. And then we do it all again, starting with Volkswagen Rookie Cup, Gazoo Racing Cup, Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup, Astron Energy Polo Cup, the South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup, Extreme Supercars race number 3, and we wrap up the day at approximately 5 o'clock this afternoon with the InvestChem MSA4s and Formula Ford Kent. So that's how we kick things off here. And a big welcome to everybody from all around the world. If you're watching us, if you've got up early and you're on the east of the hemisphere, we welcome you. If you're still sleeping and maybe woke up early, big welcome to anybody on the western side of the world. But right now we're in the southernmost, almost the southernmost tip of Africa, in Cape Town, the mother city. And fantastic to be here for round one of 2026's National Championships Extreme Festival. The Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop will see 2 warm-up laps to get a bit of heat into the rubber. And then they'll come to the line and then have a rolling start with Jonathan du Toit and Charles Arangis on the front row to lead off this pack of cars. Behind them will be Class A's Gianni Giannacaro, as he will line up alongside Charles Visser, local man, of course, in that silver Porsche, the Silver Dream Racer there. 5th car in shot, coming into shot right now. And then behind him, it will be Ricky Giannacaro and Marius Jackson, who will make up the 3rd row. Then you've got Roy Obery, and he's taking on Ant Blunden. It's Porsche versus Lamborghini there, the second of the Ravenel Lamborghinis. And then you've got Wayne Volchink and Jimbo Giannacaro. Jimbo, of course, in the Audi R8. He's in very similar colors to Gianni, so we have to keep an eye on that, just make sure we get the right cars out there. Behind them, it's Uli Sana. He's in the BMW Z4 out of G&H Racing. Martin Prince, and at the back will be Yanni Hatzi. So we're looking forward to a great battle here amongst these top contenders in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. It actually looks like there might be a bit of a change-up in terms of Gianni and Jimbo. They've swapped cars by the looks of things. So Gianni Giannacaro in the Audi R8, apologies on that one, and Jimbo down in the Nissan a bit further back in the pack. So a little bit of a change-up there from what we usually see. But they're now under starters' orders as they come out of the Fostron corner down at turn 5, Cape Town corner as it's also known. It's the bank turn here at Killarney International Raceway. And now under starters' orders as that safety car rolls off and makes its way off the circuit to allow our poleman Jonathan du Toit to set the pace. For race 1, heading down towards turn 1 for the first time, Olzok. Let's see who's got what it takes here to get to the front end right from the word go. Good start there from du Toit. He manages to fend off Gianni Giannacaro, who's coming on the inside, looking for a way through on Charles Visser. Good start there from Roy Obery as well. He stays ahead of Ant Blunden. Tries to put the pressure almost instantaneously onto both of those Lamborghinis as they come out of turn 1. But it's a good start here as well from Charles Arangis as he goes around the outside of turn 2 into Castrol. Amazing bit of run here. As they come out of that second corner there, it looks like Charles Arangis has got the line maybe to squeeze through. No, he's being kept out there by Jonathan du Toit as they come through Damps. And as they're out of Damps Dip and up towards the short straight, it is still side by side between these two. Round the outside, Charles Arangis squeezing the Lambo and almost touching there between the two of them. That could have ended up in tears. Lap 1 through Sorrel Sweep could have been very tasty had there not been a little bit of give there from Jonathan du Toit's point of view. The two of them lapping around the circuit yesterday in the 1-minute 11s. The only one who could match them was Gianni Giannacaro. So the 3 cars at the front end are literally matched by about half a second in terms of their qualifying pace. And now looking to try and find that race pace almost instantaneously. But Giannacaro has lost out slightly there because it's Charles Visser who's moved up into 3rd place. So the local man in the Porsche moves into 3rd place and the lead of Class A. So we got GT3 1 and 2, Class A 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 6th place. And then Class B's Roy Obery leading Ant Blunden and Wayne Volchink leading out the Class C's. Out of Castrol corner, this is a great run here. Oh, look at the drive out of that Mercedes-Benz as he came out of Castrol. Just pulling slightly away there from that Oyster Catcher and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini. That Hurricane is working hard, but not as hard as that AMG up front. Charles Arangis is making that Mercedes-Benz absolutely sing at the moment around Killarney International Raceway. Keeping at the front end and making sure that he can try and stay there for the entire time. He really is going to have to push hard to stay ahead of Jonathan du Toit. But if you look at their lap times, as I said in qualifying, they were almost evenly matched in terms of their laps around the circuits. So 1 minute 11s out of the two of them to get into the pole and second place on the grid, but that is now reversed. And that main straightaway now absolutely perfectly matched in terms of the pace being set by these top two. They're coming out of the little kink now as the leaders come out of turn one. Nice little run here from everybody as well as they come into turn two, Cashel Corner, heading towards the Tygerberg Straight. Head down into Dempster, pulling slightly away now from Visser, but remember the two GT3 cars will have slight advantage over the Class A cars, although Visser's time around here so far has been pretty spectacular. And looking at the lap times, doing 12.5s as opposed to 11.4s and 11.1s coming out of the top two. So not too shabby there from the local man, showing he's got what it takes to run in a GT3 spec car. It's not the actual GT3 class that he races in, but on a similar vein to what they would have internationally. Further back, and Blunden leads out the second pack of cars. You can see moving through there as well as Yanni Hatzi. Yanni Hatzi doing a magic job there in the Nissan, squeezing through the field, finding his way up a little higher than normal. He's got ahead of Roy Obery by the looks of things. And yes, he has. He's ahead of Roy Obery, who battled a little bit with brakes yesterday. Behind him, it's Wayne Falschink in the second Porsche. And then a little gap down to Jimbo Giannicaro in the big Godzilla R35. Bit of pressure coming from Gianni now. Gianni Giannicaro trying to close the gap down ever so slightly on Charles Visser. As they cross the line, actually Giannicaro was in front, but Visser must have just hung on to the inside line to take that third place on the road away from Gianni. Class A battle of note here between these two. Visser keeping out the intentions being shown there by that Audi R8 of Gianni Giannicaro's. Giannicaro looking pretty dangerous though. Look at Blunden. He's under massive threat here. And Blunden fighting off the intentions being shown big time by Yanni Hatzi. Hatzi going left and right, trying to find a way through on the Ravenel machine, but hasn't quite found a way through just yet. There's a little bit of a tighter line. Better drive onto the back straight now. As they came out, oh sorry, we got yellows down into turn 5. Something must have happened down in turn 5. Not quite sure there, but we'll see as they get there now. Somebody must be up in the kitty litter here. There goes Ricky Giannicaro. Behind him is Marius Jackson, first of the Audis on the circuit. Second of the Audis, I beg your pardon. Remember that Gianni's in an Audi today. So I think it might have actually been Gianni Giannicaro who went off. It was. Gianni Giannicaro was the car, so it was the first of the Audis, Marius Jackson. There you can see behind him, the second of the Audis there, Gianni Giannicaro. So it must have been a little bit of late braking there from Gianni to try and find a way through on Charles Visser. And it's dropped Gianni down into now 6th place on the road. So Ricky Giannicaro now moves up into 4th place overall, ahead of this man, Marius Jackson, in the MJR Audi. G&H Transport and BISC, the Bisc Racing machine there of Gianni Giannicaro in 6th place, trying to make up some ground now. Let's see if he goes a bit better into turn 5 this time. Yes, he does. So Bisc Logistics out of G&H Transport Racing Stable with Gianni Giannicaro at the wheel, trying to close the gap down. Fastest man on track at the moment, Jonathan Dutoy. As you can see there, the purple lap time coming up. Getting down into the 1:10.9, so under the 1:11 for the first time here in race action and in qualifying. That's one of the fastest laps we've seen all weekend coming out of Jonathan Dutoy as he tries to close the gap on Charles Oranges. The gap is closing rapidly here between the two Audis. Gianni's Audi seems to have a little bit more pace than Marius Jackson's does. They'll be looking to try and close that gap down on the Lamborghini out front. So a bit of a Giannicaro sandwich here with Visser in the meat in between and under big pressure as they come onto that back straightaway. Carries good corner speed as Gianni. Can he get the drive now down that back straight? He's into the slipstream. He's going to try and pull out, get that inside line. He's gone early to get the inside line on Jackson. Let's see if he's good enough now on the brakes as they come over the bump. No, Jackson holds the outside line. Uses the banking. Oh, what a little nudge. Little nudge there from Gianni. Open up the door, and Jackson won't be happy with that. Got a little tap from behind, just forced him onto the high side of that bank corner. And Giannacara sneaks through. So Gianni back into the top 5. Marius Jackson into 6th place, coming straight back at him though. Looking to return the favour. Down into turn 1, Holes hook. Oh, magic stuff as they came out of Holes. Heading towards Castrol. This is lovely start to this one. 2 Audis fighting hard. We've got a Lamborghini and Mercedes-Benz at the front end. There they are on cue. Out of Sorrel sweep. Heading all the way down that back straightaway now. A little bit of slipstream there, possibly for Jonathan Dutoy. Not close enough to use it though, to get past on the AMG. Mercedes-Benz of Charles Orangi's very rapid out of the corners. Look at that, just coming out of the corner. Just gets a slight advantage on the acceleration, but then when the Audi comes into its, when the Lamborghini, well, same thing, Audi comes into its full flight, that's where we see him close things down. Has a look into turn 1. Door firmly shut though. The Ravenel boys have come pretty ravenous here by the looks of things. Looking to wrap up at least each one of their categories on circuit at this point in time. 5 laps to go here. And a magic effort being put in here by Jonathan Dutoy to try and close the gap and get ahead of his stablemate. 2 of them out of Stradale Motorsport, and of course one from Trans-Africa Racing, collaboration with Stradale. Then you've got the G&H Transport boys just behind them, led out by Ricky Giannacara, Gianni Giannacara right behind him. They're looking to try and catch the gap that's been pulled on them by Charles Visser, the local man, in the Porsche. That's Charles Engineering Porsche doing an amazing job, leading Class A by a comfortable margin over Ricky and Gianni now. Ricky will be watching those rearview mirrors over the next couple of laps because they've got about 4 laps and 1 corner to go. And Gianni is definitely closing on him. A 1:12.033 from Gianni Giannacara, 13's coming out of Ricky, so he's about a second quicker than his brother as he tries to close the gap down there with the Audi onto the Lambo. That's going to turn into a very interesting battle there between the 2 Giannacara boys. If Gianni's able to close that gap down and get right up close and personal with his brother Ricky. Jackson just not able to run with the pace of the first Audi on track there of Gianni Giannacara. So he'll have to settle for 4th place in Class A if it finishes up now. Blunden still hangs on to Class B. Yanni Hatzi, I should say, in Class C. Roy Aubrey still circulating for 2nd in Class B ahead of Jimbo Giannacara. Gap has come down visibly now between the 2 Giannacara boys as they come onto the Tigerberg straight and into Sorrel sweep. Hatzi being closed down slightly as well by Roy Aubrey. Aubrey seems to have sorted out whatever he had. Problems with the brakes yesterday. They got that sorted out, so the car is now stopping, which is an important thing to do down here in Cape Town. There's a couple of very tricky corners that can catch you out if you don't have brakes. Here's one of them. Just a little dab and then 1 gear down as you go through Dam Stip. Carry the corner speed onto that Tigerberg straight. Possibilities of overtake here. Aubrey had a look. No, and Hatzi shut the door. Inside line though from the Porsche, might have slightly better drive now down that main back straightaway. And the back straight here is exceptionally fast in Extreme Supercar. Going to be just over the 250k an hour mark before they climb on the anchors there in that Porsche. Nicely done from Roy Aubrey. Gets through on the hard charging Nissan. Looking at that car and look, it's popping and squealing a little bit there. Might have a little bit of an issue. Yes, there's definitely a problem there on Hatzi's car. He's about to be caught now by Godzilla. Nissan versus Nissan. R32 versus the R35. R35 eats it up. But looks like he might have got that issue sorted out because he comes firing back down towards turn 1. So into holes, it's now Jimbo Giannacara ahead of Gianni Hatzi. And oh, big look there from Gianni into turn 5. Gianni Giannacara had a massive look there to try and find a way through there on his brother Ricky. They've got 2 more laps to go. So Gianni Giannacaro definitely looks the more dangerous of the two drivers right now. Let's see if he can keep it all together and find a way past on Ricky into the closing stages here of race 1 of 3 today of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Left-hand side from Gianni goes right again. This time Ricky has to just defend. Keeps his brother out through Castrol. Slightly different line there from Gianni. All back markers coming into play now for the battle for the lead. For GD3's, Charles Orange has caught Jimbo Giannacaro. He wants to try and get through on that R35 as quickly as possible. Don't let him hinder him too much. Use a little bit of the slipstream there of the big car. That's not a bad plan. And lights flashing there from Charles. Just warning Jimbo that they're coming through. And Jonathan du Toit gets through as well. Only just. Just slices the nose off that Godzilla as it went into turn 1. So very tight between these two cars. Now into the final lap. This could be Charles Orange's first victory of the year. Trying to take that number 1 plate back again. Here they come onto the back end of the Porsche of Roy Aubrey. Aubrey now going to be looking over his shoulder, realizing his two stablemates are coming. He doesn't want to get in their way. A little bit of slip there from the Porsche as he came onto the straightaway. It's going to help them work out maybe a little bit. But now there could be some slipstream for Jonathan du Toit to use. Is there space for him to use it though? No, because that inside line is defended well by Charles Oranges. He goes high and wide, cuts the apex. Watch the drive now from the Lambo. Better drive this time from Jonathan du Toit out of that final corner. They come through the kink and onto the main straight for the last time. Down towards the flag. It's going to be Charles who hangs on. Oranges wins it out, taking the victory over Jonathan du Toit, your top 2 in GD3s. Roy Aubrey's going to come across the line there. He will be second place in Class B. And then behind them, it's the battle for third. Well, not really the battle for third. There's 2 Porsches that are there with the third place car. And one of them is Charles Visser. The other one, of course, is Waylon Folshank. Ulisana coming through. And Ricky's hung on. Ricky Giannacaro hangs on to get second place in Class A over his brother Gianni. So a nice little battle there between the two of them, with Jackson just behind that as well for your top 5 in Class A. Folshank comes through to wrap up. Oh, that's actually Martin Prince at the bottom. Beg your pardon. Martin Prince at the back there. So if we look at the unofficial results there, GD3's, Charles Oranges and Jonathan du Toit, your top 2. Third place overall and winner of Class A is Charles Visser. He takes it over the 2 Giannacaro boys, Ricky over Gianni. Marius Jackson there behind them. Then Blunden takes Class B over Roy Aubrey and Jimbo Giannacaro. And then Waylon Folshank will take the win in Class C ahead of Yanni Hatzi. And down in 12 and 13, Uli Sana takes Class D's. And Martin Prince will come through for third place in Class B. Fourth place, I beg your pardon, in Class B. So that wraps up our first bit of race action for the day there. Awesome stuff to start the day with a really good field of cars. Extreme Supercars down here, also a fan favourite. But up next we go from the big bangers into the rookies. It's Volkswagen Rookie Cup. They'll be out on track shortly. We'll go on board here with Annual April as we get into the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, first race of the season. Fantastic to see a whole bunch of new rookies joining us for the 2026 season. Majority of them, of course, have come out of karting. Luke Hill was here last year, so he stays on for another season. Sebastian Venkov joins him on the front row. Our cameraman is the man in third place there, Annual April. Jack Moore replaces his brother Josh, who we'll see in action a bit later on in the Volkswagen Astron Energy Polo Cup. Looking forward to a big battle there as well later on today. But I think Jack Moore also is feeling that he's got a little bit to prove here today, ahead of Sebastian Diaz and Max Corbett. And right at the back there, to have Keon Duomo back again as well. We saw him a couple of weekends ago. In fact, last weekend at the regional side of the Extreme Festival. Open up his account and get an opportunity to get into a race car for the first time before he pilots the Rookie Cup cars around the Killarney International Raceway for round one of the Rookie Cup Championship. Now remember, this championship, basically the champion of the 2026 title race heads into a full sponsored Polo drive with Volkswagen Motorsport in the 2027 season. It's one of the prizes that's up for grabs. So all of these rookies will be looking to hunt that down. Christopher Tate, last year's champion, of course, has already moved up, and he will see him in action too later on today as we get into the Astron Energy Polo Cup. We'll see a couple of the rookies that have come through the ranks of Rookie Cup that have moved up into the Astron Energy Polo Cup, and it just shows you how well that particular outing is working in terms of the marketing and promotion that Volkswagen have done with their brand to bring in a Rookie Cup option to allow karters a bit of a stepping stone before they climb into the fully fledged Polo Cup. It's quite a big step if you come straight from karting into Polo Cup. A lot of the guys were saying it's just too much. So Volkswagen met them halfway, and they're giving these little Polos to play in. These are the 1 litre turbos. Annual April is our cameraman. He'll be showing what it looks like from on board. Might get a couple of shots from him from the reverse angle of that camera as well. We've got in-car footage too. If the driver gets a little bit animated in there, we might get to see exactly what he's up to as well. Great to have opportunities like that. And nice to have our team, of course, now collaborating and bringing us this particular reverse angle shot, the one I was just chatting about, of Annual, just getting the heat into those Dunlop tyres. So Luke Hill set the pace this morning, or yesterday, in qualifying. He did a 1:33.650, but if we look at the whole field, it's literally split by almost a second and a half, so hardly anything in each other between these 7 drivers. A real interesting little battle here between those top 4, though. All of them in the 33s. Diaz and Corbett were just outside of the 33s on a 34.004 and a 34.012. So hardly anything in it between the top 6. It's Keon Duomo that has to maybe find a little bit extra pace here, but that normally happens in the race. That race pace, and the red mist comes in, and all of a sudden you get to find about a couple of seconds more than what you were doing in qualifying. Hopefully that can happen for him. There you can see the magnificent backdrop that we have here at Killarney International Raceway, and a massive thanks once again to the City of Cape Town and to Smile for joining Killarney International to bring us all this race action, as well as, of course, our team that are out there from the Extreme Festival's live stream production side of things. So not only are we bringing it to you live stream, but we've got some radio action going out here, as we had last weekend up at the regionals as well. So the media are starting to pick up on how this format of racing is picking up as well. And the more the merrier in terms of media coverage that we get for this particular category, and of course for the Extreme Festival as a whole. So they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge and come to take up their positions on the grid. It's a standing start. Luke Hill will set them off. Venkov alongside him. As they come to the line now for the first time in 2026, there must be some nerves, some worms in the stomach, or some little concerned faces, I think, in between the visors and the helmets. Final thumbs up there from the boss man from Volkswagen Motorsport. Standing by now. Shouldn't be too much of a wait. There we go. Not a long wait at all. Under starters orders now as we go into the boards. 5-second board comes up. We're about to get lights on. When those lights go off, we go racing. There we go. Oh, and it's a terrible start there from Luke Hill. He looks like he might have stalled on the grid there, and he loses out. And that is definitely something you don't want to be happening to you that early on. Sebastian Venkov got away nicely, but so did Jack Moore. And it looks like there's a bit of a fight on as they head into turn one now. A little bit of a argy-bargy there and a little touch. But that's all Rubbings Racing when it comes to these cars. They're so evenly matched. As they came off the line there, Luke Hill was left stranded and could not get off the line at all. So he's got a huge mountain to climb here. Pun intended on that one. He's dropped down to about 5th place there by the looks of things as the 57 car. Maybe squeezed up into the 4 spot. But as they come down there, it looks like it is Venkov who leads out as they come into the bottom end of the track for the first time and through Damstep. So some work to do now for these guys. They really are working hard right from the word go. But the man who has to work the hardest is the pole man who got it all wrong. A little bit of extra pressure there on Luke Hill. I don't think he started on the front row at all last year in his first year in Rookie Cup. So would have been a little bit of pressure on him. And unfortunately he buckled under the pressure there big time. So we got 3 cars and then a second pack that's opened up now. So there's a little gap there between the top 3 and then 4, 5, 6 and 7. As they go down into Cape Town corner for the first time, late braking. And opportunities opening up. Sebastian Diaz trying to keep out the attack coming from Luke Hill. They're side by side. This is Annual April now going alongside and looking for a chance to squeeze up into possibly second place. As they come onto the main straightaway. April's on the wall, but he'll have Venkov alongside him. Not Venkov, sorry, Jack Moore alongside him. Jack Moore in the blue lipstick car there. As they go in there, he's going to hang on, only just, but that's close. Forced around the outside was April Anwell. Our cameraman getting the high and wide line, and all the two of them are off track completely. So Anwell and Moore go off the track and slot in right at the back of the pack. I think they might just get ahead of Keon Duomo. Yeah, they do. They just get in on the inside of Keon Duomo. Ooh, Luke Corbett having a little bit, or Maxi Corbett, I should say, having a little bit of a sideways action there as well. So Max Corbett just getting a little tail tap as they went into Castro Corner now, coming out of that one. They seem to have sorted things out. Here comes Jack Moore on the inside, trying to get back and squeezes through there on the 21 car there, Max Corbett. So Venkov has got the advantage here, big time, but already up into second place. Luke Hill, after that little mistake on the line, doesn't take him long. It's taking him about a lap and a half to get back up into the top 2. Using a little bit more experience that he's got behind the wheel of these cars, having had a season in it already last year. Let's see if he can keep it all together now as they head down onto the braking point for turn 5. He's under attack there, big time. Sebastian Diaz is looking left and right, trying to find a way past on him. Further back, our cameraman has dropped into 4th. He closes the gap down on Diaz as they come out of Fastron corner. Over the little kink and through to complete another lap. That's 2 down, 6 to go. Venkov with about a 2-second lead now over Hill. Hill over Diaz. Diaz applying the pressure, keeping that pressure on. Then it's Annual April, the cameraman. He's there in 4th, being closed down by Jack Moore. Jack Moore, not as quick that time, but he was battling a bit of traffic than what we saw earlier from him. So Jack Moore now with a bit of clean air, maybe can bridge that gap to the back of Annual April. As they're on board now. You can see in the background there that blue lipstick car there of Jack Moore, but look at the smooth driving style here of Annual April. He's looking pretty tasty in the cockpit there, actually. Jack Moore pulling slightly now. Max Corbett seems to have dropped right to the back. Yeah, he's got a problem. So it looks like he's had some kind of an issue there. He dropped right to the back of the pack behind Keon Dwamo. Come through Sorrel Sweep and onto that back straight away. The car's so evenly matched, you have to be right underneath that bumper to gain any advantage that might be available with a slipstream. If you're not close enough, that slipstream won't come into play. Let's see Jack late on the brakes. Wow, so late. And in fact, following on there is Keon Dwamu, learning from Jack Moore on where to brake so late. And the two of them were pretty evenly matched through turn 5 there. Good to see. Learning from each other, yeah, big time on track as they race each other. Remember in the original format of Rookie Cup, we used to have the coaches in other cars around them as well to try and give them a little bit more of a pack feel. Cars around them all over, but they don't seem to be worried about that too much now. The coaches do all the coaching from the sideline. This year, of course, Matt Merton and Brad Liebenberg are the two coaches concerned with Rookie Cup. Onto the brakes and into turn 2. A little closer this time from Diaz. Diaz putting the pressure onto Luke Hill. He's got Anwell coming along for the ride as well, not too far behind him. They come through the sweep and down into Demps. Venkov still maintaining it. It's about a 1.6 second gap now. So Luke Hill has closed the gap down slightly for second and first. Then it's still a little bit of a gap down to Anwell, bit more of a gap to Jack Moore. Jack Moore's got Keon Dwamo right with him. Fortunately, Max Corbett has dropped to the back and just can't bridge that gap at all. Working on his own there at the back is going to make it very difficult for him. Venkov's got to just keep his head down here. Not make any mistakes. Possibly wrap up the first win for 2026 in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Good run so far from all of these guys. Oh, somebody ran wide there. I think that might have been Anwell. Anwell running wide, yes indeed. That's Jack Moore who'll look to try and capitalize on that. He realizes that there might be a bit of a chink in the armor there. Jack now closes rapidly onto Anwell. Watch him try and pull him under the brakes. Diaz trying to do the same thing here to Luke Hill. Luke Hill goes defensive into turn 1. Jack has closed that gap down ever so slightly as well. Diaz looking the most dangerous car on track. He's going to try the high and wide line. Watch for the cutback. Try and cut back into the exit of turn 2, Castral Corner. Wasn't quite able to do anything about it. Just, I think he tried that too late. If he got that move done earlier, maybe he could have worked out. But he's lost some ground now. It compromised his drive out of turn 2. But then again, Luke Hill pushes himself completely off track. Watch in the background as well as we see Keon Dwamo off the circuit as well. So Diaz might be able to come back now at Anwell and look for a chance. At Hill, I should say, not at Anwell, at Hill. Luke Hill in second place there. Under threat now from Sebastian Diaz under brakes into turn 5. He had a look, wasn't close enough. Little lock up though, coming from Luke Hill in second. He's going to be kicking himself for that mistake on the line. Big push here from the front end. Sebastian Venkov. And looks like also a change up there from Jack Moore's point of view. Has he got through on Anwell? I think he might have. Yeah, they come to the break point and heading down into turn 2. Diaz is right there with Luke Hill, but Jack Moore was looking dangerous. Didn't quite get there though. As I said, these cars are so evenly matched. It was only 1.1 second difference between all 7 cars when it came to the top 7 or top 6. And then another half a second down to 7th place. So 1.5 seconds between these cars is nothing, which means it makes it very difficult to try and overtake because they are so evenly matched. You've got to try and force a mistake out of your rival ahead of you or behind you. Big push on here as we're getting to the halfway stage. Venkov just maintaining the lead, but being just reeled in slowly but surely. This is Anwal's point of view as they go through Sorrel Sweep. Jack Moore just ahead of him. So Jack has got through. Now onto the back straight. Is there a chance here maybe for him to squeeze through? Here's a look on the outside. It's a bank corner, so you can use that outside line. Here come the leaders to the line, though. Venkov still maintaining. Oh, and Anwal's off. Anwal ran a little bit high and wide. He's gone to the back of the pack now. So the cameraman just getting it all wrong coming out of turn 5. Would have been because he wanted to try and go as late as possible to get ahead of Jack Moore again. And wasn't able to do that. Luke Hill, Sebastian Diaz coming out of turn 1. Evenly matched between the two of them. Nothing in it, in fact, between them. Lap times, 33.7s on both cars. Incredible run here from these two for second place. Luke Hill was the pole man. Made a small mistake, stalled on the grid. Got overtaken by almost the entire grid. Got going again, and he's made his way back to second. Now he has to try and think about, is second place good enough for now? Still a long way to go in this championship. Do I just defend and keep Diaz out, or do I keep hunting down, looking for Sebastian Venkov and maybe stealing that first victory of the season? Venkov is just watching the mirrors all the time to make sure that he maintains a relatively decent margin over these guys. That's the plan. Can he keep it all together is what we'll have to wait and see. Hello, Lullies. Coming onto that little straight now towards the main finish line. Anwal at the back this time. That's a little bit better. Didn't run high and wide off the track like he did the last time he went through there. And you can see he knows that he made that mistake. So Venkov going to try and hang on now for one more lap. Final lap of race action. And look at the pressure coming from Diaz. Seb is looking left and right to try and find a way through on Luke Hill. Luke Hill defending left and right as well. Keeping the boys out. Luke Hill does not want to give this one up. He will take second place after the mistake he made because that's a good recovery. But is it going to be Sebastian Diaz who's going to spoil his day even more and drop him to third? Venkov, I think, has got this one. Should be enough to keep that 1.5 second gap over this next couple of Ks. About 2 of them to go now. As they come out onto that Tigerberg straight. Jack Moore still under a bit of pressure though. It's not being quite his own way all the way through this. Kian Duomo is definitely looking for a chance to spoil his day. So Duomo versus Jack Moore. Oh, here we go. Little change up from Sebastian Diaz's point of view. Tried to catch Luke Hill out there with a fake to the left. Luke was having none of it. Sebastian Venkov's having none of it, and neither is Jack Moore. So to the line, it's going to be Sebastian Venkov, Luke Hill, and Sebastian Diaz. That's your top 3 for the first race of the season. Behind them, Jack Moore and Kian Duomo for your top 5. Duomo will be very happy with that. As I said, he was trying to look for that little couple of extra seconds pace. He found it in the race and moved himself up into the top 5 with the demise of Max Corbett and Anwal April during race number 1. So there you have unofficial results from the Volkswagen Rookie Cup race 1. It is Sebastian Venkov, Luke Hill, and Sebastian Diaz ahead of Jack Moore, Kian Duomo, and a nice run from Max Corbett and Anwal April for your 7th place. But April, Corbett, and Hill will definitely be looking to improve as they go into race 2 later on this afternoon. From Rookie Cup, we go into a couple of rookies. There are a couple of them in this class, and they'll be spread out amongst the 3 different cars that drive in the next class as Toyota Gazoo Racing SA makes its way onto the track for the first time in 2026. On track right now, Toyota Gazoo Racing's SA Cup for the first time in 2026. We're on board here with Werner Horn. Werner, of course, looking to try and come through the field if he can. He'll be in for a bit of a fight there from 5th place in qualifying, I beg your pardon. But yeah, as you can see, the team from Gazoo Racing and Leroy Polter and his boys and girls have not made it easy for us in the commentary booth, because every single one of these cars now are all in the same livery, other than a little bit of lipstick and some wing mirror paint that's slightly different in terms of colors. But as you can see, when you see these two cars coming together, the two yellow cars, they look almost identical. So to try and spot the difference between the Yaris and the Corolla is going to be a little difficult initially. And there's a couple that have got yellow and orange and pink and silver. Some have got lighter orange. Nabil Abdul, of course, has gone for gold, being the man who's got the number 1 plate from last year. He first qualified in 2nd place behind Devon Scott. So as we see, and as we have seen over the last couple of seasons in Gazoo Racing, there are 3 different categories that race here. The lead cars, of course, will be the drivers coming out of Toyota Gazoo Racing's academy. Those are all the young guns, like Vatsi Mokonyana, Kubis Reinecker. Good to see another Western back on the track with Connor Weston getting a chance to drive in the Gazoo Racing GR86. He'll be up there with one of the smallest drivers on the grid as well. If you ever get a chance to get into the pit lane and come and see these guys and girls in action, go and have a quick chat to car number 79 and just see how small Riachile Spice is. Mayaula is a tiny, tiny little man. And I don't even know how he fits into that 86, but they put him into one. And he's going to go and fight it out now amongst the usual contenders. Emma Dowling, of course, will be out there with them as well. It'll be great to see her as she, of course, now moves from here to go and participate internationally from tomorrow. Moves across into Europe for a little bit of time away from South Africa. She will be, of course, competing in the UK under the champions of the future in the F1 Academy karting class. So we wish her all the very best for today and for that. And, of course, her escapades internationally for South Africa to wave that flag high in the karting world. She's done an incredible job last year in the karting championships. So one of the reasons why she's been picked up here. As we see the 5 car rolling alongside there, that's Tayed Zambiri. Now remember, Tayed Zambiri makes up some of the media contingent that are involved there. Nabil Abdul topped them. Werner Horn, Tayed Zambiri, Craig Nicholson, great to have him back in again from the car magazine side of things. He was, of course, part and parcel of what was originally production class T for a while. Good to have him back in a race car again. Kubi Mchikazi is there again. And then we've got the last of the media there, Justin Ford and Naresh Maharaj. In the dealer team side of things, so the dealer team drivers, it's Devon Scott that headed up Werner Fenter. Then it was Theo Brits, Andries de Villiers and Johan Bunzaya, and Kevin Crowe ahead of Rian de Roux, Marius Klaassen. That was our dealer team lineup. But fastest overall yesterday was Devon Scott, but he, of course, will have to start behind the 86ers, but he will lead out the media and dealer team championships, which are driven, of course, in Toyota Corolla GRs and Yaris GRs. So rolling down towards turn 1 for the rolling start go the 86ers, led out by Vatsiawa Mkunyana. Amazing to see the turnaround there from her, as she's now started to come into her own, completely ahead of Kubis Reinecker. Emma Dowling, second lady, right behind Vatsi as they start this race, with Connor Weston alongside her. And then it'll be Spice Riachile Maimula and Kian Fusel, who will be lined up just ahead of Miklos Hagi and Chipang Shinsenwana. We're on board here with Werner. Werner Horn, of course, will be starting 5th place on the grid in the mix-up between the Yarises and the Corollas. Interesting fact between those cars, of course, as we see them rolling to the line, will be what the mix is going to be like, because there's hardly any difference between those cars at all in terms of the specs. If we run through the specs quickly for you, the Yaris is a 3-cylinder 1.6 turbo. It's got about 220 kilowatts. It's a 4-wheel drive, and it's got an 8-speed auto box. The GR86s are 4-cylinder boxer engines, 2.4 naturally aspirated cars with an auto box and the paddle shift. And they create about 190 odd kilowatts of power. And then the Corollas, the GR Corollas, they share the same 3-cylinder as the Yaris, but it's just uprated, I should say, to 221 kilowatts. So about 12% more than the Yaris's have got. So nothing in it in terms of the power output of the cars. It's now up to the drivers to use either what they've got in the Yaris's as the 8-speed automatic or the 6-speed manual with rev matching capabilities in the GRs, but also all-wheel drive system that comes into those Corollas as well. That's kind of the difference between the cars as they roll to the line for those of you standing on the sideline. Of course, these are stock standard road-going cars that have literally just had roll cages put into them and a couple of bits and pieces upgraded in terms of the brakes, and then the Dunlop rubber that they race on, of course, is slightly different to what you'd find on the road cars, but pretty much in road car trim, so much so that when you start and head down towards turn 1 like we're seeing with the 86s now, when they climb on the brakes, you'll probably see the hazard lights come on, because that's the ABS system coming on to tell everybody that might be around them in normal road traffic that they are under hard braking. They go down into turn 1. Nice start there from the front end. As you can see, they all get through there relatively unscathed, so that's a good start for our 86 Brigade out front. Looking for a chance to try and hang on. There you go. There's a great example of those hazards coming on. Whole bunch of late braking coming from the entire pack heading down into turn number 3. Miklos Hagi at the back, though, with a little bit of a tougher start there. It's quite a big gap down to the second group of cars, and they want to try and keep them as spread as possible. So it looks like it was Nabil Abdul and Devin Scott that held them back quite a long way, so they don't have to get too much in up close and personal. If you see the cars from the front, you'll see they look almost exactly the same, but when you get that side-on shot, then you realize that that's where the difference is between the Toyota Corollas and the Yaris's. Little white livery on those media cars just shows you. And then, of course, the dealer cars have got the sort of more red and black side arms there. So nice to see a little change up there, but it makes it a bit more difficult on the commentary side of things. Hopefully we'll get it right. Right now, Devin Scott leads over Nabil Abdul, the Supersport man there in second place. Gold trim, being the number 1 man. He went for the gold option. The man in silver out front, running that Silver Dream race is Devin Scott. Then Vanna Fenter, he's in the Pink Panther. Behind him comes, I think that's Vanna Horn and Tiazi Mbiri. So a nice start there from the 2 media contingent. Running in second and third in the media race at the moment, behind Nabil Abdul, who is second on the road. Late braking, this is Vanna Horn. Yeah, exactly what I thought, Vanna Horn, and this could be Craig Nicholson just ahead of him, though. I'm not quite sure if it's Nicholson or Mbiri. Just trying to see if we can get a number on that car just ahead, but right now we're watching from Vanna Horn's point of view as they go into Cape Town corner. It's about a half a lap gap now between the front end of the 86s and the front end of the second pack. Good start here from all of these drivers as they come through. And of course, with this, it's actually Kubis Reinecker who's now hit the front. He's just got ahead there of Vatsi. So Vatsiao and Munkonyana dropping down to second place, possibly into the clutches there of the hard-charging Emma Dowling, who's got Connor Weston as a Fender trailer on the back end of that 86 right now. Looking to keep that Weston name flying high in the world of circuit racing. Great to have him getting an opportunity here with Gazoo Racing to jump into a race car. Taking after his dad, Clint, of course, who runs the AMG Driving Academy. And his aunt as well, Natalie Weston. Hopefully he's taken a lot of his aunt's skills there, because she's much better than Clint is. But anyway, that's just a little in-house joke there between the family members of the Weston household. Always great to see them having a great one. I love this. This is so good. Nice to see that we got some maneuvers happening through the media as well. Tiazi Mpiri having a fantastic outing there for his crew. They're really pushing hard. The Toyota Corolla, though, is working hard to try and stay with them. I can tell you that much. As they come through there, it's really good to see how well they are. And Tiazi, of course, in amongst the usual contenders, and a couple of new rookies as they get into the mix here, big time. Of course, Tiad Zimbiri, also known as Tay, more importantly. Thanks for that one, Chad, out of the Auto Trader team. He just wanted an extra punt there. That's why he sent me a WhatsApp. But yeah, Tay's having a good run there for his first outing. But it's an amazing run here so far from Devon Scott to keep out Nabil Abdul. Now, those two were literally fighting hammer and nails all season long last year. And sometimes it was Nabil who came out on top. And most of the times it was Devon. Devon, of course, coming out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Driving Academy. So he's the man who teaches a lot of these guys how to drive these cars. Guys and girls, that is. Down onto the brakes, Devon hanging on for now. Ahead of Nabil. Gap now about 2 seconds. A little bit of dust coming in the background there. Someone might have just put a wheel wrong. Out of turn number 1. Hard on the brakes. There's Emma Dowling looking for a way through. Vanna Fenter also having some fun and games in that second pack of cars. But Emma Dowling is looking for a way through here on Vatsi. Trying to get into the lead of the ladies' race as well as second place overall. Connor's right there with it, looking to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Back on board here with Vanna Horn as we come onto the main straight away. Can see him tucked in behind Craig Nicholson. It was Nicholson who was up the road, so I was spot on in terms of that call. But nice to see that in the media contingent there is a big fight on here as well, because currently we've got Kubus Reinicke out front. Here we can see leaning things out over Vatsiawa and Emma Dowling. Emma looking to go on the inside of Vatsi into turn 5. Connor Weston tucked in behind her, and all four of them could chuck that Gazoo Racing proverbial blanket over the top of them, because there's nothing in it between those first four. It's a 1 second gap between the first four cars. Probably be a lot less than that as they cross the line this time. Behind that, it's Kian Fusel. Then we got Spice Mayula. Chapang Sinchinwana up into 7th place. Miklos into 8th. Devon Scott leads out the second pack. They're quite a way back though. Still keeping Nabil Abdul at bay, but of course Devon leads out over Vanna and Theo Brits in the dealer team championship. In the media, it's a good run from Nabil Abdul in Supersport, ahead of the Auto Trader car of Tayambiri, and then the Car Magazine car of Craig Nicholson up to 3rd. So that's how it stands at the moment in terms of the categories on track. But this fight for the front end of 86s is turning into a battle royal between these first four. Connor Weston deciding to hang up the rugby boots and pick up some racing boots. Looks like it's not a bad plan there for him. Kian Fusel keeping out Chipang Shinsenwana now, and he's got ahead now of Spice Maula. So Riachile has dropped back slightly there, unfortunately. A little bit of a problem there for Spicy. Not quite to the back of the pack just yet. That's still in the hands of Miklos Haigi. It's a good run here. Watching in the background as well, though, just to see how far back that second pack is. They're not quite in the same shot as the back end of the 86s at this stage. Couple of cars with some wheels off. Theo Brits trying to keep the wheels on the black stuff. Doesn't want to make any mistakes here. He knows how costly they can be. So Devon Scott in this, I think it's silver or white. I'm not quite sure which wing mirror colors he got. Looks like it might actually be white as opposed to silver. Apologies on that one. So it's the white wing mirrors that Devon Scott has got on his car. We see Vanna Horn a little further back from that. He's currently sitting down in about 6th or 7th place in the overall battle between the media and the dealer team guys. So Dev starts another lap. We've got 3 to go for them. Being closed down here by the Supersport car. And Nabil Abdul was fastest on that last lap on a 25.950. It's a personal best there for him. Brits still hangs on for what is 3rd. No, Vanna, sorry, what is 3rd, ahead of Theo Brits. But that's 2nd and 3rd place in the dealer team battle. And Tayambiri, Craig Nicholson, and Vanna Horn still hanging on for the top 4 in the media. Back down on the brakes into turn 5. Is there a change up for Connor? Has Connor got through? Yes, he has. Connor Weston's up to 3rd. Connor Weston has snuck up into 3rd place there. Put himself between the two ladies. And now goes hunting for Vatsiawa Mokngwania. Vatsi having such a good run here. I can't tell you the turnaround in her driving style over the last 3 or 4 months. Brilliant action here as they come through and pushing hard down onto the brakes into turn number 1. Looks like Emma Dowling trying to come back at Connor now. See if she can find a way back ahead of Connor Weston for 3rd place. There's Devon. Another lap completed for him. Nabil Abdul with a good margin between himself and the 3rd place battle. Vanna Fenter in that 3rd place hunt with Theo Brits, Tayambiri, Craig Nicholson and Vanna Horn. Apologies on that one. I thought Craig Nicholson was in the Car Magazine car. He's actually in the Wheels and Media 24 car. Apologies on that. Just getting information through that. And of course, we're still getting together with all of the new cars and all of the new drivers and all of the new sponsors. So we will eventually get it right there, Rion. Thanks for that, though, bud. I do appreciate the help because I can tell you, with the new livery, it's making it exceptionally difficult to try and spot it. But, yeah, some help from the sideline is always appreciated, buddy. Thank you. So there you have it. Wheels 24 and Media 24. Of course, Craig Nicholson at the wheel of that car. And fighting for a chance to be in the top 3 again. It'll be a long time since he's been on a racing podium, I can tell you. But he does come from a racing background. So fantastic to have him there. This is the leader of the dealer team and media challenge. Mixed up in Toyota Corollas and Yaris's. But I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch him at this point in time. Devon Scott just leading the way ahead of Nabil Abdul. Right now, Kobus Reinecker has not really had anyone trouble him at all. Comes up on a back marker. Coming up onto the back end, that's probably Naresh Maharaj he's about to pass. Yep. Naresh Maharaj being caught and passed there. So as he comes through, he unfortunately has been outgunned by the top 4 in the 86ers. Probably going to be the top 8 by the time he finishes that lap. But a big welcome to him. It's great to have him as part of this. Ooh, and off track. That's sideways. Was that Connor? I think it might have been. Connor Weston getting it completely out of shape there, coming out of Damstip and onto the dirty stuff. Has he dropped back? We'll have to wait and see. Just want to get confirmation on that because this is the last lap. That would have been a massive mistake that he made. Kobus Reinecker has not made any mistakes at all. He stayed at the front right from the word go and has not been bedded. So Reinecker comes out of turn 5 in the lead of the race and about to take that gold liveried car and give it the gold medal for the first race of 2026. Reinecker to the line. Is it Vatsi who stayed in front? I think it might be. Yeah, look at that coming across the line. What a change up. What a way to finish up there. Connor Weston, in fact. No, it wasn't. It was Emma. It was Emma Dowling and Vatsiawa that came together. Vatsiawa was the car that went off. So Vatsiawa Makonyana was the car that went off through turn 3 onto the dirty stuff, made a small mistake after such a magnificent drive, and she finishes down in 4th place after recovering back onto the circuit. Devon Scott comes through to wrap up the dealership ahead of the media number 1 of Nabil Abdul. So it's Reinecker from Weston getting onto the 2nd step of the podium after Vatsiawa made a small mistake coming through. Rest of the pack come across the line. Vanna Fenter, Theo Brits. Here they come. Tayambiri and Craig Nicholson. So if we look at how things turned out there overall, you've got Kobus Reinecker, Connor Weston, and Emma Dowling, your top 3 in the 86 Brigade. Then we go down to 9th place overall to pick up on Devon Scott, who wins out the dealer team battle over Vanna Fenter and Theo Brits. And then in the media battle, it was Supersport's Nabil Abdul, who wins out over let's go down there, Tayambiri, onto the podium for the first time. And Craig Nicholson for Wheels 24. He comes through for 3rd place. So magnificent start to Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup for 2026. And thanks for the sideline help there, Mr. Rian Gazoo Racing. Our boss man, we definitely need your help there, that's for sure. I see a couple more messages coming through here as well, also from a couple of guys there. Yes, we are definitely missing Mario D'Souza. But Mario D'Souza decided to hang up his boots this season. So, yeah, Mario's watching from the sideline as well, and he is missing all of this race action, which he should be involved in. But he's given up an opportunity to somebody else to have a drive. But well done. Fantastic start there for Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup Round 1. And another race a little bit later on today. We'll see some more action at the front end, I'm sure. Incredible drive from our 2 young ladies there. mixing it up in the 86 Brigade, but well done to the awesome effort there being put in by Kobus Reinecker to win out the first race of the weekend and the first race of the season for the 86 Cup. Connor Weston and Emma Dowling. And then, as I said, it was a battle royal between Devon Scott and Nabil Abdul. Devon winning the dealership and the dealership side of the championship, and Nabil Abdul winning the media side of that championship, the combined championship further back in the pack. More to come later on, but we now move across into some two-wheeled action. I'm going to be joined by Jordan Agliotti in the studio for the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. They'll be on track shortly for our first bit of two-wheeled action. And looks like we're going to be, unfortunately, missing Clinsella from that grid as he picked up a little bit of an injury over the weekend. He's got a pinched nerve, which he cannot get released, and it's affecting his ability to hold on to the bike. But we'll tell you a little bit more about that in a few moments' time. Two-wheeled action about to make its way onto the circuit for the first time in 2026 at the national side of the Extreme Festival. Fantastic to see such a big field of riders coming out here to be part and parcel of the first outing for 2026 at the Extreme Festival Nationals. Damien Purificati, Jason Lamb and Hein McMahon will be making up that front row. As I said earlier on, unfortunately, we will not see the King Price Kawasaki on track today. Kinsella is in the house, and he's watching from the sidelines, having pinched a nerve, and it's affected the entire left-hand side of his body. So his ability to hold on to the motorcycle is compromised so much that he's decided rather to not ride today and possibly do more damage or have an accident, which could be a big one. Yesterday, there were a couple of big crashes, of course, one being the man that eventually ended up down in 9th place in qualifying with Trevor Westman. Westman had an off in qualifying 2 where he ran wide. You would have seen that if you were watching any of the social media that went out from the ZXNR Masters Cup yesterday. They put it up onto their page and watched him go off at turn 4 at Sorrel Sweep. The next session, he did a similar thing. And unfortunately, the shudder he got in the back wheel threw him off the motorcycle and completely destroyed his Project 60 Kawasaki. So he had to climb on the phone and try and find someone in Cape Town who had a spare Kawasaki ZX-10R to help him out. They found one overnight and they rebuilt it, putting on his colours, and he will start from the third row of the grid in 9th place. So watch out for the killer coming from that third row as they come to take up their positions now on the start grid. Damien Purificati, of course, is then gifted an opportunity to do exactly what he did at Red Star Raceway last year, and that was a chance to not only get himself onto the podium, but stand a chance of another race victory here as we get into the look and feel of 2026. Now, Purificati, as I said, at Red Star Raceway, due to the crash that Kinsella had for the first time in the season, that spoilt the chances, of course, of the clean run that Sella was looking for in his 2026 championship winning year. But it did show that Purificati has found some time and has improved his lap times dramatically. We go to a 5-second board. Joining me in commentary from our friends at the late breaking fraternity is Jordan Agliotti. So this, of course, is just the warm-up lap, George. Welcome to you in studio. Thanks again for joining me, buddy. I appreciate it. It's nice to have a little bit of insight from someone who's been in this pack and knows exactly what it feels like at this point of a race day.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for having me again, man. It's always good in your busy schedule to have this minute with you to catch up. But yeah, we're happy to be back. It's looking like the guys are all fired up. Good vibes in the pits. Unfortunately, like you say, Sella's not with us today. After Trevor's massive crash yesterday, they built a bike and managed to get him out there. So yeah, I think with Sella obviously sitting out on this one, the guys are really looking forward to having a podium battle. You know, it was top 5 finisher. Now he's looking at a possible 3rd, 2nd. So yeah, I think we're going to see some good racing, and it's very windy out there, but the guys are fired up, motivated, they're keen to get on with it today.
Now, you've been here and I've been here on motorcycles when it's just windy. The southeaster plays a massive role, particularly when it's blowing down the back straight like it is. I mean, you're going to reach just over the 280 km/h mark before you climb on the anchors, bang it down to 3rd gear for this corner, but you probably have to get on the brakes a lot earlier because of the additional wind pushing you from behind.
So up the back straight, we actually brake in a little bit later with the southeasterly in our face, but on the start-finish
the other way
straight,
around.
yes, on the start-finish straight,
Other way around, yeah.
It's pushing us into turn 1 quite a lot. I don't even know if these rear shocks know what to do with themselves. The guys are trying to change everything on them to stop it from pumping. You know, they're on fresh tyres now, so the good grip from the Bridgestone rubber just wants to bite and go, but the wind gets underneath these bikes. They're wheeling, they're all over the place. So yeah, these guys are fighting a lot harder than what we can see to keep the front end of these bikes down, but you can see they're doing a great job.
You'll actually get to see it on a few occasions. We get it up close and personal, which I'm sure Dave's going to give us on this first race and in the second race. A lot of the guys, the lighter guys like yourself, I mean, you like a lean frame,
yeah.
You're going to actually have to climb onto the tank to try and get that bike to stay down, particularly when the wind's lifting it from the front end. It's
100%.
Such a difficult thing to do.
We actually just ran a little bit more fuel in Keith's bike just to see if we can maybe stabilise the front end.
Yeah, it's not a bad plan.
Just to put a bit of weight over the front. Long wheelbase, long gearing, just to try to tame them. They make so much more horsepower down here as opposed to inland as well, you know.
Lights out. Here we go down towards turn 1. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot. Looks like Purificati got off the line really nicely. He's got Jason Lamb right on his tail. Good start there from Hein McMahon. So we basically got B, C, and A into turn 1 for the first time. That's the classes, remember. And just to reiterate the classes here, it's the Veterans, Masters and Grandmasters that basically play at the front end of the ZX10R Masters Cup. It's the slightly elderly statesmen that play in this one. Yes, that's Westman already up in about 5th place.
I think he started last, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he started in 9th, I think, in his qualifying. So he's made up about 4 positions there in 2 corners.
That was a brilliant start from Westman. He's obviously not shaken up by that off he had yesterday, and it's good to see him up there. It was a very fast fall.
Chatted to his sister yesterday. She said the only problem was that the bike was damaged. But of course, with Trevor's connections down here in Cape Town, I'm sure there was just a call out on the local Western Province motorcycling group saying, anyone with a ZX10R, let me know.
Well, from what I've spoken to Alan earlier, it's basically a road bike they've had to build. They could barely salvage anything on the race bike. The bike was in 3 pieces, so they've had to literally build what would be a street bike, and this is what the class is based off of, production bike racing. So it's nice. You could pull a road bike and put it into race trim. Obviously there's the bits and pieces that the race bikes do just need, but they lined up on the grid today. It's incredible.
You know what I love, Geordie, is when you look at this pack of riders and how much fun they have off track.
Yes, yeah.
When the red flag and when the lights go out, of course the red mist comes down, and it's every man for himself, and sometimes every lady as well.
Gone off wide there. Sorry,
little touch, I think, on the dirt though. I don't think it was a wide one. It's just a little touch of the knee, maybe on the slider. But thanks so much for joining me as well here, Jordan Agliotti. As you can see here, as part and parcel of our race commentary for Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup, race 1 of the season. Now, Purificati probably could be the man to beat here, because I don't know if Jason Lamb will push as hard to catch Purificati, because I think Purificati just had a slight advantage over Jay yesterday. But the man to watch out for is in 3rd place, as you said, on a stock bike. Now, if we mention the other K bike, their thing is ready to race. So most of the manufacturers these days have got a 1000cc that you can literally do exactly what Trev did. You just whip off the lights and 100%. Indicators, chuck a lighter fairing on, and you're good to go. And
the bikes are so good. The suspension in the bikes are so good. The electronics they're coming out with, and this obviously all stems from the racing that we see on the TVs, the international racing. They develop from there. They put it into our street bikes, and it makes it a lot more fun and safer for our guys to go racing on what they've obviously developed.
What I'm still waiting to see though, and I'm sure it's going to come at some stage, when are the wings going to come in? When are we going to get
I'm sure next season it's going to be there.
Because I mean it's gone through from what MotoGP sort of initiated. They're running it at TT, they run it at World Superbikes now.
I don't think there's a bike without winglets at Superbikes now. So I think it's very soon that we're going to be seeing it in our production bikes.
You guys also coming from the braking world. I mean, there's a lot of corners at this track that have extreme braking on them. Yeah. How the brakes handle the heat that we've experienced over the last couple of days, George?
We're getting really good feedback from the guys. They're all happy. The consistency throughout. I mean, we pulled a set of brake pads out of my brother's bike yesterday, and there wasn't even a millimeter left on it, and he said they still felt good, and we were actually quite amazed by that. And he said the feel was there right till the end. We had to obviously just change race day. You always run you want confidence, you want to know that the stuff's going to work, but we're getting good feedback from the guys.
How's this little fight? James Parson in the mix here big time. Jimmy B has made a couple of changes to that motorcycle of his, and he's also picked up a couple of new sponsors, which is great to see. But running for a top 5 overall here, possibly squeezing out Hein McMahon for that 5th place. He's done that. McMahon has dropped down into 6th place now, so Keith closing down on him as well. So
and 80 is coming up the inside.
80's right there too.
Yeah, he made it up.
Local man, Lubabalo Nsana, loving life at his home track. He'll be wanting to try and get up there as much as possible, at least to a Class B podium.
100%, yeah, that would be tops. Greg, looking at them go through turn 2 there, you have to square that corner off so much, because as you start picking the bike up, the wind gets underneath it, and you actually got to be on the fat part of the tire. You carry too much corner speed through there, you run wide because the wind gets underneath and pushes the bike right up to the curb. So you actually got to run a little bit deep into turn 1 and then square it off up towards turn 2 so that you can get good drive out of it, get underneath the paint.
I'm so glad you're here, Matt, because I would never have picked up on that. I'm just going to say he's running wide. What is he doing? No, maybe he ran out of talent. Yeah, meanwhile, it's the wind.
Turn 3, turn 4, and turn 1. You're squaring off as much as you can to drive the bike up.
So listen, I think that's one of the reasons why Trev had the issues he had yesterday. I mean, he ran 100%. Wide with the wind yesterday in, I think, qualifying 2. He stayed upright. But then in qualifying 3, of course, that's when he went down. So the wind is amazing. I mean, look at the trees. You just look at the trees above our structure.
100%.
That southeasterly is pumping at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, the guys want to obviously get underneath the bubble to tuck in, but they're hanging so hard onto these bikes that you even, we were talking about it yesterday, the helmets are hitting on the chin, the helmets are hitting on the tank from the headwind, you know what I mean? It's crazy. It really is. They're working so hard, eh?
Yeah, they have to work hard out there, and working the hardest at the moment. Looks like Jason Lamb has closed that gap down. Lamb has got to watch the rearview mirrors if he had them on, because Trevor Westman is under attack big time here, and trying to get onto the back end there of that Tyre Mart East London machine. You can see the man from East London here fighting from the man from Gauteng and Cape Town. It's a interprovincial championship at the front end, and never mind Class A, B, and C, because that's how it stands. It's B at the moment at the front with Purificadia in the front. Yep. Jason Lamb, leader of Class C, and Westman, leader of Class A, as they run. James Barson, second in Class C, 4th overall. Probably one of his best finishes so far if he stays where he is. That's certainly going to be a high up finish there for Jimmy B. I don't think he's been that high up for a long, long time.
I think that's AD's fastest lap of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. And look at Trevor, he's going a little bit quicker or at the same pace as Lamb, which Purificady's actually gone 5/10 slower. Yeah. So that gap is going to close up as soon as the guys can get underneath the slipstream. They're actually going to put on a great effort here for the first place for us.
So what you got is a little bit of a concertina effect here. As Purificati rolls off slightly, maybe just relaxing a little bit, getting into enough rhythm. He's happy with the pace he's running. He can't relax too much, though, because Jason Lamb will definitely make you pay. We've seen that on numerous occasions. I mean, the amount of times that Jason Lamb's given not only the likes of previous champions like Graham Van Breda and Kinsella a run for their money, Trevor Westman will be feeling the same. It's a pity we don't have Enticott here. He would have been a big win to have you as part of the Cape Town contingent. Hopefully he's got a bike that's going to be repaired in time for the next outing.
And as Enticott does, you see him in the pit, he's helping everybody else out. So he is here, he's present in the pit. But yeah, unfortunately didn't make it out to the grid this weekend. But yeah, there's a couple of names that have obviously set this one out. But the guys are putting a good show on the track for us in any case. You know,
there's no doubt about this one. This is a nice one as well. Starting to rage a bit more here. As Reggie Seal, Henk Kruger going at it. Byron Rothwell, I think just up the road there from them there on the 37 bike. Yeah, that's the three of them having a little bit of a ding-dong.
I know Damo was doing some 14s earlier in the weekend, but also I suppose whatever he takes tyre-wise from this race he's got to use in race 2, because remember they qualify in the morning on the same set of tyres as race 1 and race 2, so they got one set the whole day. So this is a tyre management game, it's a fitness game, there's a lot of things that they also got in the back of their minds.
And I think particularly with conditions today, the heat and the wind, that tyre management's got to be a little bit more trickier to manage than before.
100%.
You know, when you've got ideal conditions, this track is not that bad or hard wearing on tyres. But when you're working so hard to keep the bike upright, and then, as you said, having to sit it up and use the bigger part of the tyre as opposed to where the traction should be coming from, 100%. It just changes the dynamics. Would they have played around with the tyre pressures a bit as well?
So I see when they're coming off track, the tyres are running a bit harder, so we get off track temperatures. So we always trying to keep them in their perfect operating temperature and pressure. You know, you're always playing that balance. And yes, the conditions, the hotter it gets, the softer tyre is the more heat it generates. So it will also up the pressures. So you've got to have it not too soft, but you also can't have it too hard that it doesn't put enough rubber on the ground for traction, you know.
Oh, that traction coming into big effect now as they head down that straight away. This is where they want to try and use the slipstream because they've got the advantage of the wind coming into play. Adrian van Dalen closing now down onto the back end of James Barson. He's got ahead of Hein McMahon. McMahon dropping back slightly there into the sixth place and possibly into the clutches of your brother. Let's see what Agliotti can do.
Yeah,
as they come through.
Keep his head down.
Oh, this is slipstream. Here we go. There's a great opportunity for AD to get that slipstream.
It looks like Lubas is coming with them, mate. So they've all gone faster. They all set their fastest times for the weekends now.
Wow,
guys,
this is looking good.
And you know what this is? The wind is, it's crazy. And Greg, you must remember, the right-hand side of the tyre is going to start getting so hot because we've got mainly right-handers. We've got two left-handers, and of those two, one.
Oh, man, that's good.
So, well done, AD. That's a great pass.
Sorry to jump in on you, boy.
No, 100%.
Go back to the same point, Joe. The right-hand of the tyre will definitely take a lot more strain with the more right-hand corners.
100%. And the left-hand is like a kink. It's not a long time. They spend so much time on the right-hand side of the tyre. It generates so much heat there, picking up wheel spin. You'll see the bike's pumping. There's actually a shot of Hein earlier coming out of 5, and you could see the bike was pumping all over the place.
Jumping all over the place.
Makes it look good for us. Good for us to watch that kind of racing.
Just keep that on your chin if you can, buddy. We just want to get that microphone so we get 100% from you.
100%.
But here we go. Down that back straightaway again. Adrian Van Dalen has moved up 1 place, which is going to move him now into 2nd place in Class A behind Westman.
Yep. 5th overall.
And 5th overall. Unbelievable run there from him. And then
James is having a great run, eh? James Parsons having a great run.
It's probably the best we've seen out of him for a long time.
100%, yeah. Actually, such nice, clean racing. Now you can tell these guys. I mean, they really ride these bikes. There is talent involved here. It's not like it's a bunch of thumbsuck. You can't believe how passionate these guys are. As we see Keith having a look up the inside of Slucky there. I think he may have got it. There would have been he got it. He managed to get it into turn 1.
Love it.
That was a nice clean pass. Friendly fire there. You must hear the banter between these two in the pits, Greg.
Exactly. I mean, they're only like literally across the road from each other in the pit lane.
100%. It's like he's not going to let that go. I'll tell you that much. No. He's going to have a late lunch for that one.
He's going to come back for that one, hopefully.
100%. And both on Gen 4s, eh? So they're both running same horsepower, same chassis, everything. Same motorbike, so it's going to be a good thing.
Oh, back it again. There we go.
Who was that? That was Parsons up the inside of 80. Well done. It's great racing. It's
not done yet. This is like the 4-way fight, 2x2. They go into Sorrel Sweep. This is about 160 k's an hour on the right-hand side of the bike. That's incredible.
And the wind's picking the bike up. Yeah, they are fighting. Oh, we've got a faller.
Let's see if we can pick up who that is.
Who is it? Can't see nicely, hey.
I can't see.
He's okay. He's up. We're happy that he's up. He's good, yeah. Lou, is that Lubas?
I think it might be.
I think that's Lubas.
I think it's Lubas, yeah.
Lubas has dropped down. Oh, shame, man. Homeboy didn't get the great race. Hopefully he can get the bike sorted for race 2 and finish the weekend on a strong note.
Such a pity. They start the final lap now.
It does look like he's trying to start the bike, so hopefully he can limp it back to the pits, and let's see what the last lap gives us.
Yeah, the home track advantage didn't come into play there for Lubes, unfortunately.
I just saw Keith and Han switch places again, so I think they're banging it out.
Oh, man. It's going to be a great finish here to this one. We're going to watch Purificati heading around on his final lap now. He's not been bettered at all here. He's had a phenomenal run. Back of the pack, of course, we've got a couple of back markers that could be caught there. One of them might be Rob Ferreira. Somebody called 811, not 911, because he doesn't run the 911. Ahead of him will be, of course, Ian Harwood, man from Bridgestone.
Damien was actually here last week and he raced on the BM, and he says you can't believe how different the motorbikes are. He had to relearn everything again. He says it's just so different, the bikes and manufacturers. And it looks like he's super comfy. He's just bringing it home nice and easy. He's actually riding very nice.
Well, Damien actually has to hold on here because there's a yellow flag there for Lubes. Fortunately,
he ran wide.
No, he ran wide on his own, so it's not a problem there under yellow. But there was a yellow flag there, which is why he tucked in behind. And it could have actually played into the advantage there if Jason had been a bit closer.
And there we go. Damo's taken it.
Damie takes the Class Bs overall as well. Jason Lamb comes through for 2nd place overall and takes Class C. And what a run there from Trevor Westman on a stock road bike with a bit of race fairing chucked 100%. On it.
100%.
Class A victory ahead of Adrian Van Dalen.
Yeah, they had such a scrap. Look how close those guys are. That's amazing.
So Van Dalen was... Oh, man, let's have a look at the difference there.
Greg,
15-2, 15-4, 15-5.
I've got a tire pressure gauge in my pocket. I have to go check pressures in Park Firma and get paddock stand.
Thank you so much, Geordie. We'll see you for second race later on.
You're a legend, my bud. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jordan Agliotti giving us a little bit of insight there from the rider's point of view and, of course, from EBC Brakes. Fantastic to have them on board, along with all of the new sponsors that have joined the ZX10R Masters Cup for 2026 and retaining, of course, Sunbet's main naming rights sponsorship of this class. They must be pretty happy with what's happened out there so far. Oh, we like it. We like it that Adrian Van Dalen, bit of showtime for the crowd there. They put on a show here of note. Good to have the Killer Westman back on the track there on the Project 60 Kawasaki. Fantastic effort from him. But let's run through quickly. Purificati takes Class B. He finishes up ahead of Henk Kruger and Byron Rothkell for the top 3. In 2nd place and 2nd overall is Jason Lamb for Class C's win. He wins over James Barson. And then it's a long way down to Reggie Seal in 10th place for 3rd place in the Class C's. Class A goes to, of course, Trevor Westman. He beats out Adrian Van Dalen and Keith Agliotti, your top 3 in Class A for the ZX10R Masters Cup race number 1. From two-wheeled side of things, we go into the Astron Energy Polo Cup. They'll be standing by and about to make their way onto the track for the first time in 2026 with a whole new field of drivers. So it's Roshan Goodman who will be our cameraman for race 1 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup opening round for 2026. A little bit of chaos yesterday in the qualifying. Saw a bit of argy-bargies and a couple of evasive action maneuvers having to be taken by our cameraman yesterday. His onboard footage went up onto social media last night and caused a bit of controversy, which required a little intervention from the COC to reshuffle the grid on the top 6 for a couple of the rookies that are in this class and a couple of the youngsters that have joined us in this class for the first time. And they got caught out with, of course, transgressing one of the rules of blocking or impeding drivers in their attempt to get their qualifying laps in. So there had to be a little bit of a change-up, and the change-up sees no change to the front end in terms of qualifying and Super Pole. Hannes Skippers wasn't involved at all. So the fastest dentist in the world, I would have to say, is possibly now going to be looking to try and run from that pole position and stay ahead of the rest of the pack of youngsters on his tail. Roshan Goodman was one of the cars who could match him in terms of lap times, as was Shrin Rajpal, his stablemate. So watch out for them coming through. Great effort from Pierluigi Mussolini. First time he got into the top 6 shootout for Super Pole yesterday afternoon. Actually saw him get bumped up into 4th place after they reshuffled the grid with the protest that got put in. Mauro Deleuze up into 5th place, showing that the Rookie Cup program works well, because Mauro Deleuze and Josh Moore, who's in 7th place, actually both ended up in the top 6 shootout for Super Pole. However, the champion from Rookie Cup last year, Chris Tate, did not quite make it there, and he's starting quite a long way down in 13th. Lucky for some, but he's got a bit of work to do now to come through the pack and make his way to the front end of Polo Cup in the same way he did last year in the Rookie Cup Championship. So they will roll up and take up their positions on the grid. Of course, they've still got one more warm-up lap to go behind the Astron Energy Polo GTI. So behind Mauro, Milan Emsley from Team Red moves up into the top 6. His highest qualifying definitely in his career, ahead of Josh Moore and Charles Smallberger. Nirav Singh, the Ninja from Kylarney Exhaust, is in 9th place, ahead of the AA car of Jaden Curson. He's got a slight disadvantage because being sponsored by the AA, if any of these cars break down, he has to stop on the sideline, unfortunately, and help them out. But just a bit of fun there with him. Bjorn Berthold is in 11th, ahead of Berlin Robinson, who takes over her sister's seat. And, of course, Tyler we'll see in action later on in the Super Cup. And she moves up into Super Cup for the first time as Berlin takes over her seat in Polo Cup. Chris Tate and Cyril Jacobs Jr. will be the 7th row of the grid. Behind them, Liam Crystal and John Kruger, who was fastest of the Masters, will lead them out as a 2-row gap between the Masters and the Cup class. The Masters, as I said, with Kruger on pole, Derek Smallberger alongside him. Wayne Masters, last year's champion, alongside Robert Moffat. And then you've got Mike Barbaglia and George Smallberger making up the pack of 22 Polos that are about to go to action and to battle for the first time in 2026. So these 22 Polos making their way down towards turn 1 now, Holes Hook. We're on board here with Roshan Goodman. As we go through turn 1 and 2, he'll be looking to try and outgun Hannes Skippers off the line if he can. Skippers wants to convert what has been an almost perfect weekend for him so far into 2 possible victories and to lead the championship coming out of the Mother City. And a big thanks once again there to the City of Cape Town and Smile FM, our associate sponsors here today, along with, of course, all the associate sponsors of Astron Energy's Volkswagen Polo Cup. Dunlop are in the house in a big way. Helped out yesterday by Harp Motorsport as they got their machines to fire up because they have so many tyre changes to do on a weekend, it's ridiculous. But without ATS Motorsport and the guys from Dunlop and Sumitomo, A lot of these cars, of course, don't go and get to do what they need to do in the necessaries that lead to championships being won at the end of the season. There's a little shot of your Masters poleman. And John Kruger, I think, will try and keep out Smallberger down towards turn 1 at least. If he does that, good possibilities that he might be able to keep out the rest of the pack as well. This time we go into Cape Town corner, Fostron as it's known. And with Cape Town corner. Yeah, I also just saw that. I think it's just Cape Town corner now. I don't know if Fostron continued their sponsorship of that corner, but it used to be known as Fostron. We'll just keep it as Cape Town corner today because the city of Cape Town, of course, are one of the sponsors here today. So as they come down onto the grid, it's the doctor or the dentist who will lead things out. The fastest dentist in the world. He's on pole position alongside Roshan Goodman, the Mzansi Motorsport man, looking to try and wrap up a possibility of his first win in Polo Cup. And this is probably one of the best chances he's got of getting it, starting on the front row alongside the man who set the pace yesterday all day long. Keep an eye out on that AA car. Remember last year, the final round of the championship was at Swartkops, and a double victory went to Jaden de Koosen. So maybe not quite up to pace here in Cape Town, but he certainly has got pace in a Polo and will be a tough man if he can get into the hunt. But he's got to make up about 6 or 7 places to get to that front pack on the start. That's what that AA car has to do. How cool and calm do you want to look? Hands crossed, not even worried about putting the hands on the steering wheel or into first gear just yet. Hopefully Roshan goes into race mode just before that 5-second board moves off the lap. And here we go. As the lights go out, we're going to go racing down towards turn 1. It's a good start there from Hannes Skippers. He's got a slight advantage and he's hanging on to it. Look on the inside line though, somebody on the dirt looking for a way through early on, but it's Roshan Goodman into second. Around the outside comes Shrin Rajpal. Rajpal up into the 3rd spot, tucked just in ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini. A couple of guys running wide there, putting wheels on the dirt. I think it might have been Milan Emsley who put a little wheel on the dirt there as they came into turn, straight between turn 1 and 2. It was Emsley, just putting a slight wheel on the dirt as they came through there. But we're on board here with Roshan as we go through the kink, closing things down here on Hannes Skippers. Skippers hanging on for now, trying to maintain the little advantage that he had over the rest of this pack, having put it onto pole in qualifying and pole in the Super Pole shootout as well. They come through into Sorrel Sweep for the first time, and everybody seems to be on track and no off-track excursions just yet for anybody, including the Masters in the background that's led out by John Kruger. Just picked up on that. Now the slipstream could come into play. Maybe a couple of push-to-pass mechanisms going to come into play here as well. Is Roshan going to go for an early push-to-pass? He is. He uses it around the outside. Gets up onto the banking. Watch for the cutback. Looking to try and squeeze through. There's Nirav Singh as well. Oh, and a little touch between Nirav Singh coming up close and personal and possibly squeezing onto the back end of Charles Smallberger. Smallberger feeling the effects there ever so slightly as they come across the line and complete lap number 1. It's Skippers who leads out. Roshan Goodman, Shrin Rajpal and Smallberger, then Deleuze. That's a good start there from Mauro Deleuze as well. Incredible stuff there from the youngster. Leading Rookie Cup contender. Oh, and there's cars off in the background. A whole bunch going sideways there. Just trying to pick up as they come back. And one is Nirav, I think. Nirav Singh is one of them, and I'm not quite sure who the other one is there. I think it possibly may have been Milan Emsley. Or Cyril Jacobs. Cyril Jacobs Jr. maybe. Could have been Cyril Jacobs Jr. Just saw the 6 on the car. Didn't quite sure if it was the 16 or the 96. But we'll wait and see who that is as they come through there. The paybar car, of course, is Mike Bobaglia. He's tucked in behind that FSS machine of Mussolini. That's the older of the two. Elio having a phenomenal fight there for 5th and 6th place with Mike Bobaglia as the top 4 get away ever so slightly at the front end. And, of course, they've now got a couple of cup cars in their mix as well. It was Nirav. Nirav Singh was the car that was off, and he's dropped back into the pack with the Masters again. He's done it on a few occasions, actually, to be honest. I think he likes fighting with the Masters more than with the Cup guys. There is a little bit more respect given, I think, in the Masters battle than there is in the middle of that Cup battle. Nirov, unfortunately, though, being sent onto the sideline there in the Killarney exhaust car, and he had to come back just ahead of this fight for the lead of the Masters. Derek Smallberger on the tailpiece of John Kruger. And then it's the Performance Masters. Master of the Masters last year. Number 1 in that Masters category. Wayne Masters in third. Pierluigi Mussolini with Smallberger on his tail. That's how they've come through for lap number 2 being completed. So Smallberger, Deleuze. Is it Nirov though? I'm just trying to pick up on that because there's some new colours there, so apologies if I got that one wrong. I might have, because on the timing monitor it's saying that Nirov is up in 6th place, so just want to double check that. It might be the other white car, so just double checking that one. Apologies on that one if I got it wrong. If it is the other white car, then of course it would be just looking to see Bjorn Berthold or Liam Crystal that could be in front there. So one of those two has got into the mix there with the Masters. As they come onto that back straight away, we'll try and work it out. But Nirav Singh is certainly still picking up in 6th place. So apologies there to the Ninja. As he comes down to the breaking point, he has got some pressure being applied onto the back end of him, coming from Mauro Deleuze. Back of the pack, that is George Smallberger, of course, in the Shield Polo. Elio Mussolini just ahead of him. And onto the brakes comes Bobaglia, trying to close the gap down on Elio. Nice little battle between the two of them. Mikey B pushing hard there for Paybar. Back on board with Roshan as we head towards the breaking point for turn 1. Can he possibly find a way through here? No, not yet. Hannes Kippers hangs on for now. It's only half a second. In fact, it's 0.3. It's down to 0.3. Here comes Jaden Goosen into that second pack of cars as well. He joins the tail end of that second pack. Milan Emsley's just ahead of him. And it looks like there's a bit of a maneuver on there as well from Josh Moore. Josh Moore loving life at the moment in Polo Cup. He made his name pretty famous with Mauro Deleuze being 2 of the Rookie Cup competitors that made it into the top 6 shootout yesterday for Super Pole. Incredible to see the turnaround of these youngsters as they're now into the real pack of Polo Cup top contenders. Moore under attack there from Goosen. Goosen probably with a little bit more experience at Polo Cup level than Josh Moore's got. So that might come into play as we get into the closing stages. We're about to make it to the halfway stage. Late braking from the 133. Brilliant move there from Mauro Deleuze. Finds a way past on Nirav Singh. So confirmation that is Nirav. Milan goes on the attack as well. Trying to find a way through there on Nirav at the same time. The two of them very evenly matched, heading down onto the main straight one more time. And they're literally side by side. They're going to go 3 by 3 down into turn 1. Watch them fan out now for turn 1. Just behind Mussolini. Best run here from Pierluigi, that's for sure. Staying ahead of Charles Smallberger, who came out best behind there. Looks like Mauro hung on. Yeah, Deleuze just managed to hang on there, only just to keep out Nirav and Josh. Josh Moore now on the inside line for turn 2, maybe squeezing through on Nirav Singh. Coming along for the ride as he tucks in behind. Yes, Emsley gets through and Josh Moore goes with him. Can Nirav keep the one car out? He's not been able to keep the second car out. The first car out. The first car got through. But now massive pressure from Josh Moore. A little wheel on the dirt as well from him, and he forces Nirav wide. Nirav Singh forced wide, and now Josh Moore sets it up perfectly to go into Sorrel Sweep and move ahead of the Ninja. Here comes Jaden. Just when you thought you could just settle down and relax from what's happened with 2 cars going past on you, the third one comes along. All these youngsters not showing any respect there to Nirav Singh at all as they come onto the breaking point down into turn 5. Cape Town corner seen lots of action so far. Josh Moore keeping that inside line. Nirav Singh having to go the long way around. Using that Killarney exhaust Polo to good effect. Traction on the outside was not bad for those Dunlop tyres either as they come across the line to complete the halfway stage. We're into the second half of the race. Skippers hangs on for now. Still only by about 0.3 over Roshan Goodman. Shrin Rajpal, he got a big surprise this morning as his good friend and stablemate from KwaZulu-Natal, Rob Priest, came and joined them. So good to see him jump in and climb on a plane, fly down to Cape Town and come and surprise his teammates and say, hey guys, I'm here, let's do it. Let's see what you can do out there, Shirin. Shirin has had a fantastic run though, I've got to tell you, there in the 3 spot. And at this point in time, we have got, 1, 2, 3 of the top 6 coming out of the Works Motorsport team. So Dion's going to be pretty happy with that little maneuver as well. Change up though in the Masters. Oh, could we expect anything less? Wayne Masters has hit the front with 2.5 laps to go, leading now over John Kruger and Derek Smallberger. There must have been some kind of mistake there from John Kruger and Smallberger to allow Wayne Masters through. He was down in 3rd place. This is the 2nd place car. Roshan Goodman biding his time. Is he waiting long enough to pounce to get ahead of the leader and stay ahead? You don't want to go too soon and give Hannes Skippers a chance to come back at you, because he certainly will. The Dane Fern Dental Services car leading things out from Works Motorsport. Then it's Team Red's Roshan Goodman from Mzansi Motorsport and Upward Spiral. That team has had a big turnaround there. Cyril Jacobs Jr. joining them, along with Berlin Robinson for the first time in Team Red for 2026. Late braking from Roshan closes the gap down even more than the 0.3. It's down to less than probably 0.2, 0.1 of a second between the two of them. Nothing in it whatsoever. Can he get the good run coming out of Damps to keep the run through Sorrel Sweep? And maybe he's got to push the pass left. Can he use that push to pass to good advantage now? This is where he's got to put it into play. As they come onto the Tigerberg Straight, can Roshan close the gap? He's right there. He's in the slipstream attack position. And so is Jaden Quirson on Nirav Singh. He's going to try something actually into Sorrel Sweep. No, doesn't quite get there. AA versus Kyle Army Exhaust as they head onto the back straightaway. But it's Dane Fern. Oh, I think Hannes had to push the pass left as well. He's used it to get away from Roshan. Roshan right, late on the brakes into Cape Town corner. Trying to look for a way to get past there, but I don't think there's enough time. Hannes is going to have the run to the line. Skippers is going to keep the perfect score so far. 3 out of 3. Pole position, super pole, and race 1 win to Hannes Skippers from Dane Fern Dental Services and Works Motorsport. Team Red comes through for 2nd place for the Upward Spiral team, and Roshan Goodman around his outside going into the final lap. This is what it's all about. With a lap to go, there is nothing in it. Can you believe this action? Can Skippers look for the triple? He'd like to get the quad as well later on if he can, but Goodman's on his inside. Goodman has a big look on the inside there. Skippers run slightly wide out of Castrol, opening up the door there, but unfortunately just a different line from Roshan on that occasion. Didn't allow him to capitalize on it. They come down towards Damps now. This is where things have to be set up. You've got to be perfect through Damps. You've got to run as close to that back bumper as you can through Sorrel Sweep to get the advantage of the slipstream toe down that back straightaway. We heard from Jordan Agliotti in the ZX10R Masters Cup how the wind is affecting the bikes. It's affecting the Polos as well. Will this be a chance? Can he get into that slipstream? Is he close enough? Roshan Goodman attacking now. Full attack mode. Looking for a send down into the final corner. Can he get there? He goes for the fake. He goes on the inside line. He opens up the door. Oh, maybe a little touch. No, I don't think so. I don't think they touched. It just looked like they were, but so close between the two of them. Coming to the line now. Checkered flag will be waiting. It's going to be Skippers. He goes defensive to keep Roshan Goodman out. And what a run there from Shirin Rushball. Makes it Works Motorsport 1 and 3. Team Red in 2nd. Upward Spiral there. Must be happy with Roshan Goodman's magnificent effort and best finish of his career for Pierluigi Mussolini in Polo Cup. Here comes Bob Aglia. He's going to finish up behind the top 5 as we see them come across the line there. It's Masters from Derek Smallberger, John Kruger. A fantastic effort there from them as they came through. And moving down the field there, of course, will be Mike Bobaglia. He came through at a different position there, but here we go. Masters, Smallberger, Kruger, and then it's Bobaglia for 4th place, ahead of Elio Mussolini, your top 5 in the Masters category. Wow, that's the way to open the account. Thanks so much, Astron Energy Polo Cup. That's the kind of action we always expect to see between these drivers. They are absolutely not worried about throwing in big action right from the word go. So Roshan Goodman will be happy with his performance, I'm sure. He'll probably look to try and change it up slightly now for race number 2. Skeepers will look to try and keep the perfect score in race 2 later on this afternoon. He took the victory. Goodman was second and Rajpal was third. Check 1, 2. There we go. We are back. Apologies there, a little glitch in the matrix. But we are ready to go now for the South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup. And you'll see a completely different look and feel to the front end of both of these categories. A couple of seasoned competitors have stuck around, like pole man Julian van der Walt, and down in 4th and 5th place, Andrew Schofield and Marco van Rooyen, the reigning champions, starting from 5th for Team GR Racing. A little bit of work to do there for the Rustenburg Rocket, but incredible to see getting to grips with these cars so early on. Casey Enso-Smith and Jason Kutsia. Enso-Smith, of course, coming out of winning the MSA 4 category last year. That secured him the drive for this season in the South African Touring Cars. And Jason Kutsia stepping out of Gazoo Racing, and from their championship, of course, into the GR Corolla, similar to what Michael van Rooyen drives just behind him. So it's going to be an interesting little battle between our touring car side of things. Then at the front end, the Polo Cup champion, who also stepped up into touring cars after winning the Polo Cup championship and getting the drive from Volkswagen Motorsport. His car is prepped, of course, by Haupt Motorsport, and Andre Haupt has put his pole for the first time into Rory Atkinson's hands. So Rory Atkinson getting the pole position over his stablemate, Jason Loosemore. Alongside them, or just behind them I should say, would be Judd Berthold and Nicholas Vostanis. Nicky Vostanis had a fantastic run in qualifying, just pipping Tyler Robinson, who steps up into Super Cup out of Polo Cup, as we mentioned about a race ago. We're seeing her sister Berlin step into her driving seat in the Polos. Now up into a Super Cup Polo, ahead of her stablemate from last year as well, Davide Franco. Then you got Nico Zafiris, Jared Rousseau, coming out of 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and now into a fully fledged full race season with the Super Cup class, joined by the other two rookies of the category, Rick and Paolo Lareo. So well done to the two of them for moving up, originally coming from the BMW M Performance Racing Series, and then going on to do some supercar stuff as well. They've found a nice home in a Super Cup Polo, not only here, but of course in the Endurance Championship as well. But fantastic to have both of them here, and really seasoned and epic battles expected between the two brothers, as we've seen in performance racing in the past. And looking forward to seeing them resuming those battles with the usual contenders and a couple of new ones in the Super Cup class. 15 cars in total making their way around the track now behind our official safety car. There will be a slight break in the gap between Michael van Rooyen and the first 4 cars ahead of him, as touring cars will start the race under starters' orders as they will come up and take up their positions now. And then from there, a little bit of a gap down to Rory Atkinson, who will hold the pack of Super Cup competitors behind him. Are we in race formation just yet? No, not quite. Oh, a change-up. Sorry, my bad. I forgot to tell you about the new rule. The new rule is it's not a rolling start anymore. It's a standing start. My apologies. I'm so used to these guys and girls coming around doing a rolling start that I forgot to tell you all. The new rule for 2026 is they will now do a standing start. So they had to change the mapping on the of course, ECUs and computers inside the cars to give them ability to do a standing start. And once that map was loaded, we go into history in the making, because this is the first time that a South African Touring Car Championship and Super Cup Class Car Championship have had a standing start. This is Michael van Rooyen. He's our onboard man. Listen for those revs to pick up. You can hear them just outside my studio here. We're just on the right-hand side there of that shot underneath that lime banner on the bridge. Off the line. Oh! And Casey Enso-Smith looks like he got a good start. Looks like a great start coming as well from the front end from Jason Kutsia. But left on the line there ever so slightly was the pole man. And problems there for Julian van der Walt. Didn't quite work out for him. Let's see if he's been able to make up some ground. He's dropped back down into 5th place. Van der Walt doing a similar job to what we saw earlier on today with another one of the classes that just got stuck on the line there in the Rookie Cup. So that pole position has been a bit of a nightmare. It's Casey Enso-Smith, though, who leads out down into Damstep for the first time. Who expected to see the single-seater champion leading the touring cars on the first lap of their first outing, and followed by the previous single-seater champion and Toyota Gazoo Racing academy driver. The two rookies are 1 and 2 on track at the moment, with Casey Insel-Smith ahead of Jason Coetzee. Front end of the rest of that pack looks like Super Cup cars getting off the line nicely. Jason Loosemore leading that one out. Judd Berthold, I think he might have just squeezed out ever so slightly there on Rory Atkinson. We'll get confirmation of that as they cross the line for the first time. But here come the Super Touring cars, and the SA Touring Car Championship now in full effect with 5 cars there. A couple of cars still being built and rebuilt. Remember, after the big crashes that we saw with the BMWs, unfortunately, at the end of last year. And we expect to see Robert Volk making a welcome return into this championship by the time we get to the next round. So now on the brakes into Cashel Corner goes Casey Insel-Smith, keeping off Jason Coetzee. Andrew Schofield hangs on to the 2 championship rivals from last year. Michael van Rooyen's got ahead, and he hasn't got ahead of the BMW just yet, of Andrew Schofield in the Fly Sapphire car, but he's definitely keeping out the champion. Big move there from Tyler Robinson, diving through on Franco. Finds a way past on Davide. So a nice little maneuver there from the two of them. Now as they come down into the braking point, you can see how it all changed up slightly there at the front end of the Super Cup class as well. Atkinson dropping down into 4th place. So it looks like a couple of guys that got caught out there slightly on the standing starts, particularly Julian van der Walt, not used to a standing start in this class. He's, of course, come from the original format of rolling starts. So it's going to take a little while for these guys and girls to get used to the new standing start option. They complete the next lap, and there's still 8 to go. The gap now 0.8 between the top two. 1.7 seconds down to Andrew Schofield, who still hangs on to 3rd. Here comes the Super Cup class. Jason Loosemore still maintaining a little bit of an advantage over Nicky Vistanis and Judd Berthold. Rory Atkinson behind that. He's got a bit of pressure. Slowly but surely creeping in there from the 27 car of Tyler Robinson. So the AF fans and Team Red car just starting to make a maneuver. And speaking of maneuvers, Andrew Schofield has pulled away now from Van der Walt and Michael van Rooyen. Van der Walt has got through on Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen seems to have some kind of an issue. He didn't quite have it all go according to plan this morning in qualifying, so there must be some kind of a problem on that car. The champion is down in 5th place, and that's certainly not where he wants to be. Renegade Racing out front. That is Loosemore. Vistanis, followed by a big push coming from Judd Berthold, and then Rory Atkinson on his tail. Atkinson's pulled a little bit of a margin now over Tyler. Tyler with Davide Franco behind her. Also got a little bit of breathing room between the two of them. Here comes Atkinson round the outside, up into the bank corner at Cape Town. And now squeezes through to try and find a way past on the glass partner car. And I think he might have done that. He's found a way through on Judd Berthold. He's got the inside line, and Berthold's going to have to settle for that 4th place as they head down towards turn 1. Yeah, there we go. Atkinson to 3rd, Berthold to 4. Set that up about 2 corners ago. Down the back straight away and into Cape Town corner. He got the drive out of Cape Town corner and then just put it into perfect position for turn 1 to overtake for 3rd. He's going to try the same thing now on Vistanis. Tyler ahead of the GSW machine of Davide Franco. Also out of that Team Red stable this weekend, being helped out by Tate Bishop. A little bit of driver training coming from Tate Bishop for Davide, helping him try and find that little bit of extra pace to get him into that front end battle, and it certainly has worked well because he's a lot closer to the front end battle than what he has been. Down here in Cape Town at his home track, of course, he's loved it, but on other tracks and around the country he's battled a little bit. Watching further back in that pack, also a little battle there between the Loreo brothers and Jared Rousseau. Rick leads out, and remember, he's the only master on track at the moment as well in the Super Cup class. So Rick Loreo currently sitting 6th place overall and the lead of the Masters. Out front, unbelievable to think that the 2 rookies in this class are 1 and 2 on track ahead of Michael van Rooyen now. Is that? No, it's not. It's now Julian van der Walt. Van der Walt ahead of Andrew Schofield, and Michael van Rooyen still behind them. Just getting caught out once again by that new livery from Gazoo Racing. Very similar colours, one with the 77 on, one with the number 1 plate on. And Van Rooyen, he's got the yellow wing mirrors, Kutsia's got the red wing mirrors. So I think we're going to be in for a tight finish here, as Julian van der Walt had the pace this morning to get onto pole. Has he got the pace to get through on the rookie from Toyota and then catch his rookie stablemate and teammate in the second of the GTIs? He's certainly got the oomph to get through into turn 5 on Jason Kutsia. The local man opened up the door there, and Van der Walt said, I'll have that. So we got GTI 8s 1 and 2 as they cross the line for the first time. Volkswagen Motorsport leading out 1 and 2 across the line into turn 1 ahead of the first of the Gazoo Racing GR Corollas. It's not Michael van Rooyen in the car you'd expect, the man we were on board with here coming out of turn 1. You kind of expect to see him in that fight, but he's a bit further back. Maybe he's playing the game here a little bit, because remember, there is an inverted grid for race 2, so he will start on pole for race 2. And we know that Michael van Rooyen in pole position from a race 2 start is a difficult man to beat. But then, as I said, it is from a standing start, not from a rolling start for the first time. So that might change things up a little bit. Right now it's Volkswagen 1 and 2, Toyota 3 and 5, with a BMW tucked in between the two of them. And the Fly Sapphire car there of Andrew Schofield having a phenomenal run. I've got to tell you, one of the best we've seen out of Andrew Schofield. And running right on the tailpiece now, putting the pressure onto the rookie. Can Kutsia try and keep him out? Jason Kutsia is going to have to use all of his experience, having won single-seater championships and the 86 championship last year in Gazoo Cup. That Gazoo Racing Cup, highly competitive, but Jason Kutsia dominated it, along with Ken Swartz last year. Was not bettered, in fact, through the entire season. So can he do the same here in the step up to the bigger class? Renegade Racing's Jason Loosemore leads out. Here comes Rory Atkinson, though, on Vastanis. Round the outside, late on the brakes, going to use the banking. Vastanis will force him high and wide, but watch for the cutback from Atkinson. He'll try and squeeze through there. Try and celebrate that 75th anniversary of Polo with the Volkswagen and Haupt Racing entry. He looks for second place down into turn 1. He might have what it takes on the brakes here to outgun Vastanis. He's got it. Almost carbon copy of the maneuver he pulled to get through on Judd Berthold early on. And now he makes it stick for second. Is there enough time for him to close down? There's 4 laps still to go to catch the leader. Yes, there is. Look at the lap times coming out of Rory Atkinson. 1:19.6s, 1:20.1s coming out of Loosemore. So he's half a second quicker than Loosemore. And with 4 laps to go, that might be enough to close that gap down. The gap between Atkinson and Loosemore is about 1.5 seconds. That's enough to be caught and passed, hopefully, in the next lap or 2 for Rory Atkinson's point of view. Jason Loosemore will be watching now those rearview mirrors, trying to ensure that Atkinson does not catch him and not put him under pressure for the first victory. Temperatures here are starting to soar. We're getting to the midday. It is incredibly hot down here in Cape Town. One of the hottest times I've ever been down in the mother city, that's for sure. As the action heats up on track, the problem they're going to start to find now is the track itself is starting to warm up as well. Track temperatures are going to go high. They're going to be exceptionally higher than normal. And that is going to affect the traction that these Dunlop tyres are able to give the Super Cup competitors and the touring car competitors combined. It will be interesting to see exactly what happens here in the closing stages between the top 2. I don't think Casey Ensor-Smith is going to worry about his teammate at all. At this point in time, it's a battle for third. As Schofield applies massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of Jason Kutsia, looking to get onto his podium in his first time out and join his fellow rookie, Casey Ensor-Smith, on that podium. But the pressure that's coming from behind from 2 drivers, one is Schofield on the back end of Kutsia, the other one is Van der Walt on the back end of our leader, Casey Ensor-Smith, and they're into the back markers. They're coming up on the fast developments car there of Paulo Leroux. Leroux being caught and passed now by the 2 super touring car, the touring car brigade. So the 2 Golf 8 GTIs go flying past the Super Cup Polo GTI of Leroux. This is Michael van Rooyen. Look at the eye concentration there. You can see just how he's fighting that car. He's not a happy man behind the wheel of that car right now, as Michael van Rooyen. You can see him even looking across to spot where the other cars are. He can see the gap has opened up dramatically between himself and the top two GTIs from Volkswagen Motorsport. They have got 2.5 laps to go. In fact, 1.5 laps to go now as they come down onto the braking point for Cape Town Corner. Casey Ensel-Smith late on the brakes. Julian van der Walt has a look on the inside. Can't quite make it stick just yet. Big maneuver there, though, attempted by van der Walt. Will he try it in the final lap? Will Casey Ensel-Smith be able to fend him off? Both of these competitors coming out of single-seater racing at some point in their careers. Last year's MSA4 champion under attack from Julian van der Walt. Oh, and he runs high and wide. Outbreaks himself down into turn number 1. And that is van der Walt. And his opportunity of the win gone out the bag completely. Julian van der Walt attempted a maneuver to get through on Casey Ensel-Smith, who's now got a clean and clear for the final lap. Van der Walt just went too late, too hard, and locked up. Went straight on, fortunately on the slip road. So he hasn't lost the ability to get back on track, but it's going to take him a while to get back on track. It'll drop him right to the back of the pack, which means Michael van Rooyen's plans for pole might be out the door for race 2. It's going to be rookies 1 and 2 here if Jason Coetzee can keep off the intentions being shown by the Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield. Can you believe this? What a turnaround. 2 rookies, first and second, in the first race of 2026. Casey Ensel-Smith taking the opportunity that was given to him by Ian Schofield in winning MSA4 and getting the drive in a super touring car for 2026, and he's taken it with everything he's got and taken the first victory as well. What a way to do it. Casey Ensel-Smith wins out. It's rookies 1 and 2 as Jason Coetzee comes from Toyota Gazoo Racing and their Rookie Cup Championship and moves up into the super touring cars and wins out on his first attempt ahead of all of the usual contenders. So it's rookies 1 and 2 ahead of Schofield in 3, Van Rooyen in 4, and Van der Walt in 5. Here comes Loosemore. Can a rookie to this championship beat one of the season campaigners? They are stablemates. They come from slightly different stables in terms of their preparers of the cars. But this is a maneuver from Renegade Racing to keep out Rory Atkinson for the win in Super Cup for the first time in 2026. They head to the line. Loosemore's got it. Loosemore will hang on and take his first victory for 2026. And the man who came from Polo Cup last year follows the man who came from Polo Cup the previous year. 2 of the top contenders and Polo Cup champions as Franco's in the kiddie litter at turn 5. Davide just getting it all wrong into turn 5 and drops himself right to the back of the pack. So he's going to lose out to Jared Rousseau and to Paulo Lareo as well. There's a wave there from Michael van Rooyen, but I know he's not happy about that. And with what happened in the last part of this race as well, means he'll start on the front row, but not on pole. And I know that both him and Julian van der Walt on a reverse grid are absolutely dangerous in a second race in South African touring cars. We've seen both of them win on reverse grids in the past. What's going to happen later on this afternoon in race number 2 in the touring car class? Can Casey Ensel-Smith and Jason Coetzee possibly come through and do the unthinkable and get double podiums on the day on their rookie outing for touring cars? Phenomenal effort there from the 2 former Polo Cup champions. Jason Loosemore, remember, came out of 2024's championship and stepped up into the Super Cup in 2025, where he finished up in the top 3 behind his teammate Jonathan Mokgotsi and Tate Bishop. And then, of course, it was Jason Loosemore who came and took on Rory Atkinson, last year's Polo Cup champion. So the 2 Polo Cup champions from the 2 previous championships in Polo Cup fighting for the win at the end of the day in Super Cup, beating to the line Nicky Vistanis, Tyler Robinson, and Judd Berthold. Top 10 made up with Nico Zafiris. And then, of course, the master, the only master out there, Rick Lareo, eventually coming through for the win in the Masters side of things. Up next, we head into Extreme Supercars for race 2. They'll be out shortly. of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunn. 37 minutes past 12, but big thanks to them for the support today on the Extreme View. Heading down, but fantastic to see this 3 for Extreme Toy. So expecting this 3 for Extreme Toy. So expecting to see the battle possibly up there as well. And the local man, Charles, battles further back in the pack there. Yanni with the Class A. The clutches of his usual. Make it the first Audi are stable and not out of the logistics and G&H transport. A chance to get 2 laps before they come under starters orders. Be too difficult to get heat into the rubber with about 40 degrees Celsius. Now with the midday 80 degrees Celsius. Now with the midday heat in the mother city. Yes, here at the circuit. We're currently sitting at 37 temperature. As I said, he wants to in there. I'll come down the back straightaway. They'll put on that back straightaway behind the Maserati car here for the Extreme Supercars. Officer. Fourth row, and Blundensom down in the 7th row. Here we go. Pole for race 1. Orangis with a slightly better. The first one goes side by on turn 1. He'll get the inside line for turn 2. The toy saw him coming. Gianni Giannacora to keep Fisser out for pressure onto the back end of Gigi. Marius Jackson. We go onto the outside now to cars. First 6 cars go matched between those first 6 cars as they go on 5 and 6. Gianni Giannacora is not holding back away from Charles Fisser. Fisser applied pressure early on in race number 1. It did cause a small mistake from Giannacora, and he dropped down to the back of the pack. Had to come back and fight it out with Jackson first and then try and catch his brother Ricky in race 1, but wasn't able to do that. Ricky Giannacora did win out race 1 in Class A, which gave him 4th overall on the track. Right now, it's just a bit of waiting game there, I think, coming from Charles Orangis. Doesn't want to go too soon to allow Jonathan to put him under pressure the whole way through the race. He'd like to put Jonathan du Toit under a bit of pressure, see if he can cause some kind of a mistake out of du Toit in that Oyster Catcher, Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan. Charles Orangis is 2nd, Charles Fisser is 4th. And then Jackson ahead of Ricky Giannacora now, so a bit of a change up there. Can Giannacora find a way back into 2nd place in Class A ahead of Marius Jackson? That would certainly be his plan, I'm sure. Ravenel and Sparko Man in the Lamborghini Huracan. No changes just yet. Could possibly be a situation of time management as well for these guys, considering the track conditions are completely different to earlier on. It was hot in their first race, but it's much hotter now in the second race, so traction may be an issue as well that they could be fighting with here. Remember, some of these cars have got the traction control systems and driver aids built into them, the GT3 spec cars, particularly Jonathan du Toit and Charles Orangis. And they want to use those now, if they can, to counteract what the wind and the hot track surface is doing to these cars. Good drive from Johnny Jonakara down onto that back straightaway, maintaining the gap over Charles Visser. He wasn't able to do that in race 1, that's for sure. Visser had the advantage in race 1. They've done a bit of tinkering down at the G&H Transport stable to give that Audi a little bit extra for race 2. Change up again between Ricky Jonakara and Jackson. Ricky now ahead of Marius Jackson. So some work to do there for Action Jackson if he can. Bisque Transport versus Charles Engineering Porsche. The Porsche's coming. Charles Visser 124.9, sorry, 112.9, and 13.2s coming out of Gianni Jonakara. So certainly a lot quicker than the Audi at the moment is the Porsche. Getting away now from the second Audi is the second of the Lamborghinis. Ricky Jonakara opening up a little bit of margin there, a bit of breathing room between himself and this MJR Audi of Marius Jackson. Still nothing yet in terms of an attempt to get past from Charles Orangis on Jonathan du Toit. Line astern, no changes on that last lap with 8 to go. Everybody just settling down into a bit of a rhythm now. Gianni just trying to maintain 12s or low 13s to keep the gap between himself and the slightly harder charging Charles Visser. Another Porsche that's charging hard is the 91 of Roy Aubrey, trying to find a way through there on Ant Blunden. That would also see the change up in terms of the lead for Class B, because Aubrey would like to take the victory in Class B in his Haval Edenvale Porsche. But the second of the Ravenel Lamborghinis is making it pretty difficult for him to find a way past. That Porsche wants by, but the Bull's having none of it. Blunden taking some time to get used to the new car, having come out of a McLaren originally. Now in the Lamborghini, seems to be finding his feet. You can see the straight line speed of that Lambo just slightly better than the Porsche down that back straightaway. It's also just the aerodynamic package on the car maybe. Look at the Nissan though, all of a sudden coming into play, of Yahtzee. Yanni Hatzi coming into play and bringing that Nismo Motul sponsored R32 into play. Closing down rapidly onto the back end of both Roy Aubrey and Ant Blunden. Down the back straight, we could see a possibility of a change-up for the lead, I think. Charles Orangis was a lot closer to Jonathan du Toit coming through Sorrel Sweep than what we've seen over the last couple of laps, so is this the chance he's been waiting for? They're already coming out of Cape Town corners. We watch Ricky Jonakara down that back straightaway, trying to close the gap down on Marius Jackson ahead of him. or behind him actually. So Giannicaro trying to catch his brother Gigi. No change yet, although there was an attempt, I'm sure, down into turn 5 from Charles. Having a little look to find a way through there on his stablemate from Stradale Motorsport. Ravenol AMG, Oyster Catcher and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan at the front. And they've got a big gap now over Class A leader and third overall, Gianni Giannicaro, as we go on board with the second Audi of Marius Jackson. Coming out of the sweep, heading to turn 3. There you can see up the road, car he's trying to catch of Ricky Giannicaro. It's a long way up the road though from him. Back down into Cape Town corner come the top 2. Still no change though from Charles Oranges, although he has shown a wheel here and there. Dutoy knows he's there, that's for sure. And he knows he's in a fight here for this second race victory. Are they going to share the honours by the time they get to the end of this one? Still with 5 laps to go. Long way to go here still. Back markers could come into play here as well for them. That's Jimbo Giannicaro, the big boss man of G&H Transport and Bisc Logistics. Because they've got G&H Transport, Bisc Logistics and Itre Kogini. They're 3 logistics companies that fall under the G&H stable. And the big boss man there, Jimbo, deciding he wanted to go this weekend in Godzilla, the R35. He's trying to catch the back end of Waylon Folchenk in his Porsche and try and keep out his teammate Uli Sana. Sana looking for Class D honours, of course, in the G&H Transport Z4 BMW. Watching once again as Jackson comes out of Sorrel Sweep. We go back to the front. A little bit of breathing room now between Jonathan Dutoy. That might be too big a gap at this stage for Charles Oranges to try and close down. Still 0.6 though, incredibly, as they cross the line with 4 to go. Then another 6 seconds down the road to this car, the Bisc Logistics Audi R8 of Gianni Giannicaro. He's pulled away now from Charles Visser, who hasn't really had an answer this time out in his Porsche. Charles, of course, with a lot more knowledge of the circuit, despite the amount of times that Giannicaros have been down here in the past. Visser's done lap after lap in various categories. He's done a large amount of laps in that little Porsche of his as well, using this, of course, for some training, as he attempts to try and find a drive internationally on the European or world stage in a GT3 Porsche or the likes thereof. Done some testing with a couple of teams already, and a couple of doors could be opening up in the very near future for him. Last year, of course, winning Senior Max National Championship and going to represent South Africa at the World Karting Finals in Bahrain. Back markers are now coming into play as they catch onto the Porsche of Martin Prince, as well as the Z4 of Uli Sana. Will that help out the Mercedes-Benz? Not at this point, as Charles has to go a little bit wider around the outside of the kink to get through there on Uli. Now into Jimbo Giannicaro. Slightly bigger car, might be a little bit more difficult to negotiate a way past there for Jonathan Dutoy, but he seems to have that little bit of breathing room that he got by getting through on Sana a lot easier than what we saw Charles Oranges was able to do. Jimbo holds the outside line, and both cars will dive on his inside to get through unhinged, or unhindered, I should say. Jackson through Sorrel Sweep. That's pretty smooth sailing there from him, actually, through Sorrel Sweep there for Marius Jackson. So the MJR Audi might have to settle for third place in Class A. In fact, fourth place in Class A. Not quite where he wanted to be, but he's done a good job. Now across the line comes Ricky Giannaccaro, second of the Giannaccaro boys, third in Class A. And they're onto their penultimate lap. Now it's a case. Is that almost 1 second gap enough for Jonathan du Toit to hang on to take the second victory and go into race 3 later on this afternoon with a 1-for-1? Charles taking the first victory in race 1. Jono looking to take the second one in race 2. Opening up a chance for a big battle for race 3, where caution might be thrown to the wind. Literally with this massive southeaster blowing. Although Charles Orangi's closed the gap down there in that last lap pretty spectacularly. And with a lap to go, he might be thinking of having a last go here on the final lap. They come through on Volchenk and Yanni Hatzi. As I say that though, no, Charles has rolled out. Charles has backed out of this one. He's not going to go on the attack as much as what I thought he was. Maybe just outbraked himself into turn 1 there, but he's certainly just cruising now, not worrying about attacking that oyster catcher Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini ahead of him. Volchenk and Hatzi about to be caught and passed by Gianni Giannaccaro, who will take third place overall if he stays where he is right now. And with that also secure the win in Class A over Visser and his brother Ricky. This is Jonathan du Toit, your race leader, coming out of turn 5 Cape Town corner for the last time. Headed to the flag. And a relatively easy victory in the end. Jackson will hang on just to complete one additional lap. But it'll be Jonathan du Toit 1 to match the 1 win from Charles Orangi's earlier today. Gianni Giannaccaro gets the Class A win. And Visser will come through for second place. Here he comes with Ricky Giannaccaro for third. Class B goes to Anthony Blunden, I think. I don't think he's been bettered. I think he pulled a little bit of a margin there over Roy Aubrey in the closing stages. So that will wrap up our second heat of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. This time with Jonathan du Toit topping the list ahead of that man, Charles Orangi's, with lights ablaze. Lots of support on the sideline there for that Ravenel AMG. He gets second in GD3s. So it's even Stevens between himself and Jonathan du Toit heading into race 3. Second last race of the day today. It's Class A win to this time Gianni Giannaccaro ahead of Charles Visser. So the roles reversed there. Ricky Giannaccaro in third. And it'll be Marius Jackson in fourth. He's about to cross the line now. Blunden did hang on to take the win in Class B ahead of Roy Aubrey. And Class C went to Wayland Volchenk. Class D going to Uli Sana. So we're currently sitting at about 32 degrees Celsius here in Cape Town, the mother city. And we're heading into the first heat of our single-seater class of the National Championship side of the Extreme Festival. MSA4 and the Formula Ford Kents will be out shortly. Then we've got about a half-hour break, which will see a circuit cleanup, a chance for the fans to get up close and personal with the cars on the grid. We'll have the Touring cars and Super Cup cars on the main straight, and we'll have Polo Cup and Extreme Supercars on the Tigerberg straight. And then we'll be back with race action with the Rookie Cup Race 2 just after the lunch break. rolling around now for their first heat of the day. And I mean that literally because they are in the heat of the day. It is the highest temperature so far that we've had so far today in terms of ambient temperature around the track. And MSA4 and Formula Ford Kent make their way onto the circuit for the first heat. As they roll to the line, it's a case of a couple of the usual contenders and two of the top contenders that are on the front row from last year are on the front row from this year, Michael Besaidnout and Renzo Ribeiro. But then you've got to drop down to fourth place for Karabo Malamela. Everybody else behind that kind of is new to the series or has had a slightly lesser amount of time behind the wheel of these brand new MSA4 National Championship single-seater cars. Prepped, of course, by the InvestKit team and helped out by a whole bunch of the fellow single-seater type teams, including Peter Jacquet. And that's one of the reasons why we see Keegan Campos stepping back into single-seater racing for a long time. Probably about 10 or 12 years, I'd say, we've seen Keegan Campos behind a single-seater, but he's back into the fray and will start in 6th place alongside Akil Alibai, who will start his first outing in this MSA4 category. So Besaidnout and Renzo Ribeiro are the front row. Guido Bedoli from karting steps up alongside Karabo Malamela for row 2. Akil Alibai, also out of karting, and Keegan Campos, straight out of touring cars last year, back into a single-seater. Shirin Naidu, ahead of Ken Swartz, who comes out of the Gazoo Racing Karting Academy, stepping up now into MSA4 for his first season, and looking forward to going to battle now, taking over the reins from, of course, his arch rival in the Gazoo Racing 86 Brigade last year, and that was Jason Gutsia, who we've just seen get onto the podium in his first outing for the touring cars. Can Ken Swartz come from 8th place and possibly do the same thing? That'll be interesting to see and watch out for. Liam Palome moves up into 9th place, just ahead of Anastasia Gerassis. And Anastasia, of course, with lots of support on the sideline coming from all of her family around the world, but also from some good close friends and family up in the Gauteng region in the form of the Severios. Hope you guys are all watching. Good to have you guys supporting this race action as you always do. We do appreciate that. And all the support that comes from our live stream friends, fans, and family all around the world. They're ahead of Gonzalo Corza and Gianna Pasquale, another lady driver who has some serious potential in this class. Chase Haskins steps up for the first time alongside Simpiwe Motlalo. And then it's Bianco Ferri and Adam Kaji. Then you've got Ian Schofield, who leads out the Formula Ford Kent class. As we're about to go to that 5-second board, you can hear the revs picking up. It'll be Van Wheelie alongside Schofield for the lead of the Kent class. As the lights go out, we will go racing down towards turn 1. Let's see who gets the drop there. Is it going to be Renzo on the outside, looking to try and outgun the man on pole as they head towards turn number 1? No, just hanging in there for now. Michael Besaidnout just squeezing through. So it looks like every one of those MSA4 cars have got through relatively unscathed. Remember that there is now 16 of them on the grid compared to last year where we were down to 12 or 13. So a big effort being put in by Ian Schofield and his team to get those cars up to pace and built and ready for the race action. A couple of the guys come from down here in Cape Town, of course, with Wesley Orr's stable, the War Motorsport team, putting in a big effort to get their cars all sorted out. Interesting to see how they all go now for the very first time in race trim. And with the visors down and that red mist starting to fall, let's see who's got what it takes to get to the front end and win this out for the first time. Ribeiro putting big pressure onto Besaidnout right from the word go. Can he soak that pressure up as they head down towards turn number 5, Cape Town corner. High and wide coming out of Karabo Malamela. He's got Keegan Campos. A little touch on Karabo and sends him onto the grass. Karabo hangs on. He drives through the grass and over the kink. Gets back on track, but there was a little touch there, I think, between Campos and Carabo. Campos survived that one into 5. Change up for the lead. Metal U Sped Machine moves up into the front, and Renzo Ribeiro goes to the lead of the race for the first time. Renzo over Michael Besaidenote now. Akil Alibi up into 3rd place, closing them down, hunting them down big time as he closes that gap down with Guido Badoli behind him. Then it's Campos. Campos with Palome, and then behind that you've got Ken Swartz and Shiren Naidu, who were able to capitalize on the small mistake that happened after Caraba and Campos touched coming out of turn 5. Return of the favor almost instantaneously there from Michael Besaidenote. Here comes inside line from so close there between Renzo Ribeiro and Michael Besaidenote, but right on their tail comes Akil Alibi. Campos about to join the party. We have got 6 cars possibly fighting for the lead of this race. 4 of them just at the moment with a slight advantage, but about to be joined by the other 2. Inside line from the Huawei car. It's Besaidenote hanging on for now. Renzo Ribeiro tucks into 2nd. Akil Alibi there into 3rd. 4th place is Badoli, then Campos and Palome. 3x3, possibly 4x4 down into turn 1. I don't think we've seen 4 single-seaters go 4x4 down into turn 1 in Cape Town before, but we're about to. They all settled down ever so slightly as they came through there, but the 14 car of Akil Alibi on a charge. Fastest car on track, Keegan Campos. Down into the 18-4s. Campos starting to put the pressure onto the youngsters ahead of him. Oodles more experience in Campos's cockpit compared to anybody else on track. But then again, there's a couple of guys who spent a bit more time in these cars than he has. But he has got to grips with them relatively quickly and is already in the hunt at the front. Besaidenote starting to open up a bit of a margin as Renzo Ribeiro loses out to Akil Alibi. Alibi moves up now into what is 2nd place. Big charge coming from Guido Badoli, trying to find a way past as well onto Renzo Ribeiro. Is there a change-up? I think Palome has got through. Yeah, Palome might have got through there on Campos. Campos might have lost that one position as they came down that back straightaway. He'll look to return it under the slipstream effect. Renzo around the outside of Akil Alibi, going to use the banking into turn 5. Oh, he's sideways. He locks it up. He gets it absolutely lit. Understeer of note. And then oversteer coming onto the banking. That moves a couple of cars back a couple of positions as well. Losing the toe to the leader who gets away now. Akil Alibi in 2nd place as they cross the line. Renzo Ribeiro has dropped back down into 4th place. It's Badoli who capitalized on that and got to 3rd. Little slide there from Renzo. Caught him out. A big slide. Oh, and a tangle. 2 cars together. Liam Palome and I think Shiren Naidu. That's possibly the 2 cars involved there. Just want to double check on the numbers. 58 is 1. That's Ken Swartz. It's Ken Swartz and it might be Campos. Campos and Swartz, I think, have come together down at turn 1. Just want to double check. That's definitely Ken Swartz in the 5.8 car, and I think it was the 29 car that went over him. So there's a possibility that we've lost 2 of our top contenders in that top 7 fight. Unbelievable start to the season here for MSA4. The Invest Chem boys are going to be happy. Is it? No, it's not. It's the Reddit car. I think it's the 95 car of Liam Palome. It's Palome, yeah. It's Palome and Ken Swartz that are on the sideline. Cars are in the kitty litter. Will that require a safety car? Very good possibility. There are 2 cars stricken in quite a dangerous position on the exit of turn number 1, Holzhoek. They head down there right now. Let's see if everybody gets through unscathed. Besaidenote leading over Alibi, Badoli, Renzo Ribeiro and Keegan Campos. They've all got through. They all can see the cars on the sideline. So is anybody going to be affected by it? I don't think so. They look like they've all been able to get through there. And this is what it looked like from this point of view. There you can see just getting out of shape was Ken Swartz. Palome is on top of him. In fact, I think there might have been a touch there from Liam Palome on Ken Swartz that spun him out. And then he ended up going over the top. Now you can see just how well those cars are built. That halo type bar across the top worked brilliantly there to keep Ken Swartz from getting a tire in the face. And yeah, I think safety car. I saw yellow flags and I think the safety car board is out. So possibilities here of safety car coming out as they've just caught the back end of Formula Ford Kent. We haven't really even seen what's happening down in the Formula Ford Kent, but I would assume, yeah, it's Ian Schofield who leads it out. There he is. So he leads out ahead there of Nick Van Wheelie. who's got Alex Voss behind him. But in between them, you've got Bianco Furi and Enzalo Corza, who are in the mix there as well. That's Enzalo's car, the pink and white machine. This will concertina the effect, of course, the entire field. They're going to close that gap down while they remove those two cars from turn one. Maserati sent out there, our safety car for today, to catch the leader, Michael Besaidenote, and just bring them under control so they can just remove these two cars of Liam Palome and Ken Swartz out of the kiddie litter. Get them out of harm's way, then we can resume this battle. It's the last of the first heats of the day before we go into the lunch break. And Palome and Ken Swartz's car are both pretty deep in the kiddie litter there. Probably an easier car to get out will be Kent's, the one on the left-hand side. I did say Ken Swartz was hoping to take up the mantle that Jason Coetzee left him. They've had some great battles in karting, the two of them, all through their careers, and of course being stablemates in the Gazoo Racing Stable Academy. It was up to Ken Swartz to step into that single-seater after Jason Coetzee stepped out into the touring cars. Unfortunately, it didn't work out the way that Ken Swartz wanted. I don't think Liam Palome wanted that either. Looked like a racing incident. I don't think anybody was too much of the protagonist as well as the sort of the person on the defense. But certainly two cars out, and one with a bit of damage to the rear wing. But as I said, you can see just once again testament to how well these MSA4 cars have been built with those security and safety measures put into place. The halo type bar that's over the cockpit of the drivers gives them that extra protection, and it certainly worked well there. Almost on a similar vein to what we saw when the F1 cars were put to the test at Monza with Max Verstappen and who was he fighting that day? I'm trying to remember who was fighting that. There's another look at it as I try and remember. Yeah, it was definitely Palome. Palome was on the attack there and tried to go around the outside, just touched wheels. Lewis Hamilton was the driver I was thinking of. Hamilton and Verstappen getting caught up in the chicane. Remember going literally, I think, on top of each other and one car rolling over the other using the halos that they use. They've got the actual halos as opposed to the halo type bars that are on these cars. Ken Swartz is going to be towed back into a safe spot by one of the recovery vehicles, and then Palome will be recovered as well. But all of these laps will still count as racing laps. So guys that are at the front end are now kind of thinking to themselves, man, I should have been higher up. I should have tried harder. These kind of things happen. And when they do happen, sometimes it makes it a bit more difficult for them to come back when you've got less laps to play with. Besaidenote led as the safety car came out. Akil Aliba in second and Guido Badoli in third. Renzo and Keegan were your top five. Caraba was in sixth, closing down on Keegan. Now with that concertina effect, it might help Caraba out, because remember, with this restart, they do a single file restart. So everybody has to stay in single file behind each other until they cross the line. Once they've crossed the line, then only can you overtake. There's another car on the left-hand side there, unfortunately out. That looks like that might be Chase Haskins, I think. Is it? Just trying to pick up on the number on the side of that car. Can't really see it from here. It's the second of the Huawei cars. So coming out of... let me just double check and see if it is. No, it's not Chase Haskins. I think it may be Bianco Ferri. Bianco Ferri is dropped to the back. Yeah, out of Corsa del Gemelli. They of course have got a nice team put together there. So the Corsa del Gemelli team, Bianco Ferri out, and along the Tigerberg Straight, he's at the pocket on just to the right hand side. There you go. Thanks, Dave. Perfectly done there. That's where he's parked it. Exactly where the other cars are going to park. Out of harm's way. So we can resume the battle. Hopefully in the next lap or so, because we're running out of laps here. We're on 3.5 to go for the lead cars under safety car, which means it'll still be a lap to get that safety car in, possibly in for a 2-lap sprint race. Are they going to try and get Kent's car fired up again and get him to drive away? That looks like what the plan is there, because they pulled him out of the kiddie litter. If they pull Liam Polo out, he could possibly get his car started and get going as well. Yeah, Kent has got a broken wing on the back of that car. That Navara is a two-wheel drive by the looks of things, eh? Doesn't got the four-wheel drive option. Battled a bit in the kiddie litter, but he got him out. So Palome now out of that one. They'll just take the recovery rope off that car. He should be okay to restart. I don't think there was much damage on that car, although he did land quite hard in the kiddie. So there may be some bent or damaged swing arms. Let's see if Palome can get it going. He gets it going on his own steam, and I think he's going to just roll it into that area that we saw the second of the Corsa del Gamero cars of Bianco Ferri. He'll park it out of harm's way there. Too far back now, I think, to even attempt to get back on track to get some points in the bag. I think the points are basically gone. And it makes it a bit more difficult to get points now because you've got so many more cars involved in the championship than you did last year. If it had been last year, these two probably would have got started again and tried to close down onto the back of the pack as much as possible, because when there's 12 cars in the mix, you've still got a chance of scoring points. When there's 17 cars in the mix, not as easy. And that's just testament to Ian Schofield and his team for the builds that they've done over the Christmas and festive season coming into this first race. Ian telling me at the Passion for Speed Festival that one of the reasons why he decided not to race at the Passion for Speed was due to the fact that his team were working so hard to get all these cars fixed in time for their clients and customers that they were put under pressure, and they didn't want to put them under unnecessary pressure to then have a big race day in between as well. So well done to that team, and it certainly has boded well for this championship overall. To get 17 MSA4 cars onto the grid for the first time out is an amazing effort. By the looks of things, I think we may be, lights are out on the Maserati, so we are good to go for a start here. 2-lap sprint race about to happen. And look who's right underneath the wheel and wing of the leader. Akil Alibai, looking for a maiden victory as the rookie in this class. Behind him, Guido Bedoli, another rookie, looking to take on the man who could potentially take the championship with the most amount of experience other than Renzo Ribeiro in this pack, and Karabo Malamela. Shirin Naidu also with some experience, but unfortunately down in 7th place right now. Can't put that experience to good use. Let's see what happens now on the restart with 2 to go. As I said, no overtaking until you cross that finish line. Akila Libai got great start, and he tucks right underneath the gearbox there of the lead car of Michael Besaidenote. Besaidenote goes defensive into turn 2. He knows Alibai's coming, and Alibai wants past. Alibai's on the inside looking for a chance. Round the outside, though. Big move coming out of Guido Bedoli and Renzo Ribeiro. Ribeiro, I think, might have got to go defensive there. And with that, he tucks in behind Bedoli. He was trying to keep out the attentions coming from Keegan Campos, and he kept him out just. So slightly different lines into turn 2, Castrol Corner there from these single-seaters. Michael Besaidenote drifting right across defensively into Sorrel Sweep to keep the intentions of Akil Alibai at bay. Down that back straightaway. Bedoli from Renzo Ribeiro. Keegan Campos behind that. Campos has got Karabo Malamelo hunting him down. Here comes Renzo on the brakes down into turn 5. Can he have a go? Karabo Malamelo's going to have a go. Karabo's on the inside and finds a way past on Campos. So Malamelo moves up into the top 5. Campos coming back at him straight away. Almost instant return of the favour there from Campos as they cross the line to start the final lap. What a start to MSA4. Incredible action right through this race so far. And if this is how it's going to be all season long, yes please, can we have some more? Malamela eventually cements that move into turn 1 and gets ahead of Campos. Campos will try and return the favour now as they come to 2 under braking. Once again, Renzo high and wide, looking for the cutback to get on the inside of Bedoli. Guido trying to find a way through there and attack the Karoka car there of Akil Alibai. And Alibai hangs on, keeps him out into Damps. That's allowing the leader of Michael Besaidenote to get away. The fight for second is slowing them down. Besaidenote has got his head down and getting away for the win. Here they come. Through Sorrel Sweep for the last time. Further back It's Anastasia Gerasis fighting with Shirin Naidu. In there as well is Gianna Pascual. The two lady drivers having an epic battle, just as good as what we're seeing here for third. Second, third, and fourth into turn 5. Inside line from Guido, outside line from Renzo. Renzo looking to try and hang on to that outside line. Can he? He's got the outside line. He's onto the grass slightly there. Amazing run there from Renzo Ribeiro. Here they come to the line. It's going to be Mercedes for the win. Who's going to get second? Akila Levi hangs on, and it's Renzo Ribeiro for third. What a run there from Renzo Ribeiro in the Metal U Spares car to come through for third place. Beats out Guido Bedoli. Malamela keeps out Keegan Campos. Shiren keeps out Gianna Pascual, who gets ahead there in the closing stages on Anastasia Gerasis. And Zalo Corsa for your top 10. Wow. It's Schofield who wins out the Formula Ford Kents, beating out Nicholas Van Wheelie and Alex Voss. Didn't see much of them because there was so much action at the front end for MSA4. As I just said, if that's how MSA4 is going to start for 2026, please keep that coming. Absolutely amazing stuff there between our rookies and season campaigners. And more of that later on this afternoon in race 2, please, is exactly what this crowd have come to see if you're a single-seater fan. Well done to Michael Mercedes. Unofficial winner there, of course, over Akila Levi and Renzo Ribeiro. And then further down in the 13th, lucky for some number, but definitely lucky for Ian Schofield today. He wins out over Van Wheelie and Voss for Formula Ford Kents. Up next, we go into the circuit cleanup and the fan walk. We've got about a half hour before we get under race action once again at 2 o'clock. We start with Volkswagen Rookie Cup. We've got a second heat of the Gazoo Racing SA Cup, Sunbet ZX&R Masters Cup, Astron Energy Polo Cup, South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup. It's all the cups. And then we go to the Extreme Supercars. And then back to what we've just seen with Investchem MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents to wrap it all up here for round 1 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Killarney International Raceway in proud association with the City of Cape Town and Smile FM. We'll see you in a couple of moments' time. Hopefully going to get onto the grid and see if we have a little chat. If we get there, we'll come to you from the grid, from the fan walks. But until then, we'll see you at about 2 o'clock for more race action here from round 1. Once again on board here with Anwil April, our cameraman for Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Heat 2 about to kick off now. And it's the first of the second heats of the day as well. At the same time, we will be rolling into the second half of the day's proceedings here at round 1 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport National Championships. And it's all courtesy of Killarney International Raceway in association with the City of Cape Town and Smile FM today. First race, pole man Luke Hill on pole, most experienced driver out of the entire pack. Unfortunately, with a big mistake coming off the line and dropped him down through the pack. He had some work to do and eventually ended up coming through to the pack, getting almost to the front. Not quite there, but looking forward to another epic battle here as we get them all sorted out and round the track to get ready to go now for their second heat and final heat of this round 1 action here at Killarney International Raceway. Sebastian Diaz this time will start on pole. Luke Hill will be alongside him. Venkov, our race 1 winner, will be in third place alongside our cameraman Anwil April. Keon Duomo and Jack Moore will start from the third row, and Maxi Corbett will start from the back of the pack in 7th. Bring them to the line now and under starters orders for the second heat of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Temperatures have just continued to climb all through the day. Ambient temperature, one of the highest we've had down at a race meeting here at Killarney International Raceway in a long time, despite the very strong southeaster blowing through here. It's kind of almost like berg wind conditions though here, unfortunately for the drivers in those cockpits. They're going to feel the effects. They're going to know about what it feels like to be in a Nomex suit with fireproof underwear on, gloves, boots and helmets, and windows closed because they want as much aerodynamics out of those cars as possible. So you don't want to chance losing aerodynamic with an open window. And now they'll go off on their warm-up lap. Down into turn 1 now. Won't need too much of a wind from side to side, although you can still see some of the guys still going from side to side to get some heat into that rubber. The track temperature is very high, so traction won't be a problem here. Too much traction might be, or the possibilities of those tires starting to slide on the hot tarmac. That's the other big factor that has to be brought into account. The wind is always a big factor. It's literally straight into the windscreen down the main straightaway. So you can tend to brake a little later with a bit of assistance from that headwind. But down the back straight, it's coming from behind, so you have to brake early. Don't get pushed into the corner too much. That's the difference you've got to deal with here in terms of your setup. And these youngsters are still learning the setup. They're still learning the racecraft of being in a saloon car. A couple of them had an opportunity last weekend to join the likes of the AT Volkswagen Challenge and 111 GD Sports and Saloons, the Digit FMS class, to get a bit of seat time to prep them for this weekend's Rookie Cup. Keon Duomo being one of those, getting an opportunity to get used to a front-wheel drive Polo. Now he has to try and see what he can do. It's slightly higher up than where he finished in that first heat. And April will take up that third spot, tucked in behind Luke Hill. He's on the outside of turn 2 if they go side by side. towards turn number 1. But if he holds the outside, he'll have the inside going into turn 2. That's the plan. It's whether he can get off the line this time, though, because he battled to get off the line in race number 1, stalling the car and allowing everybody to pass him. He'll definitely look not to make the same mistake a second time. Waiting for a thumbs up and green flag at the back. You see the man with the red flag walk off the circuit. We'll then go to that red to 5-second board. Watch the lights. Drop the hammer. Here they come. Hill got off the line this time much better. Not as good, though, as the man from third place. Is that Venkov, who came through from the back of the pack again? He got a phenomenal start. No, Sebastian Diaz. Diaz just hanging on. But round his outside is Luke Hill. So Sebastian Venkov and Luke Hill going at it with Sebastian in there as well. The two Sebs going at it, Hill and Venkov. But now down towards turn 2, it could be Luke Hill for the lead. It is. Luke Hill sneaks through to the front end in the 5-7. All 7 cars very evenly matched on this first lap through Castral Corner. There's literally probably about half a second between the first 7 cars as they came out of turn number 2. Going down towards Damstip now. A little bit of a wide line. A couple of guys having to take that slightly wider line through there and running up onto the rumble strip. 81 in second is April, our cameraman. He's moved himself up into the 2 spot. Means that the 2 Sebastians have dropped behind him, Diaz and Venkov. Looking for a chance now to stay at the front end is Sebastian Diaz, but under attack as they come down towards turn 5, Cape Town Corner. Hill is the man feeling the pressure. Big dive there from the 3-1. Jack Moore. Oh, and Venkov out of shape. Venkov getting possibly a little touch there. Spins out on the banking, gets going again. April watching those rearview mirrors as they head down the main straightaway now, down towards turn 1, Holzhoek. Hill, April, and Jack Moore capitalizing on that spin up to 3rd. Literally stepping into his brother's seat from last year. Josh has already gone up to Polo Cup, had a great start to his Polo Cup season. But Jack Moore now looking to do the same as what Josh did last year, fight for the lead and fight for the championship that went down to the final round at Swartkops to wrap up this Rookie Cup Championship. Will it be the same here in 2026? The way things are going so far, it looks like it might, because we've already got 3 or 4 hot contenders at the front end of this field, and they're all fighting at the moment with the top 3. Venkov losing out to being in the top 4 cars for the lead. Little gap to the second pack. There's 4 cars in that second pack. In fact, there's 3 and then a gap down to Sebastian Venkov, who's going to try and make up the ground now. Let's have a look at Venkov going, yeah, there it is. Oh, it's all on his own. I thought he got touched. It's all on his own, Sim, but how was that from Diaz? Rallycross style, inside, onto the dirt to go past the spinning Sebastian Venkov. So unfortunately, he lost out huge there. Hill still under attack from April. And well, April is putting massive pressure onto the back end of Luke Hill there. And Jack Moore is about to join him. 2 cars work better in the hot air to go through that air fast. Look in the rearview mirror and out that back windscreen. You can see just how close Jack Moore is to Anwar April as they head towards turn 1. Now onto the brakes. April once again has a look. Can't quite sneak through. Luke Hill shuts the door. Keeps it firmly shut for now. Now as they head down onto that back straightaway, up towards turn 2. Out braking in a wide line, a little bit of understeer and then some oversteer as well, catching it, well done. Jack Moore loses some ground though with that late braking attempt. Was a little bit too late there into turn 2, Castral Corner. Gonna have to make up that ground now, but he was fastest on that last lap, got down to 34.2 to Jack Moore. 4th place still Diaz, Corbett and Duomo. As you can see just how hard they're working. It's a real tough bit of a battle here that they're having. And the battle is on here between Moore and April. Down onto the brakes they go. Into Cape Town corner. Luke Hill, good line through there. Slightly better drive than Annual April was able to get. Although with the exit point and the exit speed that April carried, he's able to close that gap down again. Let's see how tight it is as they cross the line this time. It was 0.3. Remains at 0.3, so equidistant apart there. No changes in the top three. Second pack starting to heat up a little bit as Diaz has been caught by Maxi Corbett. And it looks like Kian Duomu has dropped to the back of that pack now. Oh, the lead about to change possibly here into turn 2. We'll see them in the foreground of the shot, but watching the battle unfold here between Duomo, who gets it out of, no, in fact, Max Corbett who gets it out of shape, defending from Duomo. Hill, April, and Jack Moore. Oof, it's tight between the three of them. Gaps opened up now ever so slightly there for Sebastian Diaz as Corbett and Duomo got tangled a little bit into turn 2. Let's see if there's a little bit of slipstream here that could potentially help April Annual out. Jack Moore trying to use that slipstream as well. Maybe pulled out a little bit too early there to get the slipstream to work. But he has closed the gap down again. It was 0.3 between the top two. It was 0.8 between the top three. It's probably about 0.3 between the top three in total now. That's how close they've got. Here they come. Completing another lap. And that's the halfway stage reach as well for race 2. So halfway through race 2, we got Hill, April and Moore. Bit of a gap down to Diaz, who's on his own, and then Duomo and Corbett. How's Venkov doing? He just put in a personal best there, 34.4. Oof. Annual April is looking dangerous. Putting the pressure onto Luke Hill. Luke Hill's feeling it. Made a small mistake running wide out of turn 2. Compromises his drive out of 2, which is going to give Annual April a bit of a run at him. He's going to try and use that run up through Damstip and into Sorrel Sweep. Maybe get the slipstream effect to come into play down that back straightaway. Here they come. Has he got enough? Is he close enough? He is. He's close enough there. Will he engage that slipstream now and try and use it to his advantage down the back straight? He's tucked right up underneath that back bumper. But Luke Hill's gone defensive. He's going to hold that inside line. He's not going to give any opportunity there for an inside line. But watch for the change up there from Anwell. Anwell went left, cuts back, tries to get a late apex, gets good drive, runs wide. Oh, a little bit too wide though. Onto the dirty stuff. That's going to give an opportunity to Jack Moore. Jack Moore says, thanks very much. I'll now take the slipstream from you. Watch out down into turn 1 for Jack Moore, possibly going through. Moore going to try and drive down the outside of 1, hang on for 2. Not a bad plan. And then behind that, it's Diaz and Duomo. Jack Moore around the outside. Exactly what I thought he might try. And he's got it. Unbelievable move there from Jack Moore. Round the outside of Holes Hook into second place. Set that up, coming out of turn 5, Cape Town corner. And cements it into turn 1. Now secures it into turn 2. And will drop it back down into third place. Jack Moore looking for a victory in his first time of asking. He didn't get it in the first race, but there's a potential here in the second race for him to get it. If he can find a way past our race leader, Luke Hill. He'll be looking in those rearview mirrors going, hang on a second. Sure, I fought with this blue car last year, all year long. And yes, you did, but it was Josh Moore who was at the wheel of that car last year. It's now Jack, his brother. Right, so not quite close enough to engage that slipstream this time, but Anwell is. Anwell is certainly close enough to have a go here at Jack Moore as they get down towards the breaking point for turn 5, Cape Town corner. Here they come, spread out. Jack going to try to drive around the outside of turn 5. I don't know if that's doable, but he's going to have a go. Oh, and he's out of shape. Oh, and he catches it though. Whoa, evasive action being taken by Anwell April. lucky there. He backed out of it. He could have tried to go around the outside, but Moore had the line covered, unfortunately, with that spinning car. Didn't lose too much ground, though, to be honest. Luke Hill must have had an absolutely horrid exit of turn 5. Maybe he was watching the rearview mirrors and got caught watching what was happening behind him, and it slowed him up. So it hasn't really lost any of the advantage or given a disadvantage there to Jack Moore. Jack Moore comes back straight away at the leader, Luke Hill, after a big slide through turn 5. Now looking to dive on the inside. Has a look. You can see he's battling a little. The tyres are starting to take major strain now. Remember, they've had qualifying plus a heat and a half of racing now in full flight in this Rookie Cup. Can Jack possibly find a way through here on Luke Hill? He has to go defensive though, so he's in two minds right now, fending off the attack from Annual April and trying to put an attack of his own on to Luke Hill out front. Carries good corner speed through Sorrel Sweep. Can he now hold on to that and possibly just sneak up under the bumper under braking? He tried around the outside, it didn't quite work out, so he knows that's not a doable option down into turn 5. Behind that, it's Sebastian Diaz all on his own sim. He comes down under braking. And there it is. Oh! Annual April and Jack Moore come together. Similar maneuver there. Jack Moore went wide again, and he stayed wide, but he's coming back at him. Jack Moore comes straight back at Annual April as they come along and finish the lap. Little touch, little rubbing is racing there between the two cars as they came out of turn 5, Cape Town corner, but no change in positions. It looked like Annual April had forced his way by, and he led for about 100 meters, and then it went straight back to advantage Jack. Jack Moore hangs on, but it slowed both of them up dramatically, and it's now given a big advantage of over a second for the first time to the leader, Luke Hill. Luke Hill will now try and get his head down and get away. Leave these two to fight it for second. He won't even be looking in those rearview mirrors. He'll be concentrating on hitting the apexes right, hitting his braking points, getting the acceleration down to perfection out of each corner to maintain that little gap that he's been gifted there with Jack Moore and Annual April fighting so hard for second place. They come onto that back straight away now. Here they come. April with the slingshot engaged. Can he find a way through now using it? Jack Moore goes defensive, holds that inside line. Almost exactly the same as what Luke Hill did to him on a few occasions over the last couple of laps. Not allowing any opportunity for that inside line to be used by Annual April at all. He has to just slot in behind now, try and find a slipstream. Ooh, a little running wide there from Moore, clips the curb. Slowed him up slightly on the exit. That might be enough there for Annual to have a go down into turn 1. But not enough time, unfortunately. Flags out, and it's Luke Hill who hangs on just to take the victory. Well done to Jack Moore and Annual April for a spectacular show there for second. Sebastian Diaz was in there for a little while, so was Sebastian Venkov. He eventually finishes up in 7th place. But it's Annual from Diaz, then Kian Duomo for 5th place, Maxi Corbett in 6th, and Sebastian Venkov eventually finishing up down in 7th place to wrap up our Rookie Cup coverage for the first round of 2026's Volkswagen Rookie Cup here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Killarney International Raceway. So from Rookie Cup we go into Gazoo Racing SA Cup. The Toyotas will be out on track one more time in a few moments' time for another 8-lapper. And then we head down through the field for all of the second heats of the day. Stand by for Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup in a few moments' time. Back to the race action now, and on track, as you can see, are a field of 23 Toyotas in total. And of course, heading them up will be Kobus Reinecker, race 1 winner from the 86 Brigade. Toyota Gazoo Racing's academy that comes from karting and then gets the chance to step up into some saloon cars with the Toyota 86s that provide them about 190 kilowatts of power. And the little boxer engine that they run. Everybody stayed pretty much line astern in that little battle in the first race of the day. But we had 4 contenders there in Kobus Reinecker, Emma Dowling, Connor Weston and Vatsiawa Monkunyana. Had a spectacular battle between the 4 of them. I think Tepang Shinsinwana, Kian Fusel and Spice Mayula would like to join them this time out though. And then are we going to see Nabil Abdul maybe be able to outgun Devon Scott in the battle between our dealers and media contingent in the Toyota Corolla GRs and Yaris GRs. Basically about 10 or 12 kilowatt difference between the 2 cars, but similar engines, all-wheel drive systems in those cars as well. So looking forward to another spectacular battle between the media and the dealer teams. See Vaterberg Toyota's there, Roller Toyota's there, Motors Toyota's there, Auto Trader is in the house. Looking forward to another big battle there, I think, with Tay at the wheel of that car. He'll be fighting hard with the likes of Nabil. Also looking forward to the battle that he'll be going with Craig Nicholson from Media 24. I think we've got a couple of other... There goes Nicholson's car at the moment, number 2 machine. Vanna Horn and Rion Daru. Looking for Kumbi and Chikazi to join them as well. Kumbi on cars, of course, is the man that makes a welcome return, actually, to the Gazoo GR Cup. And then Kevin Crowley and Justin Ford, Naresh Maharaj, I think will be looking just to improve ever so slightly. Vanna Horn, he's had a great time of it, and looking in the camera, looking through his rearview mirrors as well, as he straps himself up into that OMP suit, or Sparko suit, but OMP seat that he's in. And I'm looking forward to a big battle now, I'm sure, once again. As you'll see, it's a rolling start, so the 86s will start quite a long way ahead of the rest of the pack of cars that will start behind them. And then, of course, they will then go into their race formation and then hold back slightly. Devon will hold them back slightly till they're about halfway around, and then they'll set the second pack off. It worked quite nicely because they only started to catch the back end of the 86s with about a lap to go. So in this 8-lap race, there should be enough of a gap for the 86s to stay out and out of trouble of the battle that comes from behind. And it's usually a hard-fought battle amongst the media and dealer team drivers. As you can see, they haven't really made it that easy for the commentary team or for our director to try and pick up on the lead cars, but we will do our best as we did in the first heat. The new livery looks almost exactly the same from the front. It's just from the side of the cars that there's a slight difference. And then, of course, if you can pick up on the lipstick and wing mirror paint that's put on there, so it's kind of like the eyeliner and the lipstick on each of these cars, you then maybe be able to work out who's who in the zoo when it comes to the different cars. But in this sun and at this point of the day, orange, pink and red all look exactly the same, unless it's the Dayglow red, Dayglow pink and Dayglow green. They're easy to spot, but there's a whole bunch of Dayglow yellow cars as opposed to where we had last year only 1 or 2. Now with the additional cars being thrown at us, it's certainly turning into something big, spectacular I should say, and certainly a great effort being put in from Toyota and Gazoo Racing's point of view to bring this back to us again. We're back on board here with Vanna as he sets himself up As you can see, they're heading along the Tigerberg Straight and into Sorrel Sweep as our lead bunch are coming out of turn 5, Cape Town corner, with once again the advantage being to the 32 car of Kobus Reinecker. Reinecker and Dowling on the front row. Emma Dowling, remember, leaving literally straight out of the car to head back to Johannesburg to catch a flight to the UK and be part of the F1 Academy that she's about to go and race at with the karting. So we wish her all the very best, but let's see what she can do first before we leave. Can she get a race victory in here and spoil the day here for the boys? Both her and Vatsi were trying hard to do that in race 1, giving the likes of Kobus and Connor a run for their money. Kobus gets the drop, and then tucked in behind him goes Emma Dowling and Connor Weston. Connor looks like he just managed to keep Vatsiawa Munkonyana out ever so slightly. Yeah, looking in the background there, Vatsi's tucked into about 4th place. Behind her comes Tepang Shinchinwana, coming out of the karting fraternity for the first time into a rear-wheel drive 86. Second pack start on their way down towards turn 1, and it is going to be the outside line for Nabil Abdul again. He's going to have to try and find that outside line and keep it there if he can, but no, he can't, because all of a sudden he's under attack big time from Vanna. I think Vanna had a dive on the inside there, or Theo Brits, one of the two, having a look to try and squeeze through up into 3rd place and maybe even into 2nd, as Abdul had to go on the defensive. Behind that, you can see coming into the pack there was Brits. It was Brits who was actually the biggest threat going into turn 1 there from the second pack of cars. Media versus dealer teams. 86 down towards turn 5. Reinecker hangs on. Second place is Dowling. Dowling has got Connor on her tail. Little touch there between the 9-9 car as they came in there of Vatsi Mokonyana. And Vatsi fighting it at the moment there with Chipang Sinchinwana. Sinchinwana is doing a superb job for the first time out of a kart into a rear-wheel drive 86. It's like a big go-kart, I suppose. It is rear-wheel drive that they come out of, so they're used to the car being a little bit slippery and sliding. And speaking of slippery and sliding, whoa! What a move up the inside from turn 2. Turn 5, I should say, 5. Number 2, Craig Nicholson. Nicholson, where were you thinking of going? Forcing the 5 car off there. So Tayambiri had to take evasive action as Craig Nicholson came from about, I think he came out of Melkbos to try and make that overtaking maneuver into turn 5. Didn't quite work out. But let's see how it settles down now as they come across the line. Nicholson tucked in behind Brits as they cross the line. Andries de Villiers and Vanna Horn there, but I think the biggest loser, as I said, was potentially the 5 car of Tayambiri, who went off track, trying to avoid that very ambitious move being made by Craig Nicholson. Remember, Craig Nicholson did drive at one point in production cars, so he has got some racing experience. Maybe a little bit of rust coming in there, trying that kind of maneuver so early on. So the Media and Wheels 24 man trying something pretty spectacular right from the word go. Connor under pressure now. The 30 car on his tail is Chipang Shisiwana, coming through nicely with Kian Fusel ahead now of Vatsi. Vatsiawa unfortunately has dropped back down into the 5 spot. In fact, into the 6 spot behind Kian Fusel in the 86 Cup. Devon opening up a big margin now over Nabil Abdul. So dealer team versus media, that's how they stand at the moment. Then it's the NMI machine of Vanna Fenter, 222 in the mix, squeezing through ahead of Theo Brits. So a bit of a fight on between the 2 dealer boys. We watch Vanna Horn here. He's got Andries de Villiers just up the road from him, but tucked in behind him is the hard-charging Rian Daru and Marius Klaassen. So he's got a bit of a fight on his hands coming in a few moments' time. He has a dive between the 2 yellow liveried machines. And it looks like that roller Toyota possibly going to squeeze through there. Find a way past. Nice move. And see if he's able to make it stick. Had a big look. Theo Brits had a big look, but did he make it stick? We'll wait and see as they come out now into turn 2. Falling back into the back end of the field as well. Watching out for some of our contenders. Kumbi coming through there just ahead of the ENCA car. That's the number 6 machine. Good to see that Justin Ford flying the flag high there for ENCA. So we are covering all aspects of motorsport now on the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. We've got newspapers, we've got magazines, we've got radio stations, we've got TV channels, we've got news channels, And we've got our live stream. Unbelievable coverage here of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. That's what we want. The more, the merrier. And the bigger the footprint we can create around Extreme Festival, the better it is for everybody. Onto the brakes, down into turn number 5. The CFA car machine coming through there as well. And a little bit of maneuvering happening there, as you can see. The 5 car making a welcome return is Tay, catching Kumbi, catching Marius, and then Rian Daru just ahead. So those are the guys fighting for 16th, 17th, and 18th place on track overall. But of course, it's about 8th, 9th, and 10th place in the dealer team and media contingent. So Media Cup, Dealer Cup, and 86 Cup fighting hard here for Toyota Gazoo Racing SA in 2026's first round, race 2. Emma Dowling is on an absolute flyer right now. She wants to leave South Africa with a little bit of points in the bag, knowing that she can go and concentrate her efforts on her karting aspects and aspirations she's got, and maybe be on equal points to Kobus Reinecker by the time they come down on the braking into turn number 5 for the last time in a couple of laps' time. We're almost at the halfway stage. They're about to cross the line to get to halfway. Connor Weston putting in the 128.6s now. 128.9s out of Chipang and 128.5s out of Vatsi. So personal bests on the last lap out of those 3 cars. Can they go even quicker to close the gap down on the 223 of Dowling and on the 32 of Kobus Reinecker? Almost reverse numbers fighting at the front end there. Then it's Chipang and Connor. Connor at the moment with the advantage in 3rd place. All on his own sim actually there is Weston. Last time we saw Weston on track here in Cape Town in anger was be his dad, and that would have been at the World Rallycross Championships when he was part of the curtain raisers and support class. Drove his little Citroen around and was one of the most dominant factors in the local category, as opposed to what we saw out of RX1 and RX2 that weekend here in Cape Town. But we saw also in the first heat, Connor had the ability to avoid going off track and forced Vatsiawa onto the off-track excursion. Got those 2 cars a little bit mixed up because of the wing mirrors being similar colors, so apologies on that one, but got it right this time. Fight continues here. It's like a little yellow livery team going on here. Love it. The 2 car in the fight and pushing hard, and you can see just how hard he is pushing, because at this point in time there's going to be some fun and games between Craig Nicholson and Rian Daru, Van der Horn, and of course Andries de Villiers is right there with Nicholson. Can they bridge that gap though? That's what they need to do. They need to try and work together. In the background you can see 4 or 5 cars working frantically there, led out by Van der Horn. Then it's Rian Daru under braking there with Marius Klaassen closing him down. Klaassen's got some pressure coming from behind from the 4 car of Kumbi. Kumbi Mchikazi pushing hard there, the Kumbi on Cars man. Doing an amazing job again, just ahead of Tayambiri. Auto Trader man a little bit further back than what he was in the first heat, but maybe feeling the effects of maybe not having the full race season under his belt just yet. And also starting, I think a lot of these guys are starting to realize just as much as what the guys on the sideline who've been throwing comments out through the day from the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable, previous stables, the likes of Chad Lookoff from Auto Trader, Motors Toyota's Mario D'Souza, the big boss Rian from Gazoo Racing. They all know how hot these cars can get on normal race days. But when you've got 37 degrees Celsius temperatures and 49 degree track temperatures, these cars get exceptionally hot. These guys are going to be climbing out looking for ice baths here in Cape Town. Whoa, speaking of ice baths, looking for an icy move up the inside. What a dive there from the 9.2. That is top quality stuff. And eventually just hanging in there. So the 86s are starting to heat up here big time. Kian Fussel with a fantastic maneuver. And looks like he made it stick. Yes, he did. He's made it stick. So Fussel makes up 1 position, goes slightly higher. Chipang Shishiwana losing out there. Devon, Nabil, top 2 in the dealers and the media. Behind them comes Vanna. Vanna trying to close that gap down. Remember, Devon Scott is the man who does a lot of training for these drivers at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy driving school at Swartkops. That's where the GR HQ is and where the driving academy is. So he's showing the way around and showing them exactly what you have to do in a Corolla or a Yaris, depending on what you're in, or possibly even an 86. You could potentially run at the front end of this pack even in an 86, even though it's a couple of kilowatts down in terms of the power output. What these guys will also tend to find is, oh, someone's gone off. I think that might be a turn 1. That's dust coming across from turn 1. Somebody's gone off at turn 1 there. We'll try and pick up on that in a few moments' time. But Nabil Abdul still second overall in the media and dealer team challenge. The big rivalries there between the dealers and the media contingent are phenomenal and rage all season long. You'll see as the media team drivers start to get to grips with these cars, they will become more and more afraid of what they can and can't do in them. And potentially, like we saw at the end of 2025, a couple of the mid-pack cars making their way into the front end of the field. Charles Bosch being an example of that from the Citizen Motoring. Getting up and scoring himself a podium, I think, in the final round. So that's how they go. They just get better and better every single time they climb behind the wheel of these cars. And, of course, they spend a lot of time with the likes of Devon and the rest of the Toyota Driving Academy to teach these guys and girls what to do in these cars to get faster and faster. Battle for the lead is still continuing, and Emma is not giving up. She wants this final victory. Emma Darling would love to spoil the day here for Kobus Reinecker to score a double victory on debut. And can you imagine, we'll get to see our first lady on the top step of a podium if Emma Darling can find a way past you. Vatsiawa had a phenomenal first heat. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite gone according to plan in the second one. She's down to 4th, but she's got back ahead of Chipang and Spicy to get back up into that top 4. Final time down into Cape Town corner. Can Emma find a way to get good drive to the line? I don't think she can. Kobus Reinecker looks like he's going to hang on. And the gold car is going to get the gold medal for a second time today. To the line they come. Reinecker from Darling. He's got it. Darling will settle for second. Connor Weston for third. And Vatsiawa Makunyana comes through to wrap up the top 4 ahead of Kian Fusel in the green car just in the background. Not too far behind him was Chipang, so nice recovery there from him. In fact, no, it was Spicy. Spice got through there. Chipang must have gone missing on that final lap. There he is, he's coming through now, just in between the fight for the media and dealer team. It's Devon Scott who wins out the dealer team. And well done to Nabil Abdul once again to win out the media side of this challenge. So if we look at the top 3, it's Kobus Reinecker, Darling and Weston in the 86 Cup. Devon Scott takes the dealer team ahead of Vanna Fenter and Theo Brits. And then, parked on the sideline. Somebody parked on the sideline there. Not quite sure who that is. Can't see a number on the car, unfortunately, but there is a car. And I think that might have been the car that caused the issue with all the dust that came across the track. Vanna Horn on board with him. He's going to be happy with the result there, I'm sure. Going back to see, of course, how they finished up in the media side. It was Nabil who took the victory. In second place, Craig Nicholson in the number 2 car. Pretty up for that one. And then this man, 33. Well done to him, winning out the media side of the top 3 in the 33 car. So basically running in numerical order there for the media side. Nabil in number 1, Craig in number 2, and Vanna in number 33. Wrapping up Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup Race 2 and Round 1 here at Killarney International Raceway. Another spectacular outing there for the Toyotas and Gazoo Racing. Well done to the whole team behind the scenes as well. To Leroy and the team in the background, and of course to Rian and his team for the effort that they put in to bring all these drivers, plus all the support crew. And a fantastic day to see all these cars going home with very little damage. It's a testament to how these guys are driving, and girls, of course. Phenomenal effort there from our young lady, Emma Darling. We wish her all the very best as she heads literally from that car onto the plane and over to the UK to represent South Africa in the F1 Academy. Astron Energy Polo Cup are standing by, but up next we're going to Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup for some two-wheeled action first. So just a heads up to everybody, just been given a message on one of the groups. They are changing the program up ever so slightly due to an oil spill, which means that they're going to send the Polo Cup out first before the ZX10R Masters Cup. So that's the reason for the delay. It's going to giving the guys just a chance to quickly get their cars ready, because they're supposed to be ready a race before, as always, but that doesn't always happen. And this is the reason why. There is the oil spill all the way down towards turn number 1 by the looks of things. So a bit of work to do for the Orange Army here at Killarney. And in fact, it's almost right the way around the circuit. So one of the Toyotas must have had a bit of a problem. I think it may have been that car that was parked on the exit of Sorrel Sweep. So a bit of work to be done here from the Orange Army, unfortunately, which is going to give us a little bit of a delay. So apologies on that, but there's not much we can do about that. We're just going to wait for them to just change up the program. They've already made the call to change the program. Polos will go out before the ZX10R Masters Cup. So it's just giving the guys a chance to get into their cars, get ready to go, get strapped in, and pull the bikes back into the pits. And then they will be standing by for one after this one. I also got a request. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. This is quite hectic, eh? I've got the Zafirios sending me requests to do songs while we wait. I don't know if I can pull this one off though, hey. It's all about snooker balls and tennis balls and cricket balls and snooker balls Asheville. But that's the sport that only requires one. The sport that we look after requires 2. So there you go. I hope that's as good as we can get it there for you, Mr. Saverio. But thanks for the support, buddy. Appreciate it. But as you can see, standing by there, we'll get Polo Cup out onto the track as soon as we've got clearance on the circuit from the oil spillage that has taken place. And there you can see just how hard they are working. They are dropping some of that Dryzit environmental solution onto the track that Greg Parton and his team have, of course, given to all circuits around the country, well, most of them, and they use it to clean up the oil spills as quickly as possible. But it means that we have to now try and do something about the oil that was dropped. You can see it literally gets picked up by that Dryzit environmental mix and then blown off the circuit with the leaf blower to clean the track from the oil spill that took place. That'll be here as well as on the back straight, as you saw. So a bit of work to do for the Orange Army. And for Fedon and the team, thanks for the support, boys. Jan Piravit, stand still.
One, you see them folk onto the circuit.
Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 2 now making its way onto the circuit for the second and last time. Little change up in the proceedings there. As you saw, a little break because of some oil that was dropped by one of the Toyotas by the sounds of it and by the looks of it. And giving Polo Cup a chance to go out a little bit earlier to do a bit of a circuit cleanup for the ZXNR Masters Cup. So probably just a safety call there from the official COCs. I'm just saying that with that oil down, it might be better to get the Polos out there first, give the track a bit of a clean-up because they've got slightly wider tyres and of course more tyres on them than anybody else, and go from there. Let's see exactly what happens in the second heat, because the first heat was an epic battle at literally rage from the word go. Hannes Kiepers hanging on, and he'll be looking to try and hopefully take the magnificent quad of the weekend, and they'll be the only one so far where they've gone basically a driver or rider has taken pole position. He also took a super pole, and then he's taken the first race victory, wants the second race victory now as well, as they head out onto the track now for the second time. So change up for that front row slightly though, with Roshan and Hannes swapping positions for race 2. That's due to, of course, the second fastest laps from qualifying, determining the grid for race 2. Hannes Skippers there into second place. Pierluigi Mussolini and Mara Deleuze the second row. Shirin Rajpaul and Milan Emsley will make up the third row, ahead of Charles Smallberger and Jaden Goosen. Berlin Robertson will be alongside Josh Moore for row 5. Nirav Singh and Christopher Tate will be row 6. Berthold and Liam Crystal will be row 7, ahead of Cyril Jacobs Jr. Then it's the first of the Masters, Derek Smallberger alongside Wayne Masters. John Kruger and George Smallberger alongside each other for the second row there. Then Mike Barbaglia and Elio Mussolini. Rob Moffat at the back of the pack of the Masters category. So that's how they'll come to line up and take up their positions for race 2. Temperatures very much still in the high 30s or low 30s here. Ambient temperature has not settled down here in Cape Town at all, and it's basically been since the midweek that they've had a bit of a heat wave coming through the mother city. That southeast is still blowing frantically, as you can see, straight into the windscreens of these cars as they head down towards turn 1. And then they'll be sort of pushing from the rear end of the car down towards turn 5, Cape Town corner. So it'll make for interesting turn of affairs, because into turn 1 you can brake a little bit later because of the headwind, and down to turn 5 you need to get on the brakes a little earlier so that you don't get pushed by the wind down into turn 5, Cape Town corner. The Astron Energy Polo GTI safety car makes its way around and will be followed shortly by Roshan Goodman and the pack of Cup competitors. They will have a small gap between themselves and the Masters. And this time out, it's going to be Wayne Masters and Derek Smallberg. In fact, Derek Smallberg and Wayne Masters the other way around, pardon. That will determine the race pace for their start a couple of seconds after the race start there. So it's lights on, lights off for the Cup class. And then between 3 and 10 seconds, a second set of lights go on and off for the Masters to start their race. So it will be Mzansi Motorsport and Upward Spiral Team Reds Roshan Goodman, who will be starting from pole position alongside the man who was on pole in race 1 but is now in second place for race 2 and race 1 winner, Hannes Skippers, the doctor from the Danefern Dental Services out of Works Motorsport. Pierluigi Mussolini onto the second row, his highest start ever in a Polo Cup, that's for sure. Looking forward to seeing what Mussolini can do in that FSS International car of his. And then Mara Deleuze alongside him, showing just how well the Rookie Cup program is working, because he is the first of 3 Rookie Cup competitors that have now, in fact, first of 4, beg your pardon. I forgot about Berlin, I can't remember, can't forget to leave Berlin out. She's also coming straight out of Rookie Cup into Polo Cup and taking her seat in her sister's car from last year. So it's Maro, it's Josh, Chris Tate and Berlin who've come through Rookie Cup and now into Polo Cup. Don't really need to do too much weaving to get heat into the rubber now. The track temperature is still exceptionally high, so the tyres should warm up all on their own, some with a little bit of friction here and there, just to get that temperature up to optimum race pressure and temperature. They certainly would have been playing around with tyre pressures with the heat today all day long to get the optimum use of those Dunlops. Let's see what happens now for race 2 as they bring him to the line. We did have a bit of fracas in the mid-pack. A couple of guys coming together. Some guys being sent onto the dirt. Some guys spinning out. We are under starters orders. There is our official COC, Eric Schultz, waiting for the man for the red flag to move out of the way. He then takes over with that red paddle, flicks it round to the 5-second board, and then we go racing. One set of lights for the Cup class, second set of lights for the Masters class, and the second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup for 2026 is almost good to go. Elio Mussolini rolls up just ahead of Moffat. And here the revs picking up from the Cup class. We're about to go to 5 seconds. They're told to watch the lights. The lights will go on. When they go off, we go racing. There we go. Drop the hammer time. The pole man, Roshan Goodman, getting a good start. Is it good enough to hang on to the lead down into turn 1? Look for the car on the right-hand side coming alongside him. Looking to try and cut him off into turn 1, but he's got the inside line. So you hold that inside line into turn 1. Roshan runs slightly wide. A couple of guys running off the circuit, putting wheels on the dirt on the exit of turn 2. One of them was Jaden Hussen in their AA car, putting 2 wheels onto the dirt, but it is Goodman who leads out, but only for a while, because along the straightaway up towards turn 2, it was Hannes Kiepers who took the lead. Goodman returns the favour into turn 2 and retakes the lead away from Hannes Kiepers, but the fight is on their tail. Pierluigi Mussolini trying to stay with the top 2, not letting him get away. Right behind him, you can see the hard charge from Mara Deleuze, bringing along for the ride Shrin Rajpaul and Milan Emsley. Go throh Sorrel Street for the first time. There's almost 4 cars in that front pack. There's a little gap to the 4th car, then a big gap down to the second pack of cars, which is made up of 6 cars. Heading down there from Rajpaul, Milan Emsley, Smallberger, Jaden Hussen, Berlin Robertson, and Josh Moore. Onto the braking points, into Cape Town corner they come. They all concertina up ever so slightly. They're coming out of that bank turn. About to complete the first lap of 8. And it's Roshan Goodman looking for his first victory in Polo Cup. Can he keep the intentions and possibilities of the doctor away from him? That's our official Polo Cup doctor, of course, not the original doctor, Valentino. But we've got a dog doctor that used to be part of ZXNR Masters Cup in Stewie Christie. We've got a dentist now who's the doctor in Polo Cup. And can he show these boys the way around? Wow, Shrin Rajpaul with a late dive on the inside there, trying to find a way through on Pierluigi Mussolini, putting the pressure onto Mussolini. Did that pressure pay off? We'll see as they come out. Has he got through? No, not yet, but they're still side by side. It'll be Mussolini on the inside, though, for Damps. And yeah, Shrin had to back out of that one. He's got massive pressure coming from behind from Mara Deleuze, looking for a chance. We've got a car down or car off at turn 1 from yellow flags I can see on the sideline. Maybe one of the Masters that ran wide there, or possibly even one of the Cup cars. But they are now side by side down towards turn 5. And the inside line is exactly where Hannes Kiepers needs to be. In fact, no, push to pass, he goes around the outside. He uses one of his push to passes and goes around the outside to take the lead. Here comes a late dive coming out of Nirav Singh. Looking for a way through there in the Kyle Army exhaust car. He tucks in behind Josh Moore as Moore comes through. Moore for Works Motorsport and Puma Racing as he comes around the outside. It's Nirav Singh on the wall and Josh Moore on the outside. They are literally wing mirror to wing mirror as they come down that main straightaway towards turn 1. Brilliant stuff here, as per usual. Roshan Goodman giving us a shot of what it looks like heading towards turn 1 as he goes on the brakes to climb all over the back of Hannes Kiepers, laying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of the doctor, who just soaks it up for now. It's DDS versus Upward Spiral. FSS there in 3rd place. What a run there from Pierluigi. Oh, there you go. Nirav coming together with Maro, forcing Josh Moore wide, and up the inside comes Jaden Hussen. Jaden Hussen finds a way through there in the AA car to squeeze 1 position higher ahead of Josh Moore. He goes side by side as they come down into the braking point, and Moore has to tuck in behind him. Behind that's Milan Emsley and Charles Smallberger. That's how tight it is. 2, 4, 6, 8 cars fighting for what is 5th place on track. Brilliant stuff in Polo Cup as always. Josh Moore losing out there slightly. First to Nirav, then to Maro. And Mara Deleuze falling back into the clutches now of his fellow Rookie Cup competitor as they try and close things down here on the Ninja. Maro's late on the brakes. He's got the inside line. Going with him is Hussen. And here comes Milan Emsley. Emsley on the inside of Charles Smallberger. Goes with Josh Moore to exit turn 5 ahead of Smallberger. Moore opened up the door and MG said, I'm coming with you, and he just forced his way through. So this is how it turns out for the second pack of cars. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Fastest man on track, 26.2, coming out of Hunter Skippers out front, trying to open up a bit of a gap now on Goodman in the Masters. Here they come, closing onto the back end of one of the Cup cars. That will be onto the back end, I think, of Liam Crystal, as they come under braking for turn 1. It's still Smallberger, I think, leading things out there in the Masters category. Yes, it is, ahead of Wayne Masters for now. Once again, big dive on the inside from Jaden Kirsten, gets up ahead of Maro. He now sets his intentions and sights on the man in front of him, and that will be Nirav Singh. Shirin Rajpal trying to close the gap now on Pierluigi Mussolini. Look at this, how close do you want it? Josh Moore all over the back of Maro Deleuze. Moore's got his own issues right behind him in the form of Milan Emsley, and then Charles Smallberger waiting to pick up the pieces. Absolutely brilliant stuff in Polo Cup. It's exactly what we can kind of expect to see in this category. They do not hold anything back. Getting away slightly now, Skippers opening up a little bit of a margin. It was about half a second on the last pass. It might be about a second now over Roshan Goodman. Nirav with pressure coming from Jaden Klussen. This is Goodman's point of view coming out of the kink. Heading onto the main straightaway again. Down towards turn 1 they go. Can Goodman close that gap down? It's come down to half a second, so he's made a little bit of ground up in that last lap. Mussolini's 1.8 seconds off the two of them. Then it's Rajpal, about half a second behind him. Look at this though. That is Smallberger up the inside of Milan Emsley. Emsley tried to shut the door, couldn't quite make it stick. Back to turn 2. Nirav Singh with Klussen on his inside. Jaden has a look, climbs in behind him. Maro follows them through with Josh on his tail. Deleuze and Josh Moore have been at this for a long, long time. Where is Chris Tate? He's down in 13th. He was the Rookie Cup champion. He is battling here in this Polo. He has not found his rhythm at all, down in 13th place there, ahead of Cyril Jacobs Jr., the last of the Cup competitors. So it's a big step up, as you can see. Some of them have made it look easy, some of them taking a little bit of time to get used to the new car. Smallberger, he's been around for a long time in this category. At one stage in his career was a championship contender as well. So he certainly knows what to do in a Polo. But today, fighting for honours, down in about 10th place overall. Trying to close the gap down there on 9th Milan Emsley and 8th place Josh Moore. As we watch Roshan back out of turn 5. There's Jaden Klussen getting slightly better drive on the Ninja. It's the AA versus Kyle Army machine. And there they go, across the line. Yes, he's got through. Oh, no, he hasn't. Nirav's come back at him on the inside line. Nirav will have the inside line for turn 1. And will probably hang on to it. Yes, he does. Only just. Maro trying to go with him. If Maro goes, Josh is going to go. And if Josh goes, Smallberger's going to go. Klussen tucks in. Just to close the door there on Maro Deleuze to not allow him to attack him. He shuts the door and then goes defensive into turn 2. Slowing him up ever so slightly there. There comes Chris Tate. First time we've seen him. Just ahead there of the two team red cars at the back. Milan is dropping back here, and so is Berlin Robinson. Berlin Robinson tucked into the battle there with the Masters. The Fantech car about to be caught by the Masters, and first of the Cup category cars being caught now with 2.5 laps to go. So Berlin having a bit of a baptism of fire further back in the pack. As I said, jumping into her sister's car for the first time after a spectacular Rookie Cup season last year that saw her finish up in the top 3 on a few occasions. Now into the mix with the Masters. Can't be in a better spot right now to learn from Derek Smallberger, and in about 2 seconds time Wayne Masters as well. Roshan was so late on the brakes there, closed that gap down dramatically with 2 laps to go. Oh! Carnage! Carnage down at turn 5. It's Klussen, it's Smallberger, it's Josh Moore. They're all involved in a big incident down at turn 5, Cape Town corner. There are bits and pieces of those 3 cars everywhere. Not quite sure if we caught the whole action. We definitely got the end of it. Klussen's car, massive front end damage. Radiator is game over on that machine. I don't think he's going anywhere. You can see the liquid pouring out of that car. So Jaden Klussen has come together there, along with Charles Smallberger and Josh Moore. Unbelievable race action, as always, in the Astron Polo Cup. Now heading down towards turn 3. Has Roshan Goodman got something special here? But remember, he's setting something up now, but he doesn't know what's coming at the bottom end of the straight. He won't know about the carnage down at the bottom end of the back straightaway. It'll be double yellows down there, possibly change of surface as well. So you'll have to back out on any attempt that he's got. In fact, you don't have to. Everybody's going to have to back out. It looks like it might be a possibility of a safety car. No, it's just double yellows. They're keeping it under double yellows. Reason being is we've only got a lap and a half to go. So it's double yellows down into Cape Town corner. There are cars up on that banking. There are drivers in the kiddie litter. There are marshals working on those cars, but it's double yellow flags down into turn number 5, Cape Town corner, which means no overtaking. Roshan Goodman's got to find another place to catch and pass the man looking for the perfect weekend here in Cape Town, Dr. Hannes Kiepers. Final lap. Pierluigi Mussolini is doing a superb job. Shirin Rajpal is up into 4th place. Remember, Pierluigi Mussolini has been involved in this class for a season, but has never been up in 3rd. This will be the highest finish he's ever got to, that's for sure. And Mussolini in that FSS machine is doing such a magic job. It is now Nirav Singh behind Shirin Rajpal for 4 and 5. Mauro Deleuze is 6th place, first of the rookies. Then Bjorn Berthold. Behind Berthold is Chris Tate. And into the mix come the Masters. So we got the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger joining the fight there for the back end of the Cup class with Wayne Masters in the mix as well. This is what we're seeing right now through Dempster. 2 Masters squeezing out the Cup cars. And they are fighting epically down there. Berthold, Cyril Jacobs Jr. coming down under braking, no overtaking into turn 5, so it's going to end up just like this unless we see an opportunity here. As you can see, late braking, no overtaking, but late braking coming from Roshan, looking for his first win, but he's not going to get it. The perfect weekend is going to be finished up here by Dr. Hannes Kiepers. As he comes to the checkered flag, it'll be lights ablaze, waving across the circuit. Works Motorsport, another victory there for the DDS car. Pole position, super pole, race 1 win, race 2 win for Hannes Kiepers. Roshan Goodman with a 2nd place. Amazing effort there from the Team Red and Upward Spiral car. Beating out Pierluigi Mussolini, his best finish in Polo Cup ever in that FSS machine to win out over the Goldwagen machine from KwaZulu-Natal. Shirin Rajpal beats Nirav Singh in the Kyle Army exhaust machine. That's also his best finish in 5th place. Never been in the top 5 has the Ninja. And well done to our top rookie, Mauro Deleuze, in the top 6. Probably going to finish up in the top 5 or 4 overall once we take race 1 into account. And for the overall standings of the day, we'll wait and see how that pans out later on at prize giving. But certainly with that effort, Mauro Deleuze was your top rookie for the day, and shows just how well that Rookie Cup competition is working. Because right on his tail was Bjorn Berthold, who came through the Rookie Cup. Then it was the 2 Masters. Cyril Jacobs Jr. in his first outing, finishing just outside the top 10. Not too bad for him. Liam Crystal in 13th. But further back in the pack, can you believe that? Chris Tate and Berlin Robinson in 11th and 12th place. There's going to be some work to be done for some of these teams heading into the next round of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. And we are looking forward to that. That is for sure. They have turned Polo Cup around here big time with some new contenders, new faces, fighting with some of the old rivals. And it's certainly turning into something pretty spectacular. Hannes Kiepers coming away from Cape Town with a perfect weekend's racing. 4 out of 4. Pole, Super Pole, race 1 and race 2. Unbelievable race action. Up next, we go to the 2 wheels, hopefully. And it's ZX10R Masters Cup that will be standing by to come onto track for their 2nd heat of the day. Josh Moore as Moore comes through. Moore for Works Motorsport and Puma Racing as he comes around the outside. It's Nirav Singh on the wall and Josh Moore on the outside. They are literally wing mirror to wing mirror as they come down that main straightaway towards turn 1. Brilliant stuff here, as per usual. Roshan Goodman giving us a shot of what it looks like heading towards turn 1 as he goes on the brakes to climb all over the back of Hannes Schippers, laying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of the Doctor, who just soaks it up for now. It's DDS versus Upward Spiral. FSS there in third place. What a run there from Pierluigi. Oh, there you go. Nirav coming together with Maro, forcing Josh Moore wide, and up the inside comes Jaden Hussen. Jaden Hussen finds a way through there in the A car to squeeze one position higher ahead of Josh Moore. He goes side by side as they come down into the braking point, and Moore has to tuck in behind him. Behind that's Milan Emsley and Charles Smallberger. That's how tight it is. 2, 4, 6, 8 cars fighting for what is 5th place on track. Brilliant stuff in Polo Cup as always. Josh Moore losing out there slightly. First to Nirav, then to Maro. And Maro Deleuze falling back into the clutches now of his fellow Rookie Cup competitor as they try and close things down here on the Ninja. Maro's late on the brakes. He's got the inside line. Going with him is Hussen. And here comes Milan Emsley. Emsley on the inside of Charles Smallberger. Goes with Josh Moore to exit turn 5 ahead of Smallberger. Moore opened up the door and Emsley said, "I'm coming with you." And he just forced his way through. So this is how it turns out for the second pack of cars. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Fastest man on track, 26.2, coming out of Hannes Schippers out front. Trying to open up a bit of a gap now on Goodman. In the Masters. Here they come. Closing onto the back end of one of the Cup cars. That will be onto the back end, I think, of Liam Crystal. As they come under braking for turn 1. It's still Smallberg, I think, leading things out there in the Masters category. Yes, it is. Ahead of Wayne Masters for now. Once again, big dive on the inside from Jaden Kirsten. Gets up ahead of Maro. He now sets his intentions and sights on the man in front of him. And that will be Nirav Singh. Shirin Rajpal trying to close the gap now on Pierluigi Mussolini. Look at this, how close do you want it? Josh Moore all over the back of Maro Deleuze. Moore's got his own issues right behind him in the form of Milan Emsley and then Charles Smallberger waiting to pick up the pieces. Absolutely brilliant stuff in Polo Cup. It's exactly what we can kind of expect to see in this category. They do not hold anything back. Getting away slightly now, Skippers opening up a little bit of a margin. It was about half a second on the last pass. It might be about a second now over Roshan Goodman. Nirav with pressure coming from Jaden Hussen. This is Goodman's point of view coming out of the kink. Heading onto the main straightaway again. Down towards turn 1 they go. Can Goodman close that gap down? It's come down to half a second, so he's made a little bit of ground up in that last lap. Mussolini's 1.8 seconds off the two of them. Then it's Rajpal, about half a second behind him. Look at this though. That is Smallberger up the inside. Welcome back to action from the first round of the Extreme Festival's National Championships down in Cape Town. We're in the Mother City, and they are one of our associate sponsors today here at Killarney International Raceway, along with Smile FM and all the Extreme Festival sponsors themselves, including Sunbet, who of course are the naming rights sponsor of the ZX10R Masters Cup. We had to do a quick change over there due to the fact we were running a little late on Facebook. That's the reason why we just lost the stream there for a little bit, so apologies for that, but we are back now and ready to go to take you through the last 4 races of the day, which will be the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup, straight into the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop's third and final heat, and to wrap things up, MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents. So 4 more races to come your way, and then we will be done and dusted for round 1 of this championship as we head into Cape Town Corner with the usual suspects in ZX10R Masters Cup. They come round, of course, they do a warm-up lap. They take up their positions on the grid. They then do a warm-up lap, and then we go into race action to get a little bit of heat into their Bridgestone tyres as opposed to everybody else that's on Dunlops here this weekend. Race 1 saw Damien Purificardi get away at the front end, but on a loaned and rebuilt bike overnight, Trevor Westman will certainly be looking forward to hopefully going a little higher up in the overall standings for this second heat of the day. That's the plan, of course. And hopefully he can do that, because that's exactly where he wants to be. That's fighting for honours in what has been basically a Clint Seller-dominated class over the last 3 seasons. And Seller, of course, is parked on the sideline this weekend with a small injury that has cost him the ability to sort of hang on to the motorcycle. It's a pinched nerve somewhere on the left-hand side of his body. We chatted to him at the break, and unfortunately he has had to pull out of today's proceedings, which is a costly one for him, because he also had to pull out of the last round of last season at Red Star Raceway, where he had an uncharacteristic crash in the final heat, which gave Damien Purificardi the first man to beat Seller, even if it was on not really fair terms. You know, if a rider goes down, it's not the way you want to win a race, but you'll still take the victory, and Damien Purificardi certainly felt the same way. So it's now time to remove all the paraphernalia off the grid and get them ready for the warm-up lap. I'm not quite sure if our production team has also lost timing, but I've lost timing, Paulie. I'm not quite sure if you have too. I'm just waiting to see if it refreshes here. I don't know if that was also a bit of an issue that maybe happened during the heat of that exchange from what was going to be ZX10s, then into Polos with a big crash at the end, and now back to ZX10s. So just waiting to try and pick up on the live timing again, and hopefully get to see exactly how this all pans out for race number 2. Keith Agliotti had a fantastic run in race number 2. And of course his brother Jordan's going to join me for commentary for the second heat. I'm just letting people know that we unfortunately, I don't know if you got it on your phone, Geordie, but I've lost timing on mine. Hopefully it's going to pick up in a few moments' time, but I know they had a bit of issues there with some signal issues in between the 2 heats, and when they changed up the program as well. Yeah, Jordan, just calm down. Those are Dunlop girls. You're not allowed to look at them, okay? You have to look at the Bridgestone girls, okay?
Greg, I was looking at the bikes, my bud.
Sure, I was too. Thanks, Hans Bezay, for that. You're going to have to have a chat to Ian about that, eh? Going to have to sort that out again. Right, so they come to the line. Geordie, you were down on the grid. You can tell us temperature's pretty much very much the same as it was this morning. They weren't in the heat of the day in their first heat, and they're certainly not in the heat of the day for the second heat. So I would say it's pretty much the same.
It's there and thereabouts. Yeah, I think the sun's in a different point, but it's there and thereabouts. The wind, I think, has dropped ever so slightly. It just felt a little bit less windy out there, but that could be just, little sparks or whatever in the gusts. But
it's still going to have some gusts, though.
Yeah,
I think it's not going to be a
100%.
full-blown southeaster into your face, although when you look at those flags down that main straightaway, it tells a different
They're still
story.
dancing,
Pretty much, but it's not as strong. You are 100% right there. So
it's a big grid, Greg. Nice looking grid there, eh?
It is. Fantastic looking grid. That's exactly what we want to see at national challenge level. And now heading down towards turn 1. Is it going to be Purificardi again? Look at Adrian Van Dalen challenging, but it's Jason Lamb who gets the whole shot. Lamb off the line there like a rocket ship. Keith round the outside. Wait to sit up there.
Yeah. James threw it underneath him there. They even kicked up some dust. Did you see that?
That I think came from the cars.
It must have been from before. They just went over
Jason
the line.
Lamb into turn 2 with Purificardi around his outside. And everybody else just filtering through there, slowly
finding
but surely.
their comfort spot, and they're going to put their heads down now. By about turn 3, you see where you kind of sit in, and then you know, okay, cool, let's see who we've got to work towards and who you've passed, who shouldn't have passed you, and then you got to chase them down.
And where your targets are.
100%, yeah.
One target is right now into the sights of Purificardi onto that back straightaway through Malmesbury, or Sorrel Sweep as we like to call it now.
And Lamb's not easy to pass, so it's going to be interesting. But yeah, some big horsepower motorbikes and a headwind. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, they come. Down that straightaway, and they're going to feel the effects of that wind and the bump as well.
Yeah.
Jason Lamb hitting the tabletop down that back straightaway.
That's getting nice and tight between the top 10. Westman not as fast on the start there, because I think he found himself up in 4th by like turn 2 last race, and I think he's down in about 6th or 7th now. We haven't got the timing on, but looks like Lamb has managed to hold the pole, well, first position for a bit still, so he's hanging on there, and he's a fighter. Lamb's a fighter. Yo.
Inside line, trying to find a way through there on Boston and on Van Dalen. But remember,
and Keith's watching it, it's all happening in front of him. He's just waiting to what he can pick off for it.
What I'm saying there with Westman's point of view, though, it's not quite a race bike.
No.
He's converted a road bike into as close to a race bike as possible.
100%.
Look, good to see Lubabalo back up again.
And this fighting, I mean, there's a lot of chopping and changing. It's going to keep it nice and close. There's not going to be such big gaps that open up. Makes for exciting racing, you know. So everyone finds their rhythm to feel out the track. There was some oil between 4 and 5, I believe, and a few other spots. That's why the Polos went out before the bikes. But, yeah, I mean, if I don't know what the lap times are looking like now, but it looks like the guys are on it immediately, eh?
Yeah, they are right there. Unfortunately, as I said, I don't have timing on the phone. It looks like the app might have dropped down slightly there, but we'll just go on what we see on track at the moment. Jason Lamb under attack from Purificardi around the outside. Very
defensive from Lamb. Does Damo go? He made it. He made it stick. Brilliant overtake that.
Better run here from Slucky though, hey?
So I caught up with Slucky in the pits. He was battling with his fuel pump. He says from about 8,000 RPM the bike wasn't pulling. Pulled out the fuel pump, changed it, and now we can see that that's obviously where the problem was. Because he's able to go now, you know. So, yeah, a few issues in race 1, but he can finish on a high because it looks like he's putting in some good laps there.
He's putting in the lap times. He's putting in the work to try and catch the top 2 as well. Coming along for the ride right behind him, though, is James Bosson. Bosson putting a slight margin now over the rest of that pack, as Westman's actually got through on him too. So Bosson and Westman working together to get onto the back end there of Slucky to see if he can give him a run for his money and maybe work as a threesome to catch the duo out front.
Yep, it's going to close it up nicely. I think they're actually going to make some great race. Somebody went for a lunge. Westman almost had a look there. That's a scary part too. That's turn 3. To pass in turn 3 is a ballsy one. But Trevor knows the track. You know, he's a local. Yeah, he knows his way around the circuit.
Yeah, he'll certainly know that inside line might work out. Yeah, welcome to my world in the hot box, man. Jordy's sweating here on the microphone.
But I ran from Park for mate, dropped off paddock stands to the grid, straight to the box. So
I love your
working, my mate. We'll see what my step targets are.
Popping into my studio earlier on while we had the break, and the cars that were being recovered, I see there's a bit of superbike royalty from South Africa here, hey? Stuart McAttack is in the house.
Oh, is it? I haven't seen it. I didn't see.
Stuart
I believe
McLeod in the house.
And Drickus Duplessis made a turn past there as well.
There as well. So we got some support from the sidelines.
Yeah, they're coming to see the celebrities here on track.
Yeah, exactly. Slucky under attack and unfortunately falls by the wayside as Westman does exactly what he lives up to. The timing looks like it's back up. Purificardi from Lamb. Westman now to 3rd place. So the killer is on the move.
And the top 7 are already at the lap times they actually finished last race on. They've already found themselves in those lap times so early in the race. So it looks like the guys are comfy. The oil couldn't have been too much of an issue there. And yeah, Lamb is putting it today, Mo.
He's showing him the way around at the moment.
Talking about locals, Greg, I actually spoke to Graham from Badar just now. He's obviously, we don't see him this season racing, but I spoke to him a little bit earlier. But it's also another bike that we haven't seen line up on the grid this year.
Yeah, GBBD is a sad miss to this grid, that's for sure. A seasoned campaigner and multiple champion in the ZX10R Masters Cup in his campaigns over the last 10 years or so. It would be great to get him back up onto a motorcycle if he can make a plan. I know that...
is Damien going for the outside again? Oh, he made it work.
So good, hey. How do you do that around the outside when there's no grip? And that's where 3 Polos have just gone off.
100%.
So there's hardly any grip available.
And he's riding over the bumps there, so he's obviously got that front end dialed in on that ZX10.
Working well for Damien supercar as he comes through now ahead of Lamb and Westman. McMahon still hangs on to the 4th spot, so it's B, C, A, A, and then the second bike in Class C is Barson. He's 5th on the road at the moment ahead of Van Dalen, 3rd bike of Class A. And a nice run there from, in fact, second bike of Class A, Agliotti is the man who's in 3rd place in Class A at the moment. Your brother.
He's into the 15s. He's going to be happy with that, so that's good, great. Trevor's on a 15 dead after his off yesterday. I mean, that's just amazing to see, because not only the bike, Greg, you know, mentally coming back from a crash like that, you got to keep it together, you know, and it's shown that he's got the head for it, you know.
Yeah, I remember he had the big one last year as well, so he would have been thinking about that, I'm sure, as he went off first. Qualifying 2, going, oh, hang on, I saved that one.
Yeah.
But then when it all went wrong in qualifying 3, he must have thought, oh no, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not living up to what I'm used to doing. And his nickname is the Killer. Well, the reason for that is he always looks to go on the hunt to win races.
And let's give something to Alan Westman. He knows how to build a motorbike, eh?
He certainly does. Big Al's put a great effort in there.
I don't know if Lamb was going for a lunge there. I don't know if we might have caught the end of it, but we'll see if the positions change over the line.
It looks like a bit of a fight on here as well. Heading down onto that back straight away. And late braking from Reg. He's got a bit of pressure coming from Byron.
Yeah, Byron's putting the pressure on Reggie.
Be looking for a way through. He tucks back up and looks for the late apex on the exit. Now climbs on the power.
Byron had I think he had a good
80. He had a big lunge there.
A little bit wide offline. Is he going to manage to square it off and get the drive to 2? Let's see. Remember, they're turning into that headwind up to turn 2, so to set the bike up for that, it's not easy, eh?
Barson over the tank to try and keep the front end down as well as they go into turn 2, Castro Corner. Manages to still hang on, only just. So 4th place, in fact 5th place, because it's Hein McMahon is in the 4th spot on the bike 4.
Lamb's going to be happy with that lap times. Trevor's into the 14s. Damien's in the 14s.
That's good.
The guys are putting their head down. And Greg, we're on 30-old lap tyres here. You know what I mean? It's like that right-hand side of the tyre is screaming at the moment. But
I've got to say, that is testament to how well these tyres work.
100%.
You know?
I know Keith rides these things like 80 laps in on them, you know. He just keeps going and going and going on them, not even sure if they're supposed to, but it just shows you how great they are. It just shows you how great they are, that the guys are able to ride them for that long, get real value for what they're paying for, you know.
I wanted to say something as
we got 8. Oh, geez, slammed the door shut again.
Centurion bike there. Looking down the grid.
Yes.
How awesome is it to see number 14?
Alfie's wonderful. I wanted to say something about it in race 1, actually. Yeah, no, it's brilliant, man. It really is brilliant. And then shout out to our new TC, you know. What a legend to have. Yeah, Mr. Ricky. Nice to see you in the paddock with us this year.
Rick Marais back in the paddock. And, of course, I believe Sheridan's actually racing in the Cape Epic.
Oh, really?
So,
awesome.
It's one of the reasons Stuart McLeod is down here. He's come to support the Cape Epic, a big mountain biker now that he stepped off the throttle-powered two-wheeled machines. He went straight into mountain biking, became a top contender in South African mountain biking, did Stuart McLeod.
Yeah.
But he's down here supporting the Cape Epic.
Seems like a common thing guys do from going racing. They ride bicycles, eh?
A couple of them done that. We know a few of those that have been around the outside of cars down hills as well. They got into trouble during the week. Not going to mention them, but they were part of a certain MotoGP paddock.
Yeah.
Oh, red flag. That's not good.
Let's see who's going.
That is not good.
Everyone coming through the timing boards.
Okay, so we'll have to see where that happened. I didn't get... Oh, there it is. It's in turn 2.
Okay, but...
it's Byron.
No,
is that Byron?
That's not Byron. No, that's 80. I think that's 80.
It might be 80.
It's 80 that's gone down.
Yeah.
But it is I think that's turn 2, so it's not a fast one. He's okay. He's up, but the bike's maybe dropped some fluid or something.
The reason being is it's a standard option now with any MSA bike class. If there's a bike on the circuit or a rider on the circuit, it's an immediate red flag.
And Greg, with 8 minutes into, what do you think they're going to make the call on the?
Well, they've completed. Oh well, I can't see how many laps they completed. They've completed because the time to go is not ticking over there for us, unfortunately. Looks like 80's front end is locked up there.
Yeah, they're trying to pull it out.
They're going to have to lift that up.
It might be the brake lever that's actually clinched closed, and the front wheel's moving now. Okay, but it's nice to see everybody's okay and there's nothing
that's
too
the most
serious.
Important thing, 100%.
Handlebars can be replaced. Okay, they're walking off. It looks like it was only 80 involved.
So they've done half race distance. Means they might bring them back for a full restart.
They might be
then just shuffle the grid.
5 or 6 laps,
and a 5 or 6 lap sprint race for the end.
Yeah, they'll probably start from where their grid position that they left off here.
Good catch there from 80.
Yeah, still working.
Marshall didn't realise that the bike was that heavy, and 80 had to catch it before it landed on the side again.
80 said that he read something of 67 or something lean angle degrees through turn 5. Obviously, the bank corner that he picked up through there. Maybe a little too much lean angle for this one. 80
Howard got
unluckily.
to 65 yesterday.
That
Showed
is
me on his
crazy,
telemetry.
bud. That's crazy. Jorge Martin stuff, man.
Exactly. Expecting them to sort of put their elbows down and their shoulders
and
down.
it just shows you, Greg, how hard these guys are. I mean, these guys pay to do this. They're so passionate about it, but it shows you it's not that they're just going out there riding. They're actually pushing the limits. Where you see things like this happen because they're trying to find every little bit, half a tenth per corner.
And he's going to just jump into the amber, I think, just for a
check him up and
standard option, double check, make sure everything's okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to risk anything. You never know. Rather let the medics make the call and tell you that you're okay. Nice. So the love coming for Jordan, no love for Greg in the commentary.
Yeah,
as we can see there.
Maybe
coming
give
up
some
on
love
his watch
to Greg.
there. little message. Love hearing Jordan's voice on the commentary.
Maybe it's because I stay far away now. You know what I mean? She doesn't hear it so much,
Exactly. Oh, no, look, so cool. Glad that the fam are listening in, and we've got friends, fans, and family watching from all around the world as well as the race action unfolds here. A stop in proceedings there with a red flag for the second heat of ZX10R Masters Cup.
Do you think those flags have flown off, or do you think they...
That I wanted to mention earlier on was a prime missed opportunity for a sponsor.
100%.
We've gone to that shot about 7 or 8 times today.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
some EVC flags would have been good up there.
Yeah, it would have been, eh?
Yeah. Isn't that where you sat for the the World Supercross?
That's
where you were from?
That's my banking.
Yeah, that was...
Magoo grass banking there.
That was the first time I've seen electric cars do what they do. That was incredible, man.
Oh, they do, eh?
Yeah.
0 to 100 in 2 seconds.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Anyway, we are just waiting for the restart here. Also just trying to pick up and see if I can get the timing to pick up again. I don't know. Something must have gone wrong there because I'm not picking up that timing. Paul did pick it up. He'll probably pop it up onto the screen for us, as always. And we stand by now for, of course, race action to resume as soon as we know.
Where was it that Lubus also went down in?
Lubus went out of turn 5.
Or was it turn 5? Okay. Because I saw he was fixing his bike. He managed to get it sorted and back out. He's looking good again. So
I think Lubus actually just lost the front and slid up the banking.
That's why, yes, that's probably exactly. Yeah, it was a handlebar and bits and pieces. I don't even think he had to change the fairing, so it was nice and lucky to see him get back out. No injuries or anything. The right shoulder always takes a bit of punishment, but luckily you only feel that at the end of race day, you know what I mean? Or the next day. Yeah, there we go.
Tomorrow morning's when he's going to feel it, especially, and I'm take nothing away from what I'm about to say, when you're a master.
Yes.
You know, when you're a youngster and you're racing in like the short circuit stuff or here at the 8 hour at Killarney,
100%.
Those guys, they bounce back like a rubber ball.
Greg, I've hurt myself in my sleep, but so yeah, no, it gets
getting out of bed is a challenge for me.
I promise you. Look at Johan LaRue. He's just had a knee replacement, but he's walking to the pits. I said to a good friend of mine, he actually rides a motorbike better than he walks.
He does.
And he's fast as nails on a motorbike. It's
incredible to think how that works, because if you even go back to sort of the likes of Mick Doohan.
Yeah.
Mick Doohan couldn't walk down pit lane at all for all his injuries, but you put him onto a motorbike.
He won races.
And he used the thumb shifter for the back brake, you remember?
100%, yeah. And it's like Johan will really put it to even the youngsters. Sometimes I just couldn't pass Johan today. I just couldn't pass Johan. You always hear it in the paddock, you know.
Yeah, and he'll turn around and he'll go, yeah, because I'm going to make your Oaks work.
Yeah,
the
100%.
Oldest man in the paddock. And with that knee replacement, still able to do lap times in the 14s and 15s around circuits like Killarney.
I believe he wasn't too chuffed not getting the clear. Doctor gave him the clear, but I think there was just obviously a few concerns with MSA that he didn't get the clear to go racing this week, but I think in the next round or two he'll be back with us.
So you can imagine JLR and Evil Knievel coming back in round 2.
There we go. Sweet. Yeah, and a couple of the local boys will pop up their heads as well, you know. Okay, here we go. Guys are going out. Is it going to be quick start procedure, Greg?
It will be a quick start procedure, so there'll be no Broly Babes going onto the grid. They'll come around, form up and go.
Well, I'll have to run again, and I don't feel like doing that. I've got my step target for the day, my bad.
Next round, of course, we head to Red Star Raceway, which, of course, is a purpose-built motorcycle circuit, and that is on the 18th of April. So about a month away from today, almost a month, even a little bit more. That's a circuit that, of course, these bikes love, because it is purpose-built for motorcycles.
100%. But it's like anything, you know, there's no track where you can be good at one and you're bound to go fast at the next one. Every single track has its own demands. That's why it's like, you know, you think you got a good setup for Killarney, you want to go to Red Star, leave the bike as it is. The bike works completely different. The grip, the temperatures, the horsepower. There's so many things that take changes out of the bike that you think are going to, I mean, even the gearing, these guys, I think top end, I know specifically on 80 and Damo, they were doing 268 on the back straight with the headwind, close to the over 270s with the less wind on Thursday. All of these things, the guys are changing a tooth gearing on the rear sprocket to be able to get the bike up the back straight. Whereas on Thursday they were able to run one tooth longer because they were getting the top end.
Going to Red Star with that long straight that they play on there, it would be similar setup because of the long straight they've got to Killarney. But of course it's also altitude.
Altitude, what direction? I'm not sure what direction they're coming out, but also
for the first 3 months they go clockwise, and it's not going 6 months anymore. They change it up to like
okay, all
in
right.
terms of the way they're running it.
And yeah, I mean, you're coming out fourth gear flat onto 4, so you only got 5th and 6th down the back straight, so those need to be really long gears to get you to the end of the back straight. Whereas Red Star, you're either coming out on 2nd if we're going anti-clockwise, or you're coming out 3rd going clockwise, and uphill as well. So those things also, the bikes need to work a little bit harder to pull the guys through that, and there's all those small things you've got to make changes on, but I believe this is similar gearing to Kyle Army by a tooth or two, but Kyle Army, because they got that long straight with a kink in it, bikes always peel over in the kink limit. So you got to take
when
that
limiter kicks in, it's amazing to hear. Hey, 5-second board is up. We're ready to go for a restart. I'm going to go with 6 laps, unless I get told anything different from Paul in my ear. But I would go with a 6-lap second start here.
I see
down
Keith
into turn
started
1.
on the inside, so they obviously went back to they didn't go to original grid positions. They took where they had started.
Up. 4 laps to go, so a 4-lap race.
Okay, that's
so
a
they're
nice
going to go to 6 and 4 there for them.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. They don't do a combination, hey? They wouldn't combine the times afterwards. I think this is a separate race completely now, if I remember the rules.
That's true, because normally they combine the two of now they're going to treat it as a whole different race.
So this is a whole new race start here, 4-lap sprinter for these guys. Won't spread out as much now with that 4 laps.
No, it won't. The guys will be able to get the toe from the faster guys down the back straight, keep the group a lot more compact, and you might even see some fast lap times coming down from the riders in the mid-pack because they know they've got an opportunity for a good result. Put your head down for 4 laps. The fatigue won't kick in as quickly. So don't be surprised if you see something work for the guys, who normally play around in the mid-pack.
Like this.
James looked like he went up the inside of Keith into...
He did. But I was watching Westman trying to go around the outside
Trevor
of Lamb.
smelling a second, or even could be a pole because Damien and Trevor are very close to Lamb. Lamb's in second at the moment, eh?
Yep. Lamb's second at the moment. Can he try and hang on to that, keep Westman behind him?
I think the gents are going to scrap it out for this one. Their Damo goes into turn 1, still leading.
It's still a bit of an interprovincial battle there as well, by the way.
Yeah. There's
Gauteng,
a little bit of...
Eastern Cape. West Cape.
And
the west side,
the
baby,
flag.
coming from the WE.
100%. Trevor looking at the outside there. Lamrod's very defensively, and normally it affects your drive, but it never seems to. He never battles to get good drive. Even riding those tight corners.
Just remember when he first came onto the scene and he started to give Van Bredar a run for his money.
Yeah, 100%.
Where did this guy come from?
100%.
And he certainly knows what to do. I mean, he's got a, and I say this with all respect, a very awkward riding style.
100%, but he makes it work.
Yeah.
I thought Damien was pulling a little bit of a gap there, but Lamb ran into 4 so fast. They're pushing the front end of that bike.
He knows with 4 laps he's got a chance.
Yeah.
He's
he does. Look,
Damo get away.
He's going to go
here's
for
an
it.
Opportunity. There it is. Inside, turn 5.
Does he get it stopped?
Corner.
He gets it stopped. Watch, he's going to turn it and still get the drive. Greg, he does it. It's brilliant. Yeah, no, it's great racing. And Westman is just eating his popcorn watching this play out in front of him.
Waiting for something to possibly go wrong.
And he's got the knowledge. He knows where he can pull a move or two.
Right, so that's 2 down of the 4. 2 to go. Penultimate lap here. Trevor Westman right there with Damien Purificati. Can Westman pull off the unthinkable and win on a road bike? That would be real
very
turnaround.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Here we go, into turn 2. Damo tries
See
to go
how
around
tight he turns in.
Yeah,
Lamb is able to turn in so early and still watch. He doesn't lose anything on the drive. Yes, that right hand is nice and long to be able to, but it's not like he's even squaring it off or anything. He's running corner speed. He's getting on the gas. He really is working that bike well.
Are you sure he's on a ZX10, not a ZX6, bud?
Could be. The corner speed he's running. If we had a question of the horsepower, but look at the horsepower of this thing down the back straight
I think
as well.
he chucked the ZX10 into ZX6 frame there, maybe.
That might have been the option. That might have been it.
Oh, there's a big moment for him though. Look at that back end step out on Lammy. That's going to lose him drive.
And he went into the 14s already on that lap, so he is pushing. The guys are working hard for this.
Okay, even with that little lack of drive, didn't lose too much.
Let's see, but Damo's around the outside again. Yeah.
Westman going to cut back.
That is a classy pass there, Damo.
Oh, well done, Damien Purificardi. So we got one to go, I think, after this one. If I've timed this perfectly, I hope I have. Yeah.
I know Alfie's been looking to play under the 20s all weekend. Well done, Alfie. He's going to be chuffed with those lap times. I'm really enjoying this racing at the moment. The guys are all, the passion in the paddock is it's great, man.
We haven't mentioned them at all, but we've got to take into account. You've got Carrot Frey out there, Aubrey Marais, Alfie, Dirk Stoltz, Ian Harwood, Henk Kruger. They all make up this field. We can't have 23 bikes on the grid without them.
100%, and everybody's fighting their own stopwatch. The results don't scream for what the guys are actually accomplishing for themselves this weekend.
Personal battles.
You go talk to each and every one of them, and they'll talk you through the race, and they'll have you there for 20 minutes because they've got good stories to tell,
Into the 15s now, so just easing off ever so slightly, but I think that's due to track conditions and realizing that they're coming to the end of what has been a pretty epic battle.
Yeah.
2 races in one here. This is the one that's going to count. And I think Damo's pulled enough of breathing room, and it's equidistant there. I don't think we see any changes between these three.
The Lamb went for that's a big lunge from Lamb. That is a massive lunge from Lamb.
He has.
That is an incredible. Is this the drive? How many laps we still got?
I think this is to the line.
Is this to the line? Is this a drag to the line?
Flag should be out for this one. Lamb on the wall!
My word, that was crazy, and he got it.
Gets it.
Talk about putting it on the line for the win.
What a way to go. That was his handlebar against
I got goosebumps. That was unplayable. I'm sure he put his knee along the wall.
Paulie, we've got to get that again if we can, please, boy.
Yeah, that's going to be a replay moment of note.
Purificardi and Westman, and they split by nothing.
If we can get that on a photo, 3 bikes coming down to the line, and Lamb's got his knee on the wall. That was incredible.
Unbelievable stuff.
Greg,
Geordie, once again, thank you, buddy, for
you're a legend.
Your awesome commentary.
Thank you,
sir. And the insights you bring to the commentary booth is always welcome. And always good. Anytime we're down here, please jump in.
100%. Always good to have a catch up with you. I think there's going to be a few cold ones that are cracked now. The gents are going to be very happy with that.
They're going to be stoked.
What a thrilling race, man.
Well, quick one before you go. Jason Lamb takes the victory, and he also takes first place in Class C over James Barson and Reggie Seal. Class B goes to Damien Purificardi in second overall. He wins out over Lubabalo and Sana and Henk Kruger for the top 3 in Class B. Then it's, of course, Trevor Westman who wins out Class A over Hein McMahon. And your brother,
there we go.
Third place in Class A. So
he
well done
to take
there.
It. Yeah, there we go. He got a good result. Bikes are in one piece. What a great day. Lamb put a blistering time in there.
14.554. Paulie, is there any chance of a replay of that that finish? Because, man alive, that was top quality stuff.
Gentlemen, thank you for some fantastic racing today. That was great. Greg.
Geordie, all the best. Take care, brother. We'll see you later on. Thank you so much for joining us. And Jordan Agliotti, of course, from EBC Brakes, jumping into the commentary booth with yours truly, giving us a little insight from a rider's point of view. Just a little bit, job, please, buddy. There we go. And, of course, now we go into the last 3 races of the day. We've got touring cars to come. We've got extreme supercars to come. And we've got MSA4 final heat still to be done here at Killarney International Raceway. We'll be back shortly with the touring cars and Super Cup on track.
No, there was, but he's gone already.
Fantastic. Thank you, Paul. Have a look at this, ladies and gents. That's knee slider. The fan on the wall nearly lost his Ray-Ban Wayfarers. That was knee slider. That was elbow. And it was also the handlebar up against the wall with Jason Lamb throwing it. Caution to the wind there, literally in the southeaster. Thanks, Paul. That was proper, bud. Unbelievable finish to ZX10R Masters Cup, race number 2.5. I don't know if Dave can hear me, but I hope he can. Dave, if we were going to do a television production, bud, that would be MotoGP-esque style from your cameraman on the wall, buddy. Fantastic effort there from our Two Wheels and Planet Margate team to get that action as Jason Lamb went over the finish line. I don't know if DP saw it, but if we can see it again, I think the crowd will still love it. Don't even worry. But it was proper. Well done. Here we go, one more time. I think this is just to show Dave. We do this in slow-mo. Look at this. Watch this guy get out the way. He nearly loses his Ray-Bans. That's how close Jason Lamb was to him. He came right up against the wall there, elbow, knee, and the handlebar, scraping that concrete barrier down the Porsche straight away. What a finish. Well done, boys. Great job there from our live stream team.
Sorry, can I ask you a favor?
All right, we're back up and racing now for the final 3 heats at round 1 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsports National Championships here in Cape Town. A massive thanks to the City of Cape Town and Smile FM, our associate sponsors for the coverage today of round 1 of this magnificent 2026 championship. And of course, we've had some epic battles already out there on track today. 3 more still to come. In fact, 4 more, because we've got Super Cup and the touring cars combined now. We've got MSA 4 and the Kent class, and we've still got, of course, action from the 3rd and final race of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Oh man, I just love when we put slow-mos out like that, Paulie, because the WhatsApp chat and Facebook comments and YouTube comments have just been flying after that, buddy. I even got all the way from Zimbabwe, Dylan Praji's mom sending me a message going, that was way too close to the wall for my liking. I think it was for a lot of people's liking there, Donna. I got to tell you, magnificent stuff there from Jason Lamborghini. That's the way we like to do it. Putting it up close and personal. Oh, man, it's going to be good. We got Touring Cars and Super Cup on track at the moment for their second heat. And, of course, it's an inverted grid for the second heat of Touring Cars. They're the only ones who go to, of course, an inverted grid, which means it'll be Julian van der Walt starting from pole again, ahead of Michael van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield, then Jason Coetzee and Casey Enso Smith. So that's how things are going to turn around here for this second heat. And the second time they're going to attempt, of course, the new rule of a standing start. Now, a couple of guys were worried about breaking drive shafts and bits and pieces that can happen. They've got the maps all into the cars now. It's going to see Rory Atkinson, who set the fastest lap out of race 1, start on pole alongside Jason Loosemore and Judd Berthold. That, of course, reverses the finishing order of the top two, with Jason Loosemore winning the first heat but not getting the fastest lap. Rory gets that one and puts himself on pole. Berthold and Vostanis will be the second row. Then Tyler Robinson and David Franco. And then Nico Zafiris and Jared Rousseau, Rick and Polo will make up the back end of the Super Cup grid as they come to the line now. Michael van Rooyen is usually the genius in this scenario. And his planning was to try and finish in 5th with a bit of an ailing car in the first race. Not quite sure what the issue was on the Toyota, but it certainly wasn't firing as well as his teammate Jason Coetzee's was. So he was hoping that by finishing up in 5th place, getting the car back into pit lane and getting the mechanics to get onto that car, it'll be sorted out and give him pole position. Unfortunately, though, for him, Julian van der Walt made a massive mistake with about a lap and a half to go, went straight on at turn 1 and ended up behind Michael, which means he starts in front of Michael with the inverted grid and takes that pole position away. Nonetheless, that should not make any difference, because with a standing start, it could turn things around here dramatically. Just waiting for the grid to clear. The man with the red flag was about to move off, and then he was told to hang tight. He's now moving off. So we go into the start procedure now. Adrian Van Dalen just walking past my door there. He should be okay now. They will go off on, of course, a little warm-up lap just to get a bit of extra heat into the rubber. Michael van Rooyen pulls away, but not the way he'd like to. And maybe that was just an indication of that him didn't really want to go and put it into full start mode and risk breaking something on that car. This is the first time that they've attempted the standing starts for touring cars and the Super Cup class. They in fact only downloaded the map yesterday afternoon for the last 2 sessions for the Super Cup class to attempt their first standing starts. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there in the second start there, because remember, they start slightly further back from the pack of touring cars ahead of them. So Rory Atkinson, of course, would have done standing starts and rolling starts in his career, so he'll know basically what to do. Jason Loosemore's kind of been involved in both as well. He had the rolling starts last year as he joined Super Cup after winning the Polo Cup in 24, but in Polo Cup, because it was a standing start, so he's had standing starts. Rory wasn't really a fay with rolling starts as much as what he would have been had he come into this class, but he would have had to learn just like everybody else has. Right, so they are weaving from side to side. The track temperature would have dropped slightly, but it's still probably way over the 30 degrees Celsius, probably even the 35 degrees Celsius mark in terms of track temperature, which will allow some good heat into that Dunlop rubber right from the word go. Rory will hold back slightly and take up his position with the Renegade Racing machine of Jason Loosemore alongside him. Berthold and Vostanis, Robinson and Franco. Behind them will be Zafiris, Rousseau, and then the Loreo boys. Michael van Rooyen remains our cameraman for race 2. Not a bad option to go with him. I'm sure there's going to be lots of action between himself and Van der Walt. Coming to the line, trying to get some heat into the brakes as well as the rubber. Certainly want to have enough heat in the brakes to make them stop into turn 1, particularly off the standing start. Gassing it down there, probably going to be from a standing start to turn 1 over the 160 km/h mark. before they hit the brakes down the gearbox and into turn 1. And now we stand by under starters' orders. Drivers just being shown to take up their positions in their boxes, make sure that they're on the line or behind it. Going to be just behind the line. That's the preferential with the wheels. It doesn't necessarily mean that the splitter and the bumper have to be there, but the wheels have to be behind the line. We're now under full starters' orders. The boards have gone out. When that 5-second lollipop flips round, we'll watch our COC, Arlene Brown, move to the side. And then when those lights go out, we go racing. Revs pick up. And there we go. Touring cars down towards turn 1. Good start from Michael van Rooyen. He's come alongside Julian van der Walt. Van der Walt squeezing him slightly into turn 1. Michael has to go a long way around. He goes wing mirror to wing mirror with Van der Walt, who's going to possibly just squeeze him out into second. But Michael van Rooyen's going to try and hang on to that inside line. Van der Walt goes defensive and goes there, but then decides, no, I'm going the Cape Town line. Here comes a move. Schofield has a big dive, trying to defend from the local man, Jason Kutsia. The Super Cup class have already gone through. We got a car off there by the looks of it. Somebody ran wide coming out of turn 1 and dropped back ever so slightly. I think it might have been, it was actually Rory Atkinson. Atkinson ran off completely and he's now into that mid-pack. Rory Atkinson getting a nightmare of a start. It is Vastanis who leads out and Jason Loosmore who's in second. Nicky Vastanis, what a start from him. There is the Volkswagen and Haupt Racing machine down in about 7th or 8th place at the moment. Maybe a little higher, maybe 5th place I should say. So sorry about that one, Ross. Just trying to pick up exactly where you ended up. Michael van Rooyen under attack now from that Fly Sapphire BMW of Schofield. Schof around the outside. Look at, oh, that's a great shot. Perfect timing. Oh, and Schof runs wide because of it. Schof runs wide as we went on board. Michael van Rooyen just came across the line on the banking, took his normal racing line. Schofield had to back out, running wide and drops to the back of the pack. So it's now Jason Kutsia attacking the number 1 plate from 2025. The number 1 plate from the Gazoo Racing 86 Academy last year is fighting and possibly looking to overtake his teammate, the national champion in touring cars last year, Michael van Rooyen. Jason Loosmore on the attack now onto Vastanis. Behind them, this is an incredible battle here between the Super Cup cars. They've got Loosmore and Berthold. Then it's Atkinson and Davide Franco. Nicky Vastanis is in flight mode here, big time. Looking to try and stay at the front end of this very competitive field of cars. Jason Kutsia has got through on Michael van Rooyen. And so has Casey Ensel-Smith. So Van Rooyen's problems in that Toyota seem to be continuing here in race number 2. He's dropped back down into the clutches of Schofield, who's looking to overtake him down into turn 5. Late braking from Schofield forces Michael wide, but Michael knows he's coming, shuts the door. He couldn't shut the door there on Casey Ensel-Smith, who's got through in the second of the GTIs. And it looks like he's now going to go hunt down Julian van der Walt at the front, along with Jason Kutsia. Van der Walt also a seasoned campaigner when it comes to the reverse grid. We've seen him win on numerous occasions as well when the grid has been reversed and he's been on that front row. It would be a gamble to see out of the two who would have been the better to put your money on a reverse grid, Michael van Rooyen or Julian van der Walt. But Van der Walt now down into the 15.3s, fastest car on track, opening up a little bit of a margin over Kutsia and Casey Ensel-Smith. Michael van Rooyen dropping down into 4th place and into the clutches of Andrew Schofield. Schofield has not found a way through yet. So he's trying hard. But Van Rooyen is a difficult man to get past, even if he's in an ailing car. He's going to make that Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Corolla probably as wide as a Land Cruiser. He's not going to give any room here to Andrew Schofield, watching the wing mirrors and the rearview mirror as they go down the back straight, watching for a possible dive from Schofield. Once again, Schof goes inside. Same line from Michael van Rooyen, comes across the line and just shuts the door on the banking. What? It's so good to see that. Van Rooyen's eyes watching those mirrors, watching the left-hand side of the car now as they come onto the main straightaway to complete another lap. We got 9 still to go, incredibly, in this race. And it's Jason Kutsia and Casey Ensel-Smith that are trying to get to the front end. Look at the front end of the Super Cup class. Round the outside comes Rory Atkinson, getting through on Berthold, moving himself to 3rd place onto the main straight and back into the hunt with Jason Loosmore and with the leader, Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis has found some pace here this weekend like we've never seen. Berthold going along for the ride, tucks right underneath that wing of Rory Atkinson. Not a bad place to be. Let him drag you up to the battle at the front end. Go with him if you can. See the push to pass coming there from Roars. As he hit the push to pass, the hazard lights came on. About to join them though, could possibly be the Davide Franco GSW car. Yes, he's right there as well. Tyler's got a little bit of ground to make up if she wants to be in the battle, but certainly Davide is not too far away from the back end of Berthold. So Berthold and Franco going at it as they go on to the Tygerberg Straight. Through Sorrel Sweep. Corner speed being carried here by all 4 cars. The most corner speed coming out of Loosemore as he tucks into a possible overtake here with the slipstream. Has he got a push to pass? I think he may have gone for one. He comes up alongside Vastanis. We go back side-by-side action here from Michael Van Rooyen and Schofield. Van Rooyen is having to work triple time in that little Toyota of his to keep the BMW at bay. Probably the hardest he's had to fight in a long time to keep a BMW behind him, other than possibly when he fought against Keegan Campos last year on a few occasions in the Campos Transport and Turn 1 car. That car, of course, still being rebuilt. Hopefully we'll be back in time for Red Star Raceway and possibly have Robert Volk back at the wheel. We know that Rob is quite sick at the moment. We wish him a speedy recovery and hopefully have him back by Red Star on the 18th of April. So that back straight away. Here comes the BMW of Schofield, looking for a chance now. Is he in the slip? Can he get round on Michael Van Rooyen? Van Rooyen's gone defensive on every occasion, and he's going to try and do it again here as they go down onto the brakes into turn 5, Cape Town corner. Little cut back there from Schofield. Van Rooyen saw him coming though. Just uses that same line, placing the car to perfection to not allow Schofield a chance to dive through. Somebody's hit the wall. Look at the wing mirror on the side there. That's the wing mirror cover of one of the cars that's fallen to the wayside. Oh, a change up. There we go. Jason Kutsia under attack now, big time, from Casey Ensel-Smith. Ensel-Smith wants that Volkswagen GTR Golf 8 ahead of the GR Corolla, and he is fighting hard for it. Casey and Jason have fought in the past, but it was in single-seaters. It wasn't in saloon cars. And in these purpose-built race cars now, they know exactly with the additional boost, all of the additional bits and pieces that go with the wings and the slick tires that they're on, makes a big difference to a driver's racing style, particularly when you come from single-seaters and jumped into a saloon car. Casey, of course, winning the saloon car, the single-seater championship last year, and one of the prizes is a drive in touring cars. And he's grabbed that with absolute applause. Brilliant stuff from him. Once again, goes defensive. Kutsia forcing Ensel-Smith high and wide onto the banking. Gazoo Racing versus the Volkswagen Motorsport machine, heading down onto that front straightaway now. Coming up onto that little piece of whatever that is on the sideline. Halfway stage reached, and it's Jason Kutsia hanging on for dear life right now, with Casey all over the back of him. Ensel-Smith is fighting hard. He cannot find a way past on Jason Kutsia, the local man here, showing his local track knowledge, knowing exactly where to place that car so that no one can get by on him. Particularly Casey Ensel-Smith right now. Behind that, more action coming from Schofield on the back end of Michael Van Rooyen. Still has not found a way past on Van Rooyen. This is a phenomenal effort here being put in by Michael Van Rooyen. He knows he's got an ailing car. It's not firing the same as his teammates is up the road. You can see that, which is why he's having to just defend on all occasions. Slipstream engaged now from the BMW, but Michael goes defensive. Holds that inside line. Makes Schofield have to drive around the outside. This time Scof's on the banking. He is side by side with Michael. He has to back out of it though. Slides slightly up the hill. Yeah, that's cost him a little bit. He thought he had enough traction, but there wasn't enough there to keep him on the banking. He just slipped over the top. And with that slide, drops back slightly. 3 cars fighting for the lead of the Super Cup class. Right now, Loosemore with Atkinson in his rearview mirrors. Berthold has got through and got away from... we're just missing... Where is Nicky Vastanis gone? Vastanis has dropped right out of it. He's dropped right to the back of the pack, so he must have made a mistake somewhere on track there. We didn't quite see it, but Vastanis has dropped right to the back of the pack. So the pressure being put on by Loosemore and by Atkinson forced a small mistake from one of our not-so-seasoned campaigners. He's had a full season for sure, but when you're up at the front end, it's a big difference from when you're fighting in the mid-back. And Vastanis, unfortunately, with that mistake, drops down to 15th and the back of Super Cup. Loosemore looking for a double win. Atkinson would love to take one away and go even Stevens heading into Red Star. Berthold would love to spoil the day for both of them. They're in the 3 spot and still in with a chance. Berthold in that Union Power Energy machine, looking for a chance to try and close the gap down on the top 2. Renegade Racing and Liquimoli out front with Loosemore at the wheel. It's Volkswagen and Hub Racing Polo in 2nd place. Oh, Loosemore comes across the line there, completely blocks what was going to be an attempt to go down the inside line by Rory. I think Rory faked that one though, to be honest with you. He had a look but dived back again and caught Jason out ever so slightly. So Jason Loosemore's going to have to be wary about that. He cannot be caught out by a fake maneuver. We saw that, of course, on a few occasions in their race careers, where drivers have gone for a pass, faked one, and then waited to the next lap and caught the driver in front out. That's what Schofield's been trying to do for the last 3 or 4 laps, maybe 5 in fact, to get through on Michael van Rooyen, but he is a wily old character. He'll know exactly where to place that car to keep him out. And that's exactly what he's doing now, as they come down to the braking point for turn 5, forcing the Fly Sapphire BMW to try different lines through Cape Town corner. Getting right underneath that splitter at the back end of that Toyota Corolla. Van Rooyen has been watching those mirrors all race long. He hasn't taken his eyes off the mirrors once, other than quickly to have a look and see where his braking point is, climbs on the braking point, gets through the corner and goes straight back to watch the mirrors to defend the attack coming from that Fly Sapphire BMW. Schofield arguably having one of the best dices he's ever been in a long time, as he fights it out here with last year's champion. The number 1 plate on that car. It was a hard-fought battle for Michael, but he wrapped it up into the final race of the season. Unbelievable race action we've seen all day long. We're about to wrap it up here with 2.5 laps to go for touring cars and Super Cup. Still got 2 more races to come. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop and MSA4. Change up. Oh, he's got through at last. There we go. The BMW has squeezed Michael out and eventually found a way past. So Schofield has found a way through. I think he caught Michael out at a different position. Schofield might have been setting that up actually himself for a couple of laps. Realizing that Michael is very strong down into Cape Town and into turn 1, he decided, let me get him before we go there. And got him just before Sorrel Sweep, and then used the momentum onto that back straight. These two still at it, fighting for what is going to be 2nd place on the road. Incredibly, these are the 2 rookies of the class. They were fighting for the lead earlier on. They're now fighting for 2nd. They're not going to catch Julian van der Butt. They are going to catch Rick Lareo, though. Or Paulo Lareo, beg your pardon. Coming up on Paulo Lareo there. They've probably gone past Rick earlier on. This is the lead of Super Cup down towards turn 5. Cape Town corner sees the top 3 come through again. They will be going on to their penultimate lap. Oh, a little bit of smoke coming out of a lock up there from Berthold. That's lost him a bit of ground. So it looks like he might have to settle for 3rd place. Behind him, moving through the ranks, Davide Franco. Then it is Tyler Robinson and Nico Zafiris. Can Rory Atkinson do anything about the man out front, Jason Loosemore? Is Loosemore going to take the final say here, headed to Red Star Raceway with the championship lead in Super Cup? Or will it be 1 for 1? 1 for 1 could possibly give the championship lead to Rory Atkinson, because he scored the fastest lap, remember, to get that pole position. So Loosemore and Atkinson fighting for the lead of this race, but also the lead of the championship, heading to round 2. Here comes Casey once again, attacking Jason Kutsia. Round the outside for the GTI 8. Oh, a little touch. A little rub on the back bumper as well there, as Casey gets up close and personal with the rear end of that GR Corolla. Kutsia's having none of it. He's keeping them out for now and fighting hard to ensure that the Corolla stays between the two GTI 8s. He does not want formation flying there for the two GTIs. Van der Vaart is on his way down that back straightaway, probably coming into this little battle. Only a couple of minutes to go here, a couple of corners to go. There is Julian Van der Vaart out of Cape Town, heading to the checkered flag and to race 2's victory. Here he comes, Julian Van der Vaart, race 2 winner for touring cars. Just behind the battle there for the mid-pack with Tyler Robinson and Nico Zafiris. Here comes second place, and it's going to be Jason Kutsia hanging on for second, splitting the difference there between the two GTI 8s. Brilliant effort there from Andrew Schofield and from Michael van Rooyen. The top 5 in touring cars have crossed the line and have finished up an incredible outing this weekend for touring cars in Cape Town. Paulo Leroux finishes up his first outing in official Super Cup conditions. Not quite where he wants to be, but I'm sure there'll be some work being done to get that car up to the same kind of pace that these cars are running at right now. Jason Loosemore and Rory and Berthold going to push to pass. They all had one left there. You can see the hazard lights come on as they climbed onto that push to pass mechanism, giving them about 30 kilowatts more down into the braking point for turn 5. So it's going to be Jason Loosemore from Rory Atkinson, from Judd Berthold. That's how they're going to wrap up the second heat of Super Cup. Loosemore will head to Red Star Raceway with the championship lead, but Rory Atkinson will be right on his tail as he is there crossing the line. Just ahead of Judd Berthold, then Davide Franco, Tyler Robinson, Nico Zafiris, Jared Rousseau, and Paulo Leroux. Rick Leroux coming through there as well. He's just behind his brother, but wins out the Masters side of this championship. Look at the smile in Michael's face. He knows what a battle he had there and how hard he had to fight. Unfortunately, losing out there for Michael van Rooyen and getting the 5th spot, but still an awesome effort. Thank you kindly, as they came into the final part of the day's proceedings here. So well done to our touring car drivers and Super Cup drivers for some spectacular action once again here at the Mother City's home circuit, Killarney International Raceway. We'll look forward to more of the same at Red Star Raceway on the 18th of April. Up next, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop for heat number 3. Cars coming out of both sides of the pit buildings there. Of course, some on the inside and some in the new pit building. As we're about to go to battle for the last time for Extreme Supercars. They started the day. They had a second heat just before lunchtime, and their final heat of race action about to be put onto the track for another 12-lapper. This time it's advantage to Charles Oranges, who will dictate the pace from pole position ahead of Jonathan du Toit. Gianni Giannacara and Charles Visser will make up the second row for Class A's top two. Then Ricky Giannacara and Marius Jackson, who we chatted to in the break. We're back on board with Jackson. Action Jackson there saying that he's spending some time behind the wheel of this car as he looks to take it overseas and head across to Mugello to do some endurance racing in the car that he's in today. So we wish him all the very best, but good luck for today as well against the two Giannacaros and Charles Visser. Roy Aubry leads out Class B with Ant Blunden alongside him on row 4. And then it's Yanni Hatzi and Jimbo Giannacara that'll make up the 5th row of the grid. Waylon Folchenk and Uli Sana, the 6th row. And Martin Prince on the 7th row by himself. He'll be looking to bring that Motul Porsche a little higher up than what it is right now. Maybe take the fight to Uli Sana and to Waylon Folchenk. Two warm-up laps for the Extreme Supercars. Then they come under the control of our official safety car today from Maserati. That Italian Stallion will lead them round with another Italian bull on its tail alongside a little German Silver Star there. About to go to battle at the front end again of Extreme Supercars for the GT3 National Championship. On board here with Action Jackson as he comes to take up his position alongside Ricky Giannacara in the Ravenol and Sparko Lamborghini Huracan. It's amazing to think what Tony's done there with the BIS cars and the Ravenol cars, the wraps that have been put onto those cars. Tony Griffio, of course, putting that wrap onto those 4 machines, making them into some really, really good-looking race cars. But stand by, because the good-looking race cars are about to be sent on their way down to turn 1 for the last time. Here we go. It's Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And lighting those Dunlops up the best off the line was Charles Oranges. He's got a slight advantage now over Jonathan du Toit. And round the outside comes Charles Visser into 3rd. Outgunning Gianni Giannacara this time. We're on board with Jackson as we watch Ricky Giannacara just ahead of him there for 5th as they head towards turn 2. It's Visser putting pressure onto Jonathan du Toit incredibly. A Class A car. Oh, what a dive there from Ant Blunden. Forcing his way up the inside in the 3rd of the Bulls. Getting through on that Porsche and getting a little bit of a gap and squeezing through to get ahead of Roy Aubry. And joining him was Yatzis. So Yanni Hatzi coming through there like a rocket ship, diving that little Nissan R32 up the inside and following the Lamborghini through. London opened up the door and Yanni Hatzi said, "I'll go with you, but." Here comes Gigi back at Visser down into turn 5, Cape Town corner. Around the outside. And then tucks in behind him as they exit the corner. Slightly different line there from Gianni, gets the drive. Maybe gets the whole shot here. I mean the slingshot, not the whole shot. The slingshot there on the Porsche. Looking to try and overtake down into turn 1. Possibility that might happen. Aubry going to try and return the favour onto Yahtzee. Yanni Hatzi having such an incredible drive here in that little Nissan of his. And then, as I said, there at the back, kind of expected to see that. Much better run coming out of Martin Prince as he closes down onto the back end of that Z3, or Z4, I beg your pardon, of Ulisana. And now it's Waylon Folchenk putting pressure onto Jimbo Jonakaro. So the Butast Exotics car fighting with the Bisque Nissan R35. The R32 with the Porsche just ahead of them. And then it's a Porsche versus BMW Z4 battle behind that. 2x2 they go racing here in the final stages of today's racing and the last heat of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Oh, here we go. That's what I like to see. Side by side, a little bit of room given by each driver. Not a lot, just enough to get through there with a little bit of possible touching going into the kink. Oh man, yes, Gigi's through. I thought that might happen. Charles was looking to go defensive, but he was on the outside line, and Gianni had that inside line, which he capitalized on, forcing Fisser a little wider out of the kink and having to back out to let Gianni through. It's not over yet, though. Fisser's coming back for more. Charles Fisser around this track is a very dominant factor. Lots of time in the saddle, lots of time in different race cars. And certainly will be looking to try and come back to the lead of Class A if he can. Ricky Jonakara just maintaining the gap there on Marius Jackson in the MJR Audi. So we got Audi's top and fourth in the Class A battle. In between, we've got a Porsche and a Lamborghini. At the front end, it's AMG Mercedes-Benz with Charles Laranges at the wheel. Out of the Stradale camp, running for Ravenel and Stradale Racing. His stablemates on his tail, arch rival in this championship for GT3s for the last couple of seasons. Jonathan Dutoy in the Oyster Catcher, Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Lamborghini Huracan. Do love the words on the side of that little Nissan. Send it. That's exactly what he's doing. He is sending that Nissan in full flight at the moment to try and catch the Porsche out front of him. Lights flashing there on Roy Obery's car. I'm not quite sure what that means. Is he warning Ant Blunden that he's coming? And you've got Waylon Folchenk closing on Jimbo. Jimmy Jonakara in the R35. Trying to fend off that Porsche's attack from behind of Folchenk. Ulisana on his own in Class D, but he's in a bit of a fight with Martin Prince. Similar fight to what's happening here at the front end of GT3s. Arunji set the pace, he's gone to 11.9. I don't think we're going to see the 10s out of these cars today because of the heat, but certainly a magnificent effort being put in here by Charles Arunji's and by Jonathan Dutoy as they head down into turn 1 again, completing another lap. 4 down and 8 to go. This is a case of Jonathan waiting on a similar vein to what Charles did in race 2. It didn't pay off for Charles in the end. He eventually ended up having to set off a second as he could not find a way past on Jonathan Dutoy. Can Dutoy find a way through now on the Mercedes? That's the question that everybody's going to be asking here into the last couple of laps. Not quite at halfway just yet, but we're nearly there. And Dutoy, well, he's tried hard for now and still not found an answer to the pace from that Ravenel Stradale AMG Mercedes-Benz. These two, of course, are the GT3 spec cars. A fantastic run here, and all good in the hood for the front end of Extreme Supercars. Work being done by the top two now as Gianni Jonakara tries to get away, and he's done that on Charles Fisser. Fisser's fought hard, but he's falling into the clutches now of Ricky Jonakara. So I wonder if Charles' first stint, where he took the victory in Class A, might not have been a tyre management type style drive that he needed. Are those Dunlops starting to feel the effects now of qualifying and 3 heats on the Porsche, particularly with the driving style that Charles Visser puts into that car? He certainly works his machinery way past what it should be capable of doing, and asks a lot of the car and tyres. And maybe he's asked too much, which is going to allow Ricky Giannaccaro to maybe close the gap down on him. Down onto the brakes come the leaders for turn 5, Cape Town corner. This is a phenomenal run here from these two. They've gone 1 for 1. It's going to be advantage whoever takes the victory here as they head to the next round. Ranjis to Toy. Giannaccaro, G first, then Visser, then Giannaccaro are right behind him. And he's literally right behind him now. The gap between Visser and Giannaccaro has come down dramatically. It's literally a couple of hundredths of a second. I think Ricky is on the attack and looking to pounce possibly here into turn 2. We'll watch in the background, see if you see the pink car first. Yes, he's through. He's got through. Into Cashel corner, Ricky Giannaccaro has found a way past and moves up to second place in Class A behind his brother Gianni. Not enough time to catch Gianni, of course, I don't think, unless Gianni has a problem. But it'll be Giannaccaro's 1-2 here. And if my maths is right, it should be Gianni from Ricky from Charles in the overall standings, if I've done the maths right in my head. Ricky Giannaccaro absolutely loving this Lamborghini of his. And looking forward to, of course, piloting it throughout the season, along with his brother Gianni and dad Jimbo. Their 4th stablemate, of course, comes from an original BMW hierarchy, and in that BMW Z4 is pretty much at home. Uli Sana in the G&H Transport car, running for Class D honours today. So another lap completed, and that brings us just into the second half of the race. Martin Prince has got through on Uli Sana at the back. So Sana trying to come back now at the Porsche in the Z4. I was expecting to see a couple more of the Sports and GT type cars from the local Power Series joining us as part of the Extreme Supercars today, but of course they had a big meeting only a couple of weeks ago, or I think in fact it might have been last weekend. So it's possibly why there's not as many of them joining the Extreme Supercars here today. So we got 4 to go. 2/3 distance done. Are we going to see a little bit of a turn up of the wick now from Jonathan DeToy? Jackson's view as he heads down the Porsche straight away. And on the brakes just after the 50-meter mark, turns into Holeshoek as the leaders come out of Cashel corner. Gianni still in 3rd, just picked up the yellow livery in the background of the Bisque Logistics car. That Audi R8 of Gianni Giannaccaro, leading Class A. His brother Ricky still second in Class A. Second of the G&H Transport cars, that one in Ravenol colours. And that's Ricky Giannaccaro's pink Lamborghini Huracan. Doesn't look like Uli Sana is going to have an answer here to Martin Prince unless the leader's catching him now, giving him a bit of an opportunity maybe to make up some ground. As they come through there, they might slow Martin up and bring him back into the clutches there of Uli Sana. Remember, Prince is in a B-class car, Sana in a D-class car, so we did expect a bit of a fight between them. Here come those leaders. Blue flags and lights will be flashing there for Uli Sana and for Martin Prince to warn them that the top 2 are on their way. With 2.5 laps to go. diving on the inside. Both of them get through relatively unscathed. No, easily done in the end. Uli Sana saw them coming, moved out of their way. Martin Prince will probably do the same thing down the back straight, realizing that that steam train's on its way. Led out by the Mercedes-Benz AMG of Charles Orangis. Easily done in the end. That was nice driving there from Martin. Just giving enough room for both cars to get through and not to hinder their battle. They'll be coming up on Jimbo Jonakaro now pretty shortly as you watch Jackson coming out of turn 5. RS Jackson looking for a 4th place in Class A. Nice little test run there for that car. Getting some valuable track time and seat time, as you heard in the interview during the break. Then onto the brakes comes Gianni Jonakaro. He's coming up on the back end of Martin Prince, who'll also just move out of the way there for that BISC Logistics R8. They're coming up on the battle between Volkswagen and Jimbo Jonakaro with a lap and a half to go. Too much of an issue, they'll probably catch them down the straight and pass them down that back straightaway. And then up the road from them, they'll be heading into the clutches of Yanni Hatsi. Lights flashing. Nicely done there from the Porsche driver. Volchek seeing them coming. Opens up the door, allows Charles through, going to allow probably Jonathan through as well. Jimbo will move over. He can't really roll out though because he's got Volchek on his tail. So Jimbo will be late on the brakes, but not as late as Charles was as he goes around the outside. Oh, he has forced Jonathan a long way around there. That's cost Jono a little bit of time. And he runs onto the dirt as well. Oh, Jono won't be too happy about that. Jimbo didn't make it easy for him. Made it a lot easier there for Charles. And now he's stuck behind the Nissan. That's going to be enough to give Charles Orangis a comfortable run to the line. Forced wide out of turn 1 by Jimbo Jonakaro and then caught the Nissan into turn 2 with nowhere to go. So Orangis will start his final lap, or end his final lap I should say, with a comfortable margin, which will give him the lead of this championship heading to the next round. 2 wins out of 3 today for the Ravenol and Sudale Motorsport AMG Mercedes-Benz GT3. And he'll bring it to the line for the victory, easily in the end. Support from the sidelines there as Jonathan Dutoy comes across the line. Jimbo just holding Gianni up over the line there slightly. But Gianni will still get first place in Class A, of course. And then it's Ricky Jonakaro for second. And Charles Fisser for third in Class A with Jackson behind that. Class B will go to Aubrey, not too far behind the two of them as he crosses the line. And he wins out over Jimbo Jonakaro. Yanni Hatsi will take Class C honours ahead of Wayland Volchenk. And then it'll be Uli Sana who will take Class D down in 13th overall. So there you have it. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, done and dusted for this heat and first round of the championship. 3 races on the day. 2 went to Charles Orangis, 1 to Jonathan Dutoy. And we stand by for more action from them as they head to round 2 later on in the season. Up next, we'll be going into our final race of the day. MSA4 are back on track for another jaw-dropping experience in single-seaters. Rookies and seasoned campaigners. None of them showing any respect for each other in race 1. Will there be more of the same here in race 2? final bit of race action making their way out to the circuit now, as we're into MSA4 race 2, and Formula Ford Kent will be joining them just at the back of that little pack. And I say little, it's got much bigger. We've now got 16 MSA4 single-seaters in this National Single-Seater Championship for 2026, and that's hats off to that man right there, Ian Schofield, and his team for their ability to just keep building more and more of these cars as clients and customers come their way asking for opportunities for the youngsters to step up from karting into the single-seater route. Some of them have gone via Formula V, some of them have gone via the Formula Ford Kents, and some of them have gone via even the Formula Ford Kent category in the Historic and Inland Championship. But a lot of them want to come to this MSA Formula knowing how well and how close it is to what is Formula 4, Formula 3 and the route to F1 if they want to go that in their ability and of course their aspirations as racing drivers of the future. We've got a couple involved in this category that could certainly go there, and certainly a lot that have had some big amounts of experience in these cars in previous forms of single-seater racing in South Africa, and of course some previous champions involved in this now, with Keegan Campos coming back into single-seater racing after a long time in saloon cars and Polo Cup. So a big welcome back to him. He'll be loving life being in amongst Karabo, Renzo and Michael Besaidenote. Those three possibly the most seasoned campaigners in this category. Liam Palome will be just behind that. But then you've got the likes of Guido Bedoli, Akil Alibai, Ken Swartz, Anastasia Jurasis, Nzalo Koza, Gianna Pasquale, Simpiwe Motlatlo, Chase Haskins, Bianco Ferri, Adam Kaji, and those drivers, of course, have had absolutely no experience when it comes to race format other than the first heat. And that first heat was one of the most epic MSA4 races we've had since their inception. Formula Ford Kent led out by the boss man, of course, there. That's Mr. Ian Schofield himself, ahead of Nicholas Van Wheelie, a multiple single-seater champion and South African champion, just stepping out of his MSA4 today and climbing into the Kent class to fight it out with Lieutenant Colonel Alan Meyer and Alex Voss, try and find a way to beat Ian Schofield here in Cape Town. That will be their plan for race 2. Let's see how this pans out in terms of planning for Michael Besaidenote, and can he go and get another victory here? We've got a car being pushed into pit lane here, and it's into the pit lane opposite where they normally would pit. So I'm not quite sure what number that is, but we'll probably pick it up as he comes into the pit box here just ahead of our commentary booth. Hopefully I can pick up on the number, but they now come into starters orders. You can hear the revs picking up, and they go from a red paddle on that lollipop to a 5-second board. Lights on, lights off, and down towards turn 1. Looks like it's a good start there from Renzo Ribeiro. And look at that coming through as well, Guido Bedoli. Bedoli going to go around the outside, try and find a way to get onto the lead of the race on the whole shot, but can't quite get there. Now as they come through turn number 1, slightly different angle here from our low-down camera, picking on all the action as they come out of turn 1 up towards turn 2. It is Michael Besaidenote. Guido Bedoli locks up the brakes around the outside and just hangs on to stay ahead of Renzo, who gets attacked by Akil Alibai. Alibai dives on the inside into third place coming out of turn 2. He goes on the attack for second into turn 3. Late on the brakes, trying to find a way through on Guido, can't get there. Karabo Malamela comes up alongside, very close. Up close and personal there with Renzo Ribeiro as they go towards turn 4. And onto that back straight away. Does he squeeze Ribeiro out? He does. Karabo's got the inside line and Renzo has to back out of it. So Karabo going through there. Amazing stuff there from him. And finds a way past on Renzo. Renzo comes back at him though. Just uses a little bit of a better drive onto that back straightaway and sorts Karabo out. On their tail comes Campos. Campos trying to find a way to get into the mix here. Keegan Campos watches both Renzo Ribeiro and Karabo Malamela go at it. Malamela didn't quite get the drive out of turn 5, going high and wide, and that allows Renzo to come back at him. They complete lap 1. And the battle is for 5th, 6th and 7th place. Karabo Malamela, Keegan Campos, Shirin Naidu and Renzo Ribeiro. Karabo's on the inside and gets the advantage. Forces Renzo wide. That's going to give Campos a chance to dive through as well. Someone's off into the dust right in front of our camera. Is it 2 cars again? It is. 2 cars down into turn 1. It's one of the Apex cars there. I think it might be Anastasia. Yes, it is. Anastasia Jurasis in the kitty litter at turn 1. Now we saw that, and it's Nzalo. Nzalo Koza and Anastasia Jurasis coming together. The 2 karters unfortunately touching wheels, and one with a very broken back rear end, as you can see there. But once again, also just testament to show you how well these cars are built, because they also have a safety mechanism built into their wheel arches that don't allow the wheels to come off the cars if they go into a high end crash like that, or a dangerous crash like that. The wheels have got a special device strapped to them which will stop the wheels from coming off. Speaking of the wheels coming off, racing the wheels off that car is Akil Alibai. And the Kokoro car of Alibai moves up into 2nd place. So we lost out on Jurasis. We lost out on Nzalo Koza. There'll be yellow flags down into turn 1, so no overtaking. You can see that's why Guido Badoli had to back out of that and follow Akil Alibai through for turn 1. There is the stricken car of Nzalo Koza. Karabo Malamela pulled away now from Keegan Campos, who's got massive intentions being shown by Shirin Naidu. Shirin has a look on the inside and gets through. Finds a way past on Keegan Campos. Moves himself up into the top 5. Campos down to 6th. Campos going to try and come back at him as they go down towards Damps. He goes to a slightly different line. Watch for the cutback here. Possibly look for the inside line up into the double right-hander at Sorrel Sweep. Maybe carry the corner speed and bring Renzo Ribeiro along for the ride. He'd love to get into that slipstream if it's opened up there by Keegan. Campos will look for that slipstream down that back straightaway. Fossis on the track. Last pass was the leader on the Huawei car. For the Di Gamello Racing team, doing a super job there, Michael. Corsa Di Gamelli doing an amazing job, and flying the flag high there for their sponsors Huawei as he comes across the line, still in the front of the race. But behind him it's the Kokoro racing machine of Akil Alibai, followed very closely there by Bidoli in Luigi Bidoli racing colours, and he runs wide. Oh, that could have ended up in worse conditions there. It is one of the possibilities that you have when you got a car stricken on the outside line. Bidoli went just left of that car of Anastasia Jurasis and just missed the car stuck in the kitty litter. They have got double yellows down there, so he knows there's cars on the outside line, but Bidoli made a big mistake and ran wide onto the kitty litter and just missed Anastasia's Apex car. He's ended up in the tyre barrier. There's a good possibility now that we may see a safety car. 3 cars in the kitty litter, maybe too much to run the entire race under double yellows down into turn 1. Let's wait and see what the COC is going to have to say about that. Arlene's going to have to have her thinking cap on there now. All 3 drivers are okay. You can see them parked up against the fence there. But Guido Badoli will be kicking himself after that mistake. He was in with a chance of an overall podium and a possible 2nd place in this race, but he's now gone and missing from that front end as Michael Besaidnote comes across the line to go to the halfway stage reached. Besaidnote from Akil Alibai. It'll now move Karabo Malamela up into 3rd place. Malamela now in 3rd place realizes that he can catch and possibly pass Akil Alibai and still be in the hunt for 2nd place overall here in race 2. Shirin Naidu in 4, ahead of Keegan Campos. Renzo Ribeiro in 6. Then it's Palome. Top lady driver is Gianni Pascal this time in 8th, ahead of Chase Haskins and Bianco Ferri with a better run now in the 2nd of those machines run by Corsa del Gamali. The Corsa del Gamali cars going well at the moment. But I'll tell you something, this is not done yet. Malamela was quickest on the last pass, down to a 17.6 as opposed to the 18.2. He's nearly 6/10 up on the man in front, Akil Alibai. Can he catch and pass Akil? Find a way through to bring that KMFT machine ahead of the Gazoo Racing Academy car of Akil Aliba. Here they come, another lap completed into the second half of the race now, full time. Top three pretty evenly matched, but there is a bit of pressure now coming from Alamela. Shirin Naidu pulling away from Campos. Campos happy to sit there in the top 5 at the moment in his first outing, returning to single-seater racing after a long sabbatical in saloon cars. Great to have him in this field though. Renzo Ribeiro, of course, one of our season campaigners, also a little down on what he'd like to be. He kind of set the pace yesterday with Michael Besaidenote, but hasn't quite found the race pace today. And that Metal Use Spares car of his will be looking forward to the next round. He went really well at Red Star, so let's see if he can do more of the same as they get there for the second round of the championship on the 18th of April. Shirin Naidu doing a super job, of course, for 4th. All on his own at this point in time, with a bit of breathing room. Here comes Malamela, starting to put a bit of pressure now onto Akil. Akil will force him high and wide onto the banking. Make that InvestChem machine go high and wide and try and get the drive. Usually works okay for Malamela. 2 laps in a row now, has been the quickest car on track. Will he go for 3 in a row? Behind that, it's Liam Palome fighting with Gianni Pascal. Gianni Pascal having a fantastic second run. Up into the top 8 there for the lady, ahead of Chase Haskins and Bianco Ferri for the top 10. Oh, what a move. What a move there from Palome. Just defensive driving, but also with those yellow flags. Unfortunately, Gianna could not have a go at him. She'll have to try and find another place to get past on Palome. But she watches her rearview mirrors as well, because there's a bit of an attack coming from Haskins as well, in the second of those Gazoo Racing machines. Quite sure he pronounced that one. We'll have to try and get that one right during the season. It's Gazoo, I beg your pardon. Gazoo Racing machines there, and big pressure coming from that second car. Haskins is having a fantastic run. Here comes Renzo, I think on Keegan. Could possibly be for 5th place there as Renzo Ribeiro moves up on the inside line. We're watching the battle still unfold here between Palome, Pascal, and Haskins round the outside. Haskins is pushing hard. Wow. Incredible run here from him. Much better than the first one. He's up into the top 10 overall. Renzo did get through there on Keegan Campos, so there's confirmation of that pass I saw happening just in the background. So Mikhail Besaidenote leading comfortably at the moment with 2.5 laps to go. Akil Aliba still with some pressure coming from Karabo Malamela. That's not done yet. I think there may still be a chance for 5th place to be taken back again by Keegan Campos. He won't go down without a fight. And with Renzo Ribeiro, he's pretty keen to have one as they come onto that Tiger Wing straight again. Schofield, Manueli, Foss, that's your top 3 in the Kent class. Really spectacular little battle here unfolding for second. Malamela late on the brakes. Once again closes down on Akil. Akil Aliba. Can he keep it all together there to keep out a slightly more seasoned driver? Bit more race time, bit more seat time that Karaba's had in these cars. Gianna once again on the defensive into turn 5. Keeps Chase behind her. Fighting with him is allowing Liam Palome to get away though. It's only by a little bit, but it's enough to give him some breathing room. Here comes Chase on the brakes. Has a look, but no, Gianna says, no, I've got this one. The War Motorsport machine doing a super job. Had a couple of laps around this track earlier in the week there with Wesley Orr. And getting to grips with that car nicely here in race 2, up to 8th place overall. Looks like Renzo's just pulled the pin out slightly there to get away from Campos. Not going to allow Keegan a chance to come back at him in the closing stages here. Lap and a half to go for the leader, Michael Besaidenote, for a double win. Coming up into the back markers as we speak. LT just being passed there and about to be caught by the battle for second. Alan Mayer will probably just hug that inside line, give those guys some room to get past. There he does, exactly what I thought he would do, allowing both Akil Alibi and Karabo through to start their final lap. Going to be caught and passed now by Shren, then Renzo and Keegan. Is the leader going to catch the back end of that battle for the Kent class? It should be Alex Voss's white car that they're coming up on. There it is, just in the foreground. No, it's not. That was the leader, sorry, just picking up on the white car. That is Michael Besaiden, of course. So Michael Besaiden, if I look down the road now, do we see Voss's car in the distance? No, we don't. I don't think we're going to see it. He might be able to hang on and not get lapped by the leader. Yeah, he's already on the back straight away, so don't think Michael's going to catch him. But Polo is definitely going to try hard in the closing stages here to keep out Gianni Pascal. And then Akil Alibi is trying the hardest out of everybody to keep Karabo Malamela at bay. Alibi goes defensive down that back straight away, goes to the inside line, hugs the white line all the way down that back straight. He's not going to give up that inside line, not at all. Karabo will have to drive around the outside if he wants a way past. He's going to try that. He'll go up onto the... Oh, little understeer there. Caught him out. He caught the car, but it slowed him. To the line, it's Michael Besaiden note for a double win. Superstar to MSA4. He wins out ahead of Akil Alibi, the rookie, on the podium. Ahead of Karabo Malamela, Shren Naidu, and Renzo Ribeiro beats out Keegan Campos. Welcome back to single-seaters, Keegs. It's changed up a little bit compared to the last time we were here. But I'm sure he's had an absolute blast in that car today. A little bit of work to be done there, I'm sure, to get that car set up. Once it's set up, he could be a big contender in this category. And remember, the prize for this class, if you win it, is a drive in GDCs. So is that a bit of planning in the background there from Keegan's point of view? Thinking, hang on, let me go back and race this MSA4, see if I can win the championship and secure myself a free drive for the following year in 2027. Not a bad plan there, Keegs, if that is the plan. Across the line comes the winner of Kent category, Ian Schofield, the man behind single-seater racing in this country. Amazing effort there from him and his team to bring this entire circus down here. And well done to Nick Van Wheelie from Magnificent Paint and Hardware. He comes through for second place in the Formula Ford Kents and beats out Alex Voss for the top three. So let's have a look at that top five. Michael Besaiden note, Akil Alibi, Karabo Malamela, Shren Naidu, and Renzo Ribeiro. And Schofield, Van Wheelie, Voss. And they win out the top three overall. There is the man we're talking about, Mr. InvestChem himself, Ian Schofield. Thank you so much for all the efforts that you put in, sir, and your entire team to bring us 16. And by the time we get to the next round, I believe there's 18 cars that could potentially be on the grid for MSA4 at Red Star Raceway on the 18th of April. That wraps up our championship round here at the Killarney International Raceway, in association, of course, with the City of Cape Town and Smile FM. Extreme Festival have started 2026's championship year with an absolutely amazing opening round here in the Mother City. We've had big race action from two wheels, from single seaters, and all our saloon car categories. They put on a show of note to this big partisan crowd that always come out to be part and parcel of an Extreme Festival weekend here at the Killarney International Raceway. And with that backdrop, you can't ask for much better. Table Mountain played its role today, and of course Cape Town came along with some spectacularly hot weather, which played into account on a few occasions. The wind was pumping, so that southeaster was another big factor that came in, but it didn't detract from any of the action that we saw here today. National Extreme Festival makes its way on the 18th of April to Red Star Raceway. We will be there to bring you all that action. We hope you've enjoyed all the action today. Thank you so much for your support on our live stream feed. Please go and like and share it and pass it on to all your friends and fans and family all around the world to show us what we're doing here in South Africa. And we'll see you at Red Star. A massive thanks to the Orange Army, to Race Control, and to Tanya and the team, to Des Esom and the team here from Killarney, and to the City of Cape Town for hosting us once again here in the Mother City. It's always spectacular to come down here, and we look forward to coming back later on in the year as we get to the closing stages of 2026's championship. On behalf of the Two Wheels and Planet Margate team, our live stream feed, along with LiveX with the onboard cameras today, thank you so much. We look forward to that action at Red Star Raceway. And from my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye-bye now.